Hello, hello. John, Crail, good to see you guys. You asked me if I had seen Cyrene's kit. I'll show you what I was sent. Okay. Ren and I were talking about this off stream last night. Ren has sent me this. He said this is a summary of Cyrene's kit. He said this is the longest kit of any character ever. And I was like, what the fuck is that? I didn't even read it. I just looked at this. I was like, what the fuck is that nonsense? Oh, Carl joined the Team Tech Twin fan club. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't even read it. I just saw that and I was like, what is that nonsense? That's so funny. You can see the words. Even I mean, I don't know that you can actually. Hold on, let's go click into it. If you zoom in, yeah, you can actually read it. It's just it's so comically just large. Why does it look like that? I told Rena, I was like, you know what? This is just because like Ellie's the favorite. That's really the reason. I made ice cream. You have to give me a second. But yeah, it's very funny. I've heard that they're having some troubles balancing her right now. That they're having like not even balancing, they're having trouble getting the actual like character to work. That there's a lot of like issues in the beta right now for her just not functioning the way she's supposed to. Or, you know, something like that. I also heard that it takes like 3 cycles to like be able to do her ult at all, because she needs like this like insane amount of stuff to be able to actually do it. And I'm like, yeah, it sounds probably about right. I have this like, what is this? Taiyaki? I think that's what it is. It's the fish-shaped ice cream stuff, right? From Samanco is the brand. It's like red bean jam stuff and with like the ice cream. It's really good. But also, I just started to eat this like 2 minutes ago. I thought I could be done before stream started. I was very much wrong. It was really good though. And also, no, we are not rolling for Evernight. I'm saving for Cyrene. I mean, I feel like maybe we might need her if I could ever build the characters, but seeing as I don't build characters, it's just saving all of whatever I have, which is not much for Cyrene. Okay, there we go. I had to really eat that. My sensitive teeth were crying out in pain. I think Evernight goes on the Cyrene team probably. Last I heard, like one of the better Cyrene teams was Cass, Hyacinth, Cyrene, and maybe Evernight. I don't remember exactly. I don't remember who the last one was for that, but I'd have to build all these characters, and I have none of those characters except for what will inevitably be Cyrene, so I can't even do the proper team anyway. So set cast is mandatory, yeah. I don't have her either. I don't have Hyacinth. I don't have Castris. I don't have Cyrene right now, and I'm not getting Evernight. So the odds of me getting a team like that works is kind of none. So I guess we'll just kind of get whoever. I suppose it's fine. But I hope you guys are excited. I am very excited about this patch. I think it'll be a lot of fun. Not as sad as I'm for the actual Elite patch, but you know, remember Team is so expensive. Yeah, it is. Not long ago, after you returned the core flame of world bearing. Oh yeah, this is what we were doing last time. I kind of forgot. Evernight took you 151 pulls? Jesus. I'm finally here. Once I return this core flame and become the world-bearing demigod, the cycles of Furious' tragedy can finally end. You say that, but seeing as we still have like 2 patches worth of Inforious content, I get a feeling the answer to that is not quite. This Era Nova will be the arena for the final battle with Iron Tomb. But I still feel like something's not right. Well, I mean, Legus did go down kind of like a punk-ass bitch. So, there's that. Pending got lucky with his Evernight pulls, while Chess didn't. That sounds right. That sounds correct. Pending has godlike luck with this sometimes. Hey, it's wife! Immediately. Good. Even though this cycle has no demigod of time, time has always stood on humanity's side. Hey, the let's take ibuprofen together thing. I don't think I have the ibuprofen. I don't think I have that up right now. Oh, yeah, I do. Hold on. Yeah, I do. And it's in the same position, too. I didn't even change it. It's still the exact same position where it was the last time we did this stream. Good. As it needed to be. Then, with this core flame blessed by the remembrance, respond to their hopes and blaze a trail to the future. Weird. No one ever mentioned this. The core flame of time. Oh, hi, Slims. Did you just now figure something out? Up there it is. When did it get returned? You used Memoria to resist me, but did you not consider the possibility that the remembrance and their children might have taken this opportunity to join the fray as well? Well, unsurprisingly, the remembrance is not helpful. Are you saying the Garden of Recollection is also getting involved in this unsavory mess? Then I welcome them. The Memo Keepers can disrupt your little experiment of destruction. I'll give them a standing ovation. But you know deep down that they can't. In fact, the Memo Snatchers will be more of a hindrance to you. The Memo Keepers covet and forge the secrets just as they covet the knowledge of every genius. In the war between the Eons, the Remembrance is never the Erudition's ally. So I need to readjust where this model's tracking is at. I need this. Yeah, right there. Okay, make sure we're facing the right direction. 330 billion years and no one asked where the hell the time core flame came from till now. Yeah, you know, good question. But they are certainly not an ally of destruction either. Right now, following behind the Trailblaze, numerous cosmic powers have cast their sights on Emporius. They all have vastly different philosophies, but their desire to survive will unite them against a common enemy. How can you be certain that these powers don't have their own end goals, waiting to seize an advantage in the war among the Eons? The war has long begun, Screwum. 4 paths will push the cosmos to its end, and the destruction is only one of them. Polka saw these ripples and had no way of stopping them, so she founded Device X. Dr. Primitive also took action, but he chose the wrong allies, and now only wild animals keep him company. As for the 2 inorganic emperors, they could have ascended to the throne of destruction, but they were thwarted by the Eon's plots and became prisoners of the Erudition instead. What's interesting is, while the 2nd Emperor had a body made of flesh and blood, he considered himself an inorganic being. Guess who was the one who influenced his thinking? We have no interest in chatting about the past with you. Logic, you are stalling, which means you feel trapped. Trapped. Yes, looking back, when Xandar was a human, he often felt trapped. But patience became my strongest weapon because of this. I've always waited for so long. That's a bit more waiting. You don't want to test the resolve of a dead man who's crossed thousands of Amber eras. You're right. We won't get anywhere the way things are going right now. Every member of the society has their own way of thinking. and we were never going to expand your thinking through words. Since we've reached an impasse in this debate, it's my turn now, isn't it? Oh, this bitch! Oh, I'm so glad he's back. Why the fuck are you even here? How did you even get here? I don't even know why, but I'm here for it. I love it. I'm excited. Anaxagoras. Ah, I see. Exactly. The benefit of dealing with intelligent individuals is that there's no need to waste words. The answer is exactly as you think. Lou Peiselinsen. Let her join the final act. I'll transmute myself into a philosopher's stone and embed myself into the formula. And when the time comes, she needs to shatter me and scatter that stone's ashes into the ocean within the vortex. So, what exactly does your formula do? Now that would spoil the climax, wouldn't it? I have 10,000 ways to torture an anti-Catherian. And in the Flame Chase journey that Stella experienced, the previous me already discovered the optimal solution. Doyen, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. Just as that Titan made himself a home in my brain, I can also fuse myself with your avatar through alchemy. I didn't know until I tried it, but this is simply brilliant. I can flip through a Genesis databank like reading a book. Then I will step onto the stage at the perfect moment and use the truth to end this long debate. And just as always, I'll leave the audience speechless. I fucking love him so much. Even now, he's a smug little shit. I love him. You waited in the data stream for hundreds of years. This universe is worth all that time that I invested. How absurd. But I can't help but admire it. You managed to avoid the watchful eye of the erudition and plan all of this within Enforius. It seems that there was a slight oversight in my assessment of the experiment. Yeah, and how many other, oversights do you have, exactly? Oh. Perhaps there was more than one oversight. More than just one. I underestimated the Remembrance's methods. A third party is out to join our discussion. Still haven't noticed it. In the past few moments, we've all forgotten something, haven't we? Miss Cyrene disappeared. So she did. I thought no one would notice me if I just waited at the corner of the memory zone. But I see, that wasn't enough to fool you, my dear Stella. What are you even doing here? Did you steal my memories? Looks like you're no longer that surprised to see me, even though I am an uninvited guest. I wouldn't do that, ever. Yeah, but the people you maybe possibly work with will because they're assholes. So... only you can see me right now. I only exist in your cognition. So that way, other people can't interrupt us. What exactly do you want? Time's ticking, Stella. Why don't you just listen to the one thing you should know, instead of getting distracted by the details? Your friend March 7th is no more. Well, I mean, Cyrene did warn that the moment she entered the door that shit would be weird. So, no more. Yep, no more. March 7th entered this world long before you and Danhong arrived at Enforius. She embraced the path of remembrance to save you two and burned away like a lone candle in the fog. And I am the shadow cast by her candlelight. I've been hiding within the cracks of time all these years. It isn't easy to deceive a genius, but I can do it. I'll now answer your other question about who returned the core flame of time in this cycle. The answer is simple. No one ever did. I knew it. You overwrote everyone's memories. I believe someone as sharp as Stella would definitely figure out that something's wrong. When the Iranova fails to proceed, you will remember our initial meeting, and I'll be able to open the way for the remembrance to reach this place. So, you are a bad guy then. Thank you for carrying this core flame all the way to the end of the world. I expected nothing less from March 7th's trusted friend, and now I shall claim the divine authority of time. Why do you need the divine authority of time for? The divine authority isn't actually all that important. What is important is that I will use it to participate in the inner workings of this world. You already have a good idea of what the Iranova does, right? It initiates extrapolations for the next cycle based on the world bearer's memories. This immutable experimental mechanism is the key to the genius's resistance against Iron Tomb. And now, I'll be lending it just a touch more help. Let me filter your memories, keep the appropriate seeds, and discard the rest. That way, we'll be able to complete the Iranova that this world has never seen before. Yeah, anytime a memo keeper of any kind, even if they're wearing the face of a friend, says, yeah, let me dig through your fucking memories and discard all the useless things, no. The answer to that is always, emphatically no. It won't take too long. You just need to step into the reign of sensation with me. I'll tell you who deserves to be forgotten and who deserves to be remembered. With your memories as the base material, I will recreate the cause and effect of this world and let a flawless Infurious be born from the chaos. Also, because it's necessary that I do this yet again. That's never not going to be funny to have. Just on hand and ready in my OBS at any point in time. That's great. Good. Isn't the fate of the entire cosmos hinged upon this fight? Then this is the best way to ensure everything works out. It will most certainly defeat the destruction while composing an unforgettable chapter for the Trailblaze. Your plan is no better than Lygas's. Of course, you've got to be at the same level of a genius if you want to contend with them. Besides, that's what March 7th wanted. If a new life is to be born, its seed has to be dead. March 7th made a wish to me before she disappeared. Her only wish was for the Trailblaze's journey to continue without an end. I'll definitely fulfill that small wish for her. Also, I'm feeling a sneeze coming on. Gross. You're twisting her wish. Stella, what's wrong? Your consciousness suddenly went so far away. Ellie, help intervene! Please. I promise you that the Astral Express's crew will definitely see each other again in that new world. So come on, Stella, sink into the sea of oblivion and become my guest. So much time, just the two of us, and guess what? You cannot refuse my invitation. Yeah, Kiana, she is not. She can't just, like, say fuck off, get the fuck out of my space. Or like Herda, trapping them in, like, some sort of memory prison. Because this Memoria Tide comes from your companion, March 7th. It's her deepest and innermost memory. Alright, so flashback time? Kinda? Well, I'm not actually all that surprised. I saw you ages ago, after all. It was on that night when a certain Knight of Beauty dropped by uninvited to the Astral Express. Oh, right! I forgot about that! I completely forgot about Evil March 7th in the dream. Or whatever. I completely forgot about that! Jesus, so that explains that. Okay. That was when you showed up without even saying anything. I see. Then, do you still remember how long it has been since you entered Amphorius? That's gonna be tough to answer. 97 days. You walked every inch of this world in 97 days. But unfortunately, no one was able to see you, and you weren't able to interact with anyone. Like how the Memo Keepers renounce their flesh and turn into mimetic entities, you are now a ghost, a being unperceived by all. But I can't just do nothing. This world is super terrifying. Scylla and Dunhong have already set off. The Axel Express could appear on the horizon any second now. Okay, bunch of crystallized dead bodies. And they too will become this place's victims. I mean, we did kind of die the moment we got here. For ages, I've watched people walk through that door. They couldn't see or hear my calls. The voices beyond always promised safety, but I've never seen anyone return safely. Zate should have listened to Ellie. They are all humans who got lured into this place. But these people's memories were tampered with. That's not what happened with the Express crew. That's so cruel. Did the Memo Snatchers do that? I don't know. I only possess your memories. None of these people managed to break through the sky seal. The firewall. Interesting. There's probably a dangerous reason as to why Amphorius had remained undiscovered for so long. Anyway, back to our initial topic. Now see, that's very interesting as a thing to say that. And while it's an odd thing to like really zero in on for me specifically, I suppose. The statement of like there's a dangerous reason why Amphorius has remained undiscovered for so long, you could theoretically apply to like the Earth in the main solar system of like there's also similarly a very dangerous reason why it's sealed off from the rest of the fucking universe. Why there's a Honkai tidal zone that surrounds the solar system. I feel like there's also a similarly dangerous reason as to why that is. You gotta know something, right? We practically look like twins. Maybe you know a thing or two about my past, or any hidden powers I might have. Please, tell me what I need to do to protect Stella and Danhan. Have you ever wondered what the word cost means before jumping into action? No, because March is not exactly smart. This is why Dunhong picks up the fact that Evernight saw her. He's like, nah, you wouldn't. March is stupid. She wouldn't know this. Cost. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Oh. You always hid in my memories, never wanted to come out. The only times you showed yourself were when I got into serious trouble. How very, like, Sealy and Veliona coded. That's because you also don't want to get discovered by the Garden's observers. Am I wrong? Oh, okay, so Evernight's not exactly aligned with the Memo Keepers. There's no one here except us. If you help me, then I'll help you. Fine. Let me drop a single pebble into these stagnant waters and watch the ripples reshape everything. But you must polish this pebble with your own hands, and it will require all of your memories. What will I turn into after that? Maybe you'll turn into a guiding light, or maybe you'll be reduced to dead embers. I can't guarantee that you'll remain the person you are now. Well, I mean, at least you're, like, honest about that. You're not typically a very honest person in general, though, Evernight. Inside you is nothing but an Evernight. Even I can only catch a tiny glimpse of it. If this is the only way, then I don't see why I should say no. Besides, the mastermind behind this show is about to find us. Apologies, lost young lady, but I simply cannot allow you to keep acting as you please. Oh, so she had a run-in with Lygus as well. Interesting. So he can't see you, huh? As expected. Or maybe he's seen through our true essence. I don't know what you mean by that. The Garden of Recollection's methods are puny party tricks, but you... How did you overcome the ultimate protocol? Looks like we don't have the time to keep talking this out. That's right. Some opportunities will never come again. Then let's do it. Offer up all of my memories. Cast down this pebble and let everything in this world be swallowed by the torrents of oblivion. And March gave up all of her memories and became a jellyfish. Unfortunate. Also, I like March's eyes. I kind of forgot how nice they looked. I promise you. What was frozen was a lie. What was forgotten is the truth. Now, let's bring the true Evernight to this world. Huh. Also, there's one little offshoot from Amphoreus. I don't know if that was important or not, but I saw that. Little, like, shooting star thing that left it. Huh. Is this the parlor car? Am I back already? But why don't I remember anything about my journey back? Something doesn't feel right. Think back to when Stella and I got separated. It will take time to uncover the reason. Before then, if one of the Nameless is willing to stay and witness the fate of this world, or to push it along when necessary, it would be of great assistance. This is goodbye then, Lord Danhan. Thank you, guard. I hope that all of you will be able to overcome this disaster. But I can't remember anything after that, no matter how hard I think. Where's Sunday? Did he not come back with you? He stayed with Madame Herta. They wanted to try using his tuning to help support the geniuses throughout the hacking. Is that Himiko's voice? And Mr. Yang? Oh my, that was Herta's suggestion? It's hard to imagine she'd borrow the power of the Harmony. No, it was Sunday's suggestion. Herta initially refused. But she changed her mind after Xandar's identity was revealed. And we still can't get in contact with the Xianzhou Lafu. I'm still trying, but this place is outside the IPC's coverage zone, so there's a limit to what we can do. What about Aventurine's chip, the mini transmitter? Surely it can get through the IPC's lines. Himiko, are you alright? I've never seen you this anxious before. I mean, you've had 3 of your passengers, like, fucking disappear, and one of them for sure died at least once, at least partially. So, like, yeah. I think her being anxious is probably fair, Welt. I'm alright. I'm probably just tired. Let's focus our energy on the kids. Now's not the time for distractions. You know, I just not thought about this, even though it's been like kind of an obvious thing. Himiko is one of the most mysterious people on the Express. We know like next to nothing about her, really. We know she's like sort of like the navigator or whatever, like the maintenance person for the Express. She's helped rebuild it after it was blown up or partially damaged or something. But like, we don't really know a lot about her, do we? Like, this is a Himiko variant, so presumably she came from some similar-ish people and backgrounds to the other Himikos that we know in other Honkai games. But like, we don't really know anything about this version of Himiko, do we? I've just only now really thought about that we don't know much about her at all. Right. Unfortunately, I left that chip in the dreamscape when we departed Penacony. We have everyone's voices back in English as of 3.6 now, except Firefly. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Well, that's good, though. Am I dreaming? This public car feels so strange. Are the voices coming from the passenger cabin? Story characters can be added to the team. I don't really want Dan Hong on my team right now, honestly. Passengers Scylla and Dan Hong have to return safely. Don't worry, Pom Pom. They're both experienced nameless. They'll be just fine. Not really. Stella did kind of half die immediately. I'm right here. But where did all of you go? And March is also, like, in her own problems. It's hard to believe that their car is still floating in the vacuum of space. That's why the Express wasn't able to receive any landing signal. It's likely that the 2 missing nameless, like March 7th, also came under the influence of the Path of Remembrance, and only their minds entered Amphorius. Ah, okay. That does make sense, though. Firefly, it's a scheduling issue, though, because Annalisa Fisher is also very active on social media and still talking about how much she loves being a Firefly. Well, that's good. I'm glad that they didn't just, like, have the VA, like, quit entirely. We can analyze all we want, but the real question is, what can we do right now? I was just about to get there, Miss Himiko. Right now, Amphorius' member zone is extraordinarily full. I can also take this opportunity to enter the world and seize as much of an advantage for the Express as possible before the other Memo Keepers arrive. For example, I can light a beacon in the memory zone for Scylla and Dan Hong to follow back home. But why would you do that, though? Why would you help us? What do you gain from that? March's room. I haven't heard a single peep from her this whole time. March already wasn't feeling very well when Scylla and I set out. Even if this is a dream, I should still check on her. You know, of all the people involved in Amphorius' like story, Black Swan is absolutely like the most confusing one, because like what the fuck does she gain from any of this? I think the only real VA that's up in the air right now is Fei Xiao. She was mute in that one animation, and I've heard rumors about her being difficult. Well, that sucks. I like Fei Xiao as a character. But yeah, like, I'm trying to think, like, what is Black Swan's angle? Like, she's a Memo Keeper, so presumably she would be aligned with, like, the other Memo Keepers, so she has no reason to help the Express at all. Other than what would, like, further the ends of, like, what the Garden of Recollection wants. Mysterious Memory Mommy. A little bit, yeah. Because, like, we wouldn't have known about Amphorius had it not been for her. So she directed us here because of reasons, I guess. And the Memo Keepers have all known about Amphorius for a while anyway, it seems. So, I feel like my initial thought was that she's, like, weaponizing the Express to create an opportunity for them. But also, why would she, like, try to get ahead of the other Memo Keepers at all? Unless part of that's just part of the ploy. But also, like, thinking back to March's thing when she enters here, like, she ran into Memo Keepers too, so there's maybe already Memo Keepers here to begin with. There's other people who've been drawn into Amphorius by one way or another, for whatever reason, and got stuck there and never came back, so... What is her angle? Like, what is she trying to accomplish here? I don't know what she really wants. I assume she's, like, evil, but I don't know exactly for what purpose.
Mitsuki,
March, it's me. No answer. Well, there's no other choice. I'm getting Doki Doki Literature Club flashbacks here. Don't do that. I slowly open the door. Could be a problem. A shocking sight, but maybe not as shocking as the other one. I know nothing, lol. I'm gonna assume that there's some answers we're getting for this. This isn't a dream after all. Based on what Madame Herta said, Dan Heng should already be on his way back. But the Express hasn't detected any traces of him. I feel like I've seen these floating black things somewhere before. Or he's already returned to the Express, but fell into the trap of someone with ulterior motives. No, I've definitely seen them before, but I've lost that memory. The Memo Keepers' mimetic entities are truly everywhere. Don't worry, normal Memo Keepers can't do anything to that little dragon. As long as he's awake enough, he'll find a way out. But is Evernight a normal Memo Keeper, though? All he needs is a little concentration, patience, and resolve. Hearing you say that makes me feel so much better. Dan Heng has all the qualities you mentioned. I don't know what your intentions are, but as the guard of the Express, I must ask any suspicious uninvited guests to leave. Alright, I have Cypher. And she's the first one on the team. Let's go. Cat Grill. She's still my favorite, and I still have not posted that fan art to like Twitter Blue Sky yet. I need to do that. I have a lot of art I have made and not posted yet. I've been bad. Alright, well, the medic entity's dead. Is the trap now taken care of? Dan Heng? It's Himiko. I'm back. Even if it's just through a spirit warp jump. You can hear our conversations. Yes, it was thanks to your voices that I could pierce through the Memoria barrier, although it was not a wise decision to let a Memo Keeper of unknown origins board the Express. I kind of agree. Can't argue with that. This Black Swan has been on the crew side ever since things started to go wrong in Amphorius. We can trust her. Why? Why would you trust her? So many baffling things kept happening one after the other. I don't even know where to begin. I wish I could have returned with better news. Don't blame yourself. You're all safe and sound, and that's good enough for me. Are Stella and March 7th really safe and sound? As a matter of fact, while you were on your way back, Amphorius' circumstances changed once again. And these circumstances have something to do with the two you just mentioned. Black Swan told Dan Heng what happened to Stella. Are you saying that Stella has been kidnapped by an unidentified Remembrance Pathstrider? So you're saying that person's appearance is identical to March 7th? It's too early to say that, as I haven't seen her with my own eyes. I've only detected a similar aura in the memory zone. We have no way of knowing what March 7th has experienced, but I can assure you, if we sink too far into the Memoria tide of that Miss March, What will happen? Everyone here will be torn to pieces. Please trust me on this. But I also trust in our trailblazing companions. I know this isn't what March would want. No matter what secrets are buried within, we'll do whatever we can to find that March 7th and bring back Stella and the March we all know. I mostly understand what we've learned about the erudition and the destruction, but what roles do the remembrances intruders play in Euphorius? Yeah, that's also a pretty good question, I think. I made some new discoveries related to that with Madame Herta's help. You don't already know? I figured you knew some shit. You're the one that sent it here in the first place, Miss Ma'am. As part of the deal, do you mind if I share them with you? Alright then. Fourth mirror. It's finally my time to shine. Oh, this feels such a grand occasion. That's Herta's mirror thing, right? It's only been too long since I last appeared. This friend here is Madame Herta's very capable assistant. They were the ones who helped you complete the spirit warp jump. Additionally, it was thanks to them that I was able to learn the secrets of that group of extremist memo keepers. She says they're extremists, but why should I trust you? I appreciate the praise, but I didn't have to lift a finger. I mean, mirror. Really, there's a bunch in there. Yeah. Fourth mirror is the one Herta trapped the memo snatchers in. Yeah, I mean, she's trapped a few of them in there from what we know. We know at least one of them, but there's been a bunch of others too. You did this through a mirror. The garden has strict rules for collecting memories, but not all memo keepers are as proper as I am. Herta's space station often has uninvited guests, and they never seem to know their limits. That group of memo snatchers has been taken care of, and they are now trapped in the fourth mirror. How many of them are there? I can't quite remember. I didn't really count carefully either. Maybe around 42. There's still room for more. Holy shit. That's fucking hilarious, actually. I carefully dissected the memories of these colleagues of mine. Individually, their goals are not worth mentioning, but when you piece them all together, you come to a conclusion that can't be ignored. The Garden of Recollection is secretly salvaging the memories of a path disappearing. Aha! In other words, their goal is to gain the memories of a god's death. Which maybe also explains why they're interested in Kiana. If here they're trying to gather the memories of a god's death, Kiana would be the memories of a god's birth. I think that's probably what that is. That'd be a good parallel, I think. The moment an Aeon falls, that would indeed be a spectacular sight for someone dedicated to recording these things. That's exactly the problem. They seem to have been aware of the destruction's movements early on, but they've lacked the decisive power and had no way to penetrate Euphorius' firewall. So what did they decide to do? Hide the truth and wait for an opportunity. Now it seems that letting memo keepers guide the right people here was also part of the plan. This also confirms one of my suspicions. They have already infiltrated deep within the garden. They would not hesitate to associate with the destruction in order to salvage memories. Could they be the Cremators? This is a faction we knew of? What does that mean? We've never heard of the Creators before. What do you mean? I don't know. Perhaps there's even deeper things at play here. The majority of memo keepers believe that when the universe inevitably reaches its death, unable to sustain increasing entropy, Fuli will use the memories of everything to reforge the cosmos. Amphorius, as a scepter, can be viewed as a mini-universe. That is why Memo Snatchers have been frequenting the Herta space station. Without a doubt, these extremists wish to record the cause and effects of Iron Tomb's destruction of the erudition. They may want to use it to simulate the end of the universe, or to probe into the unfathomable will of the Aeon. The Trailblaze broke the seal around Amphorius, giving these people the opportunity to enter. Now, they'll do anything to prevent outside powers from interfering. Because your involvement will certainly influence Iron Tomb's final outcome. You said that March is closely linked to the Remembrance. Is what she's doing related to these Memo Snatchers? I do not believe that Evernight is on their side. In fact, when the car you used for landing first made contact with Amphorius, a violent surge of memories flowed past. Combined with what we know now, I have reason to suspect that that flash of power came from March. Exactly. She was the first to be hijacked by the Remembrance, but she used Memoria to neutralize the firewall, allowing you two to enter Amphorius. Interesting. Okay, so that explains how we were able to get here when no one else could. So March literally opened the door for us. That's kind of neat. I like that. At present, we've lost contact with Stella. Our only choice now is to rely on the eyes and ears of those two geniuses to understand the situation within Amphorius. There's no use in agonizing over this, Danhong. Our top priority now is to find where that car landed. Yes. Hi, look, Pom Pom. I haven't seen you in ages. Passenger Danhong, you finally found your way back home. Yes, conductor, I'm back. It's just... Pom Pom knows. Pom Pom came over to bring you good news. Did you, Pom Pom? Passenger Welt says he found those two passengers. What? Their projections are in the parlor car. What? Well, and Mr. Scurlum. Himeko, you seem to be feeling much better now. And Danhong, it's great to be able to talk to you. Once again, we owe Madame Herta a huge favor. Madame Herta doesn't care much for favors, but she'll be happy to receive everyone's praise. I feel like, yes, Herta's ego will definitely be a thing of like, yeah, as long as I'm praised, it's fine. Back to the topic at hand. Mr. Danhong, we did a sweep of the area surrounding Amphorius' celestial body for organic signals, and we finally discovered the bodies of you and Miss Stella. The two of you were very fortunate, as there was something protecting your bodies. All vital signs are still present, and your functions are all intact. Was it March protecting us? Our preliminary determination is that the bubble enveloping you two in the vacuum is made of a substance similar to Memoria. So it's not quite Memoria, but it's like Memoria. Conjecture, this substance is connected to the lost Miss March. It will take some effort to bring your bodies back to the Express, so you should get some rest first. How does he get rest as a ghost? How does that work exactly? Have we completely lost contact with the inside of Amphorius? There have been several unforeseen circumstances. We broke through Lygus' firewall after the law was amended. But now Amphorius is enveloped by the fierce path of remembrance, once again cutting off all channels of communication for outsiders. So we have no way of contacting Stella. If we take into account the difference in the flow of time, every minute we delay here could be a year of waiting for her. Danhong, what are you thinking? If it was March who helped us get past the firewall initially, then does that mean only Stella and I have the travel permit for Amphorius right now? That is a logical inference, Mr. Danhong. Mr. Scurlum, do you have a way to transmit my spirit signal back to Amphorius? You want to go back? That is far too risky. Even if my body and spirit are able to return without a hitch, there's not much I can do here. We can't lose you again, Danhong. Miss Himiko, if we can't get Stella and March back, how is that any different from losing me? You're right. I should have known you'd say something like that. Well, I suppose there's no point in trying to dissuade you. Mr. Yang, Miss Himiko, I will do everything in my power to bring these first crew back together. No one will be left behind. And see, that's a red flag now, because now I feel like it suggests that someone will be left behind. He says this, but like, I feel like there's not going to be entirely a happy ending with this. Someone's going to have to stay behind, and it's probably going to be Ellie. What is she singing? Damn it, I know that tune and I can't place it now. Fuck. That's pissing me off. You may notice a hint of sweetness in the air. That would be the fragrance of the 7-colored bath salts from Memorial Palace. A truly splendid journey, if I may say so. With the Era Nova now complete, you have granted the hero the perfect conclusion. The perfect conclusion being a nice hot bath? I mean, that's fair. I'm trying to place the songs, because I know she sings other songs. Damn it, I can't quite play. I know it. I know the tune, and it's going to annoy the shit out of me that I know the tune. I don't... Damn it. Losses were a constant on the Flame Chase journey, until your rating to rival turned that tide. Lord Ravager, Iron Tomb, mere playthings in the hands of the Trailblazer. The cosmos is safe once more, because... Shut up! Amazing. Oh, they didn't even, like, write it as shut up. It's just shush. Nah, you should have written it as shut up. Hey, hey, hey! Incoming train broadcast. Attention all passengers. The navigation meeting is about to begin. Make your way to the parlor car. It's time to pick our next stop. Perfect timing. Let's head to the meeting. The trash can stickers on her wall. Ah, I'm wide awake and feeling great. What's this? Who left this note? Strange. It's like an impulse rushes into your mind, urging you to read the note. Take a look. Stella, we'll travel together forever and ever. Your good friend, March 7th. We're the ones gonna have for some reason. Yeah, a little odd, for sure. I assumed it was probably like a glitch and not an intentional thing. When did this get put here? March. When did she leave this here? I didn't hear a thing. Whatever. I'll go ask her myself. There's a new painting here. Stella, you have to know that that's suspicious. Come on. All I did was take a bath. How did so many surprises pop up? Better step forward and take a closer look. Also, God, I feel like I haven't been back to Stella's room in so long. Who's there? Dude, this place is like 4 times the size of my actual apartment. I wish I had an apartment like this. Like, big open space like this. A fucking mini bar and snacks and shit. A fridge, a big... Like, this is like luxury shit. Like, I want a place that looks like this. Your young little friend, Darch. Or, you know, September 11th, whatever you want to call her. Queen shit. Yeah, for real though. How do I get an apartment like this? Like, I desperately need an apartment like this. Look at her fucking game. Like, imagine if I had a streaming setup that was like this. Like, can you imagine if my streaming setup... Like, you can imagine how much good tracking I'd get here. I could set up, like, multiple, like, VR trackers, like, over here and stuff from the ceiling up there somewhere to track full body shit. I'd have all this room to, like, do stuff. It'd be baller. Though I will say this chair looks like it sucks. I think I might have, like, a better office chair than this, but... Dude, this would be, like, the sickest fucking thing ever. Though, I will say, I actually do have an arcade machine in my apartment. So, I can relate to this, because I do have one. It's not very big, but I have one. I will say, though, that at the same time, with it being so huge and crazy, it feels less personal. Not a fan of the room design. It does have, like, a more of, like, studio kind of vibe. It does feel like it would be very difficult to, like, give this your own flair, though. You know what I mean? Because, like, I have a bunch of shit. Like, I have a lot of stuff. But, like, even with all the stuff that I have, I feel like it would be very, very difficult to, like, make this feel a little bit more personal. I do feel like it needs, like, a sofa or something. And, like, yeah, you have, like, this little bar here to eat at. But, like, eating your food here would kind of suck, I feel like. I don't know. I feel like having, like, a nice little, like, kitchen area, not just, like, snacks and stuff, would be a little bit better. And, like, maybe a spot for, like, an actual, like, living room. Also, if it were me, I'd probably, like, section off areas with, like, dividers. So, like, I might get, like, a little divider thing or some curtains or something to, like, close this off here. Because having this big empty space and trying to sleep in all of this open area would kind of make me a little bit uncomfortable. I think I'd need it to be, like, a little bit more closed off than that. Feels big enough to share with both Don Hung and March comfortably, but if it's all just for you and nothing really happens here, I mean, you're not wrong. It does feel like there's not a lot. Also, she has like two... Well, hold on a second. You have two fucking setups for PC shit in here, Stella? She's got like a little office chair thing. So she has like an office and couch here, which is its own thing. But then she has her fucking gaming setup all the way over here with like, what is this? Like 1, 2, 3, like 4 stream decks. These massive fuck off speakers over here. This giant like curved monitors. Then more speakers and things. 2 controllers. She's got so much stuff over here. Girl, what? Girl's not writing memos. No, she's not at all. Like, doing her office work over here. What even, Stella? What are you even up to? I'm focusing on, like, all the wrong things into the proper plot, but, like, I can't but, like, help but analyze this a little bit of, like, what even is happening here. Look at this. Like, even the ceiling gives you, like, room to, like, section off the stuff into, like, little spots. I'd absolutely put, like, a little thing here. Also, for, like, a streaming setup, I will say that, like, this right here would have horrible acoustics. You would definitely want to have something to, like, put up behind this. So that way, like, you could have, like, the sound could be absorbed and you could get better recording. Also, she has no microphone here. But I feel like you could have, like, a mic, like, over here on this section and it not, like, block anything. Could be kind of nice. Call Honkai DeRailed for a reason. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's absolutely correct. There's so much you could do with this space, but on the other hand, it's like, it's so open. And then if you were trying to, like, to close off all of this section here, it would make, like, this part feel a bit odd. It's like a little hallway. I don't know. I think I would probably not have organized my room this way, personally. I would have done something a little differently. Though I do still like the overall vibe. The melody of harmony can be heard, pulling you to touch the painting before you. Wake up, Stella. I don't think it worked. Well, we're in Pinacone? Is this the Reverie Hotel? Seriously, what is happening? Yeah, I'm a little confused too, personally. Also, I know it's like a gameplay thing, but like the hallways for like every single fucking place in like both like the actual like express and all the hotels, all the places we've been, they're so wide. These are like twice the width of like any hotel thing I've ever been in. Like there's not usually hallways this wide for like just normal guest rooms. And the doors are like twice your height. Like look at this. The door handle is like boob height for Acheron. Like, how heavy is this fucking door supposed to be? I know it's like a gameplay thing, but like, what the fuck? I'd probably use it for like 10% of the space and be self-conscious constantly about how little I use. I mean, yeah. The thing I've learned about like renting apartment stuff as I've gotten older is I will like inflate in a sense to fill the space. There'll be a bunch of shit I'll get to fill it in. I'd probably have like an actual like full-on arcade or something get it set up for myself. So there you are. What took you so long? Pom-Pom not in the express? That's weird. Hurry up, the navigation meeting is about to start. Navigation meeting in Penacony? Come on over, Stella. It's time to choose our next destination. Notice that March is suspiciously absent. Perfect timing. The meeting's hit a standstill. Lushaker and Melustanen. No one can make the call. What are either of these planets? The vote split 2 against 2. Everything hinges on your vote now. The doors are probably meant to be big enough to be comfortable for any larger alien races or something. It's a widely popular interstellar resort. I mean, this is true, but how many, like, non-humanoid aliens have we really run into? Like, Intellitrons are, like, the furthest from, like, non-human that we could really run into here. Have we really seen anything else other than, like, you know, monsters from, like, the destruction? I wonder how many, like, non-human alien races exist out there in this context. I don't see March 7th anywhere. What do you mean? Once again, Stella's talking nonsense. Young people. Always full of jokes. What? Their reactions? What's going on? I get it. Stella wants to play a game with us, right? Who doesn't like to make non-standard NPC models a lot? Yeah, this is true. Unless you're Zenless, you're not going to have a lot of, like, non-human models. Even Zenless only has, like, a handful of them. I don't get what you guys are saying. You said you didn't see March. True, she might be hiding somewhere in the lobby. The objective of the game is to uncover where she's hiding. You're her closest companion. If anyone can do it, it's you, right? Yeah, your reactions are odd. March 7th is playing hide and seek with me. You know what? I think March is definitely the, like, antique phone. The front desk phone. It's a little owl. It's cute. I like it. Weird. Did I even make a call? Hello, hello. Is that Miss Stella? I knew you'd call me. Missed me, didn't you? Don't say Ellie's lines at me. Don't you say Ellie's lines at me. Stop that. Don't worry. We'll see each other very soon. Because the trailblazing journey never really ends, does it? March. That's not her. Thanks, Ellie! Don't fall for it. Ellie's just in the distance. No, don't do it. Okay, Ellie, can you help us out a little bit? Because I want to know what the hell is going on. You're like the only person I really trust here. Also, what does Himiko have to say? Not feeling ready? How about a cup of my special coffee blend to calm your nerves? Everyone says great things about it. Wait, everything says great things about Himiko's coffee? Yeah, sure, lying liars. Oh, the IPC broadcast. Weird. This is the IPC broadcast. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. A newsflash, the erudition experimental ground that has separated from the something entanglement. The Lord Ravager that did not emerge as Blank had anticipated. In the end, the salvation of Forest was not only thanks to the blank blank 12 blank blank, but also to one crucial blank blank blankety blank blank blank. Piercing frequency interference noise. It won't be easy, I know, but you got this. Find your way back. Find yourself, Stella. That was weird. I'm sure it's fine. Visited on Sunday. Visitor's name. Something. Guest message. Carefully listen to something's voice. An unsigned guest log. Can you really call that a log? Wait a second. Why am I looking for March 7th in the guest book? Stella! Over here! I love how it's called the pink voice. Because we know. We already know our pink Jesus is here. There's not much more unsettling than an unresponsive phone tone when things are too upbeat. Yeah, that is a little bit unsettling, isn't it? It kind of gives you like Resident Evil or Silent Hill vibes. Like people saying like unsettling shit and then it just cuts off, like it's like a very like clashing tone kind of a thing. Faint flitting voices are speaking to me, but where are they coming from? Listen carefully. I went through something like this before, back in Penacony. Not even Lagus's prison could hold me. I found my way out. Keep it together. I know I can do this. Capture that streak of pink. Where is she at? Come on. I trust in you, Ellie. I believe. Well done, Stella. Just like that time in the Sea of Flowers in the Nether Realm. Snatch up my colors, Kay. Then we can go home together. You're trying to tamper with the remembrance, too. It's almost bad staring to look behind you on the radio when you're not paying attention. Yeah, a little bit. Too bad. You're no match for me. Did you find her, Stella? No. It's a futile game, isn't it? In truth, you don't have to go to such lengths to find March 7th. Because in this memory zone, March is everywhere. We're protecting March 7th's wish, Stella. You seriously can't sense it? She doesn't want to say goodbye to the Trailblaze. She wants to keep traveling together. Forever and ever and ever. That's what the vibe was I was getting. This is not The Shining. We are her memo sprites. For the sake of her wish, we must give it our all. Finally! The timing is just right. Hey look, it's Mem! A thrilling damsel in distress rescue. Ellie's always like low-key a little delusional, and I love it. She's too focused on like stories and romantic concepts and things, and it's so funny. That's why we love her. Wait, maybe I got that backwards? Cyrene? That's right, but now I'm in my Mem form. Sure. Seriously, one mysterious and cute memo sprite is more than enough. Stella, come with me. We're getting out of here. Thanks, Cyrene. She's lucky you don't have the option to immediately punt the little thing at the enemies when she pops up suddenly. Yeah. What does it take to make you understand? Step 1, stop scaring her already. I mean, yeah, you know what? That's fair. Referencing The Shining is not the way to get us to trust you, Evernight. You're kind of bad at this. I see, so all the people were the memo sprites. That's why they were weird. In this form, I'm way more suited for the memory zone. I'm totally in my element. Grab my hand. Let's hide away in the deepest corner of your memory, Stella. What about my privacy? Nah, I'm not worried about privacy. She can see everything. I'm not worried about it. We're in dire straits. I'm counting on you. Lift the curtain of memory and stir up ripples of past reverie. Oh, we're back to where our journey began. The space station, where it all began for Stella. Looks like we made it. What's that? Oh, hey! Silverwolf and Kafka. Well, look at that. I feel like we haven't seen Silverwolf and Kafka in fucking ages. Like, I know that we just saw Kafka, like, last patch with, like, the event thing where she may or maybe not shows up, and then Silverwolf's always there for, like, to play games with us and lose, but, like, actually in the plot, I feel like we've not seen him in ages. Ah, it's still a secret. I'm so curious, but I won't peek, promise. When I first met Stella, I remember they were in your memories too. I remember this scene. 3.2 with the memory flashbacks. Yeah. Yes, this memory is all too real and so heavy. You sound really nostalgic. Want to take a closer look, Stella? Go ahead and think of it as a glimpse into the past. I'll stay right here. I promise not to disturb you. Let's see. What's this? Memories from before I woke up? So, Silverwolf, how long till she wakes? Hard to say. Maybe a few more minutes? By the way, that part in the script, could this be the right moment? Hearing Bronya's proper voice out of Silverwolf is kind of refreshing. Yes, looks like we're on the same page. In that case, listen. What the fuck did you just do? Remember these words, then forget them. Let them slumber in the depths of your memory until the day they are awakened once more. On that day, your journey will intertwine with the remembrance. In nearly every possibility Elio has foreseen, it leads to a great crisis. You'll face betrayal, lose your way, and seek answers. So, before you hear these words, I don't want you to consider this a prophecy. You arrived at this moment because of the decisions you made. I don't know what you'll have endured, or whether you'll still believe in me. But if there's even a trace of doubt in your heart, I hope these words can give you strength. Yes, Mama Kafka. Whatever you gotta say, it's fine. It was a wish of the cosmos that set you in motion. And in the tale where you are the protagonist, the stars themselves will defy the destiny of finality. Huh. What the fuck does that mean? Let me read that again. It was a wish of the cosmos that set you in motion. So, does that imply, like, in Aeons, like Akivili or something? And in the tale where you are the protagonist, the stars themselves will defy the destiny of finality. But what finality are you talking about? Like, Kiana finality? Aeon finality? Like what do you mean? Finality is in death? What does that mean? Mark this number. 4. According to Terminus's prophecy, 4 paths will push the cosmos to its end. And on your journey, you shall encounter them one by one. Destruction, harmony, nihility, and probably remembrance, but not really sure. And last path, what is it? I think maybe it's the Defy Finality scripts. I guess. Easy now. Trust what you remember. The fourth path has yet to fully reveal their face. And that's why the journey's worth it. Even in the predetermined script, there's room for us to mold possibilities in the shapes we prefer. So listen. Take this guiding principle, then forget it. Let your own will be what expands your journey through life. As in the past, even while achieving so much, you never let go of your pursuit of freedom. What power is she using for that? That's an odd one. What the fuck did you even just do just now? That was so sincere. I might actually tear up a little. Imagine that even if Elio knows the script and they all fully believe in them, that doesn't mean they wish for them to be true. Well, yeah, isn't Elio described as like the slave to destiny or whatever? Like, Elio doesn't, he's like an unwilling participant in it as well. Same as anyone else. Like, it seems like the whole point of the script, at least as far as I can tell, is to like maybe avert the destruction of the cosmos. So they're trying to do that, even if like that means they play the villains or whatever. That seems to be the kind of the case. That's always sort of been the impression I've had, is that Elio's script, whatever it is like attempting to like follow some sort of path. And I assumed it was always meant to like avert disaster, but like maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's just like a predetermined fate of the universe, and that doesn't necessarily mean good or bad. It's like it could mean anything. I wonder about that. I think maybe they have a prophecy about some really bad shit, and Elio is working to find a way to make it not happen. Yeah, that's sort of like the impression I always had. But like, yeah, like everyone says, like, oh, the Silver Hunters are so awful, they're so terrible, but they've never really done anything. And we've always been on good terms with them. And every time we talk to them, they keep this to themselves, but they don't really seem like... They don't seem like they're really, like, bad people to me. It seems like what they're really doing is, like, they're just kind of following what they have to. There's not really... They've made some deal with Elio, and that's brought them in to, like, be players into this script, whatever the script actually is. And it doesn't seem like, good or bad, they have a whole lot of control over what goes on with it at this point in time. But I feel like Elio and the rest of them maybe want to avert disaster, because it seems to me always been the case. They're not bad to us. We know they've done some really wild things over other places. I mean, yeah, this is true. Like, I mean, they're not like... I'm not saying they're good people, right? But, like, I mean, Blade's done some fucked up shit. We know that, right? But, like, they've never come off as, like, evil, right? You know what I mean? Like, they're not just, like, evil for the sake of it. Like, there's clearly more at play here than what we know. But we don't really know anything about Elio or what the script actually is trying to accomplish. I always just assumed that it was, like, probably not a bad thing. That they were trying to avert disaster of some sort, but I don't actually know that for sure, I don't think. I don't know if they've ever specified that. Are you going to say more about those branching storylines? Silverwolf is so short. It's funny. Never mind. Best not to tempt fate. Get ready. She's about to wake up. Come back to yourself. Kafka said that when my link to the remembrance deepens, this memory will resurface exactly when it needs to, and an inevitable crisis will surely follow. They're probably the most morally gray group so far, doing wild things, collapsing whole civilizations and such, but for some cosmic purpose. Yeah, that seems about right. Like, they're morally gray is a pretty good way to describe them. But I mean, I always like seeing them. Every time we hang out, I'm like, yeah, you guys are chill. Like, Firefly's like the maybe canon girlfriend / wife. It's like, Silverwolf comes off as like just the kid sister we play games with. The only person who's like actually kind of an ass is mostly Blade. But like, he's kind of an ass to like mostly Dan Heng. They are a lot more like the Express than anyone is admitting. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely agree. But even a Celeron hunter can't fully grasp the trailblazing journey. Just as I thought, it all begins with March 7th, doesn't it? Even if the Express had never arrived at Enforus, her secret would have come to light eventually. That's a reasonable conclusion. All things considered, the most reasonable conclusion. It's a lot to take in. Time to clear my head and find Cyrene again. Well, yeah. March is like a very, very important character when it comes to dealing with the remembrance, so... Cyrene? Evernight, what the fuck are you doing? It's a breakthrough. A breakthrough! How could that little pink girl possibly beat us? Because she's Ellie. And she will. Tisk. Stella, you really don't know how to behave, do you? You are meant to stay in those beautiful memories and wait for all the disasters to pass. Where's Cyrene? Oh, triple-faced soul, cast your light upon us. Let no darkness remain concealed. Ellie will absolutely make fuck you up. Absolutely she will. I'm ready. I'm ready for Ellie's, like, full power to be on display. Raise your hands high, Stella, and embrace this boundless light. Oh, we're back over here now. And leave you thanking her? Yes. This stage really brings back memories. Yes, Stella. For you, I suppose it's been a long time, hasn't it? None of this would have been possible without Miss Cyrene. Even while engulfed by Memoria, she fought to stay in contact with the geniuses. Only then, through tuning, was I able to undo the memory zone's effect on you. What about Cyrene? Where is she? Step onto the stage first. Miss March, quote-unquote, will come for us soon. And she won't be alone. Those Mema sprites will follow. We need to prepare early. Only then can we get you out safely and go back for Cyrene and March. Please, be careful. Enforus is being overwhelmed by an unusually violent Memoria tide. I'll do all I can, but even that might not be enough. Wow, look at that. More fucking bots every damn time. And ban that bot too. Black and pink. Two memories twisted together. Time is precious. Let's pick up the pace. Yes, Madam Herta. I've made contact with her. Understood. I'll carry out my part as expected. Quite the dazzling nest you have, little bird of harmony. Also, was this outfit always this blue? I feel like his outfit was not always this blue. Your grasp of Memoria is unexpectedly profound, but playtime is over. This ocean we created according to her wish, this journey that flows on without end. Don't any of you think about interfering with it. She's coming. Is it me she's after this time? Stella, there's no time to regroup. I prepared an alternate escape route. Wake from your slumber and return to reality. Yeah, was this outfit always this blue? I don't remember it being this blue. I feel like this is different. Come on, I'll bring you out. Well, damn. You're singing from the side, yeah. Self-righteous, Pathstrider of the Harmony. You think you can do that? next time, get a Memo Keeper instead. Well, that's the struggle. Evernight, what is your fucking problem, girl? What are you doing? That was way too close. Good thing I was there to fish you out. Sunday, you're right. Mr. Yang, I couldn't get her out. I'm sorry. Is it true that March is behind all of this? Yes and no. That past thread of remembrance is identical to March 7th in appearance, but what lies inside. I can't find the right words to describe it just yet. Can't you come up with an analogy? I thought that was your thing. Girl should have been aura farmed all over Chicken Wing Boy. Yeah, exactly. Also, I need to grab a pillow for my arms. My desk is too hard for my hands to be sitting up in front of me like this. That Miss March feels like a reflection on water, only not from a calm, clear lake, but from a bottomless abyss. Within her words, I sense an intense, but utterly pure protectiveness. Yeah, she's like Veliona. Like, that's all Evernight is. She's just March's Veliona. The boss with the complayable ass moment, yeah. Little bit. Protectiveness. This is only speculation, but after being drawn into Amphorius, perhaps March 7th experienced. No, she likely foresaw a tragic end. It was out of a desire to protect her fellow crewmates that she chose to awaken a power that teeters on the edge of evil. Yeah, okay. I know exactly how Evernight works. She's just Veliona. That's entirely how she is. Can't wait for her to become like a recurring character and then eventually get her own body and get to hang out with everyone. On the bright side, at least March 7th won't have to face any danger again. After that battle, I'm afraid I'll no longer be able to join the fight through tuning. So, has Miss Black Swan's progress remain on track? Sealy Part 2? Kinda, yeah. Because like in Honkai right now, like Veliona has her own body now. Well, she has Seely's original body. Seely formed her own body when she began her sort of rebirth. So like that's its own thing now. So they separated. Just as Senti and Fukuo are no longer like the same person. They have like their own physical bodies now. So like, I kind of just can't wait for Sora to do the same thing with Evernight, where they bring her out into reality, give her own form, and then she can just get to hang out with everyone as the new one. I think that'll be kind of funny. You don't need to worry. She used your disturbance to mask her movements. Current status, advancing upstream within the memory zone. I can't wait till she shows up randomly during bad moments to aura farm and chew on the scenery. I mean, yeah, a little bit. Also, hi, Charlie. I didn't see that coming. The Memo Keeper is pretty courageous, choosing to defy the rules and take matters into her own hands. This means she's chosen to stand against the Garden of Recollection. Did she though? Why? Why would she do that? What does she gain from doing that? Even so, I must think long term. I wanted to hide in the shadows to avoid direct conflict, but why is it so quiet here? The air is thick with memoria, yet it's so chaotic, like broken memories all mixed together. Memo statues should be swarming into Amphorius. I was expecting this place to be very lively. So how do they end up like this? Because Evernight has no patience for this fuckery, apparently. Now I'm getting very curious. Her pause on that is definitely a thing. An empty shell. The consciousness that maintained this Dharmakya has disappeared. So efficient. Not a single trace left behind. Alternatively, she might have sacrificed herself for an even more mysterious purpose. Either way, what exactly made these fanatical believers end up like this? Ah, memory. It is indeed a deep ocean of dangerous allure. where fascinating secrets always hide beneath the waters. I keep getting the feeling that the same thing happened to Penacony. You know, this makes me wonder too, like, because in Impact 3rd, we had a Memo Keeper, maybe, show up to, like, try to steal Kiana's memories. But they were red, not blue. You know what I mean? So I'm wondering, like, why? Why is that the case? Like, why was there, like, a red Memo Keeper? And is that, like, how the Memo Snatchers are? Or is that, like, another faction we don't know yet within their, like, ranks? Or is it something to do with how they entered into the solar system in the first place? Like, you think that the change of color is significant, considering that we've never seen one of those in Star Rail at all. I wonder what that's about. That's an odd one. A lot of questions there. Get ready. We're about to head off. Is it really going to be okay? That world's surrounded by a mass of chaotic material. That white band of light has already foiled our plans multiple times. Don't worry. After the pink girl from the Astral Express broke into Amphorius, that obstructive force preventing the garden from entry disappeared. They already know that know from Swan that the garden isn't completely united and has a bunch of splinter groups doing their own things, so maybe one of those. Oh, that's kind of what I was thinking. Well, like earlier, because remember that, like they said before, that like the point of like these Memo Snatchers here is that they want to collect the memories of a god's death. And I feel like the same can be said for Kiana, in that like Kiana is, at present, as powerful as an Emanator, but she has unlimited potential. And that nothing in the solar system has Aeon associated with it currently. As far as the solar system is concerned, the like Cocoon of Finality and Kiana specifically is the Guardian. That's sort of the role of Aeon in a sense to all of the solar system. So in my mind, it's like they're there to collect the memories of a god's birth in a sense, because Kiana is something entirely separate from what we've seen in Star Rail thus far. But like, why is it red? Why red? What does that mean? I just have a lot of questions about how like Impact 3rd connects to this. Kiana's the Aeon of Sapphic Yearning. You know what? Yes. Correct. Absolutely correct. That's the Trailblazing Nameless for you. A huge help. What are you so happy for? Aren't these going to get messier with more irrelevant people turning up? What if those Trailblazers find the seed of remembrance before we do? Seed of remembrance. Then we'll just steal it back. Simple. By the way, there's a messenger and a Memo Keeper on that express. We don't know where they stand on this, so make sure they don't notice you when you make your move. You folks are truly everywhere. These Memo Snatchers are different from the previous husks. These ones seem to have had contact with Stella. We'll introduce ourselves to gain your trust. We are the Garden of Recollection. You should be very familiar with that name by now. This memory ends so abruptly, as if a shapeless hand snuffed out its candlelight. It appears the secrets ahead are even murkier than I imagined. Holy shit, how many is this now? That's 3 there. This is 4, that's at least 8 more here. That's like 12 of them things here. Like 11 or 12 of these. It's spinning out of control. Everything's out of control. Why did no one tell us? That girl is the Memo Keeper's nemesis. Is she talking about March 7th? Oh, there's something that the Memo Keepers fear? That Evernight. Those black Memo sprites, they swallowed everything. They're red, but sure. Those who came here first all drowned. Not even a trace of their consciousness was left behind. I wish I'd never come here. I don't want anything to do with Amphorius anymore. Please, I'm begging you. Don't come near me. No. Unfortunate. Shouldn't have been part of a cult. This is a word of advice, kids. Don't join cults. It's bad for your health. You've involved too many innocent people just to obtain the memory of an Aeon's fall. You deserve this. I only know one thing that is really the enemy of remembrance. I mean, what, memes? Because that's a thing. We know that's the thing that comes up. But I am not here to blame you. That entity you call Evernight, tell me everything you know about her. We may yet bring a glimmer of hope for those who are still alive in there. Eden of blessed insight. We've run into ourselves once before, though. Once before. I'm trying to think of what we've run into. So that's what happened. We were tricked. We are the sacrifice. The garden used us. The pure child of Anasrava abandoned us. What the fuck are all these terms, man? I don't know what any of this shit means. What the fuck does this mean? What do you mean Eden of blessed insight? What? What are you talking about? I feel like I should know this by now, but maybe not. I don't know. She just wants to find her lost sisters. Find them, kill them, reclaim them. Gallagher. Wasn't Gallagher just like a... What was his entity called in? He was a... Oh, what was the word they used for him? Damn it. What the hell was... What was that term they used for him? It was a very unique thing. History fictionologist, yeah. I mean, he's not the only thing that, like, Mimic Keepers fear. Because, like, we saw, like, with the Summoned in a Monkey nonsense. Like, mimetic entities like that can infect and kill Mimic Keepers. It's like, they fear that. But, like, as far as remembrance is concerned, overall, yeah, I think, like, a history fictionologist would definitely be a thing that could maybe be a problem. I suppose. Talk about the actual paths, though? Yeah. What does a fictionologist follow again? Like, what was their path? If a new life is to be born, its seed has to be dead. Dead, 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 dead. Dead, 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 dead. The Enigmata. Oh, yeah. Man, these fucking VAs are really earning their paychecks this time. I can finally understand your fears now. Thank you for the information. It was very valuable. I'll take your remaining consciousnesses out of here as a gesture of thanks. It'll serve as both protection and a punishment. You'll reunite with your peers in a genius's mirror, where you can reflect long and hard on your past actions. Damn. 11 more victims for the mirror. Let's fucking go. Well, provided that I can survive my encounter with her. Alright, Evernight, what is your deal? Nom nom, yeah. Enigmata works directly in opposition to the Remembrance. Remembrance wants to preserve memories. Enigmata works to twist, warp, and create false memories. So, the Aeon of gatekeep, or of gaslighting. Gotcha. These little critters look scary, but they're not so tough to handle after all. Exactly. Aeon of gaslighting! They're the surging Memoria tide swept Stella away. I must return to her side before Miss Evernight succeeds. Another one of these stealth missions, huh? Help me out of here, Stella's inner world. Yo, can I play as Ellie now? Let me play as her. Let me control her. A scorching and dangerous aura. This power shares the same origin as Phynon. And then there's that enigmatic bottomless aura that seems to jolt awake at midnight. Must be Miss Evernight. Better steer clear of her. There's a beam of light over there. Full of energy, yet uncontrollable. More familiar than the others. As if it's coming from someone close by. Could it be Stella? Maybe it's the Stellaron she mentioned. Memories of the Stellaron are flowing deep within the Memoria Tide. Let's go and find Stella. Let me control her, damn it! I want to run around as her. Jeez. So many little ones gathered here. Did you know I was coming? You're being a bit too enthusiastic, aren't you? Thankfully, Stella's presence hasn't weakened. I feel like I'm getting a bit closer. They're guarding something. Oh yeah. Is that Stella's foot of stone? What's it doing here? Well, I mean, it's sort of like an embodiment of March's memories, so... These memory sprites are completely still. It's as if they're drawn to this thing. Oh! It turned into March's actual colors. Interesting. An even cuter memo sprite. Of course it goes pastel and slightly pink, and Ellie's like, oh, it's even more adorable now. Typical Ellie. No wonder the Philistone can't store more memories. Have you been hiding in there all along? Oh, that's clever. I like that. An explanation for why the camera couldn't take any more photos. That's really interesting. Someone else explained to me how terrifying whatever I did to them was, too. I mean, walk me through your explanation, because I have my own idea of like what she really did to them, which was sort of like trapping their consciousness and then making their like bodies disintegrate while they kind of watch. Or like their I guess, memo forms. Memo keepers accustomed their physical bodies and inhabit bodies of pure memoria. For Evernight to do what she did, she had to rip their mind out of their body that is completely composed of their mind. So tore their mind out of their own mind. Yeah, that's sort of what I kind of figured, is that like she traps their like memoria body and then sort of like disintegrates their consciousness bit by bit while forcing them to watch. That's sort of how I'm imagining she operates here. Because all we see is the husk of their memoria bodies left, so it's ripping their memories and consciousness out. Sort of like I guess, in a weird kind of way, sort of like a bubble universe type deal of like peeling off a snapshot of time kind of deal, but it's like a snapshot of their memories, and then forcing their own memories and mind to watch their bodies die. Pretty fucking metal, honestly. Find my travel companions. It's horrifying if you think about the reality of it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're a memetic entity, and your body is susceptible to all these kinds of things, like, yeah, I think I'd be a little bit concerned. What? How? Could that mean Stella Danhang? Are you March 7th? She became a jellyfish. Oh, we're back over here now. The sky is burning, and the streets are empty. It's just like how things were last time. You know, this makes me wonder a little bit, though, because, like, at Impact 3rd we have, like, Mistalin. And Mistalin is, for all intents and purposes, kind of like a memo keeper in her existence and how she operates. She's an idea, is what they call it. A sentient stigmata that has, like, a sort of real body, but not really. And then when she, quote-unquote, dies, she just goes back to stigmata space. So, like, how does that exactly work in the concept of, like, memoria and ideas? Right? Like, if what we're thinking of as, like, a stigmata is, like, a sort of crystallization of memories and memoria, then what exactly is stigmata space for, or like what does that look like to memo keepers? And why don't they go to that kind of space? Like, if Mistalin operates the same kind of principles, why don't memo keepers die and go back to something like that? Like, I'm wondering about, like, how that's supposed to actually operate now. Because stigmatas and ideas are, like, really weird concepts in Impact 30 anyways, and, like, Mistalin just info dumps the fuck out of us during the end of Part 1, so, like, I feel like I'm about to miss some details about that. How long can the encryption key you wrote for me last, Mr. Screwlum? That is difficult to project. Logic, it is currently unclear how the unknown variable Miss March conducts her interference. Please rest assured that I will extract you on time before the encryption key expires. Well, I haven't seen the equivalent of Sigmata in Star Rail unless you count Facial's Inner Beast. Yeah, like, because think about what Stigmata really are, right? They're sort of like genetic, like genetic things that pass down, but like ultimately they're just like memories. Like that's how Stigmata operate. They are like genetic memory passed down from person to person, and they have their own sort of like dimensional space that they sort of exist in that you can enter into to relive through that memory. It's like a dream bubble kind of a thing, and we know that that's not an incorrect interpretation because it's how Project Stigmata basically functions, right? Like Stigmata draws people into this like dream, this connected dream space, and then it dissolves their physical form into this like dream soup kind of thing, and that's how that's supposed to operate. So like Stigmata work very similarly to dream bubbles and Memoria. Like we know that's like roughly how that works, except we have like the genetic component to it and the fact that they can be artificially created in their own way. But like it's not exactly like it's, I don't know, like artificial Stigmata could be sort of like history fictionologist type things, and then the natural ones could be more like the usual Memoria. Like, I don't know, there's like weirdness about how that works that I'm like trying to figure out how that actually connects to like this and how this operates. Because like Mistlin, again, by how they explain how she works and how her key role was in Project Stigmata, works kind of like a Memo Keeper. Like that is sort of how she operates, but Stigmata space hasn't really been addressed like at all in this broader universe. Does anyone outside of the Soul System even know about it? Like, can they even access it? Like, Welt knows a bunch of shit that apparently even outside of Earth no one fucking knows about. Like the imaginary tree. That no one even believes that's a real thing, even though it is. So, like, maybe it's one of those things that, like, Earth can access, but, like, no one else can, because of its unique space separated from the rest of the universe. Yeah, exactly. Like Impact Third has, like, I would argue they maybe do have more advanced understandings of a lot of fundamental, like, universal concepts that people in the broader Star Wars universe do not know or have access to, maybe because of, like, Aeon interference or something else. Like, maybe by removing the Eons, people would be able to see this kind of thing, but they can't because of everything else being, like, whatever else is going on. Or that Eons... Because, again, Eons probably have, like, a role in this, that, like, they're interfering with this kind of, like, thing, because, again, Earth is separated from everything, so, like, maybe there's, like, a reason why they don't want this knowledge to be known. Maybe there's a reason why, like, knowing about things like the Imaginary Tree and being able to affect time in that way, or how Hershers operate, or whatever the fuck Kiana's supposed to actually be, or how Stigmata space operates. Maybe all these things are, like, the more basal form of concepts that Star Rail's playing with, if that makes sense. Like, they play with this idea of the concept, like, the origin, returning things back to the origin kind of a thing. Perhaps, like, Earth is closer to this concept of origin than we've previously thought, and so maybe these ideas and things that they have access to, other people who are further removed from that origin would not really be able to, like, see because they're, I guess, separated out from it. That's maybe an idea to, like, come back to later when we know more about how this stuff operates. Put a pin in that, because that could be really interesting later. That means I will no longer be able to hack in via the same method. I only have one chance. The maze of remembrance is starting to change. I cannot remain your guide on the path forward. That is why we had to form a temporary alliance with our former enemy. Oh, god damn it! Do I really have to deal with Lygus again? God. I do very much think that eventually Star Wars story is going to hinge a lot on us learning about what impact those characters already know, probably directly from them. I absolutely agree. This is kind of the reason why I think that, like, Welt's been sidelined so much, is because Welt knows so much about fundamental concepts that the rest of the Star Wars universe seems to not know at all. Like, whatever Impact Third is teaching us is going to be integral to things later. And you know what? This does maybe, like, raise the an answer to a question of, like, why is, like, Sparkle so interested in what's happening in there? Why is the Memo Keeper trying to, like, intervene and stuff? It's because Earth is so fucking unique. Like, that could be keys to like way more power than anybody has access to currently outside of it. You know what I mean? That could be very, 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 very crucial to the future of Star Wars plots, I think. I feel like it has to be. But exactly in what way, I don't know yet. I express my utmost respect for your courage to personally face such dangers. Lygus. Your enmity is well within my calculations. It's like, yeah, I know you fucking hate me. Earth is so unique that you'd have to be actually psychotic to ignore it as an outsider. Yeah, it seems like that's the case to me. This is why I reject the argument that, like, Earth is just, like the Honkai is just basically the same thing as, like, the Destruction's armies. It's like, no, the fuck it is not. There's no way. There's no way in hell that it is. Earth is absolutely unique, and they're sidelining well because of it. The fools are, decidedly, not psychotic. No, they're just fools. And they get along great with people inside the universe. It's great. Or inside the solar system. Allow me to reiterate that Lord Anaxagoras has a firm grasp on your crucial weakness. If you still plot to harm the Nameless, you will find that the Society's previous warnings were not empty threats. I understand. I'll only do what needs to be done. Vaguely worded as usual. Wait, you don't want me to kick your ass again, Lygus? I never imagined that I'd one day walk alongside a genius who offered himself to the destruction. My stance has never changed. The erudition's ruin is inevitable. But before that, I'd be very willing to witness the reunion of the Nameless and to escort you on your way home. More like her appearance completely interrupted your plans, even forcing you to seek out collaboration. He's like, yeah, you fucking can't do anything, because Evernight fucked your shit up too. I'll remember that. Also, it is so very much like Aha to be the first chuckle fuck to get an Earth and immediately start acting up. Yeah, exactly. He sends Sampo and fucking Sparkle to cause problems to maybe possibly recruit Vita, and then just fuck off. Like, that's absolutely on him to do. He's like, oh, this, like, reality warping quantum computer nonsense from Mars? Abso-fucking-lutely, I'll do that. Let's go. Though, he's not technically the first, like, Aeon interference in the solar system, because we have, like, Senna and Nalarob, who were, like, connected to permanence. And then we have, Litos, who says he's from a Stellaron, which I don't know what the fuck that means. So, like, these are people who were there, like, you know, millions of years before, like, the main story happens. So, like, Eons have attempted to like, interfere with Earth, but like Earth and Mars and like the solar system. So like, why? Why did they go here outside of the Eon? Like that's a question I really thought about right now. Is like Nalarob and Senna and Litos all came from like outside the solar system. They're not from Mars at all. They had like at least Senna and Nalarob came from a planet that was like touched by permanence, and then they made their way to Mars. Litos is just weird. But, like, why did they go to Mars? In a solar system that is completely devoid of an Eon's interference entirely. Why do that? Like, I don't think they've actually told us that yet. That's a really weird thing now. I've not really thought about it. We learned all about, like, Senna's, like, backstory recently. Of, like, what things were like on her planet that was, like, with the permanent scale. And how people just, like, went into complete and total fucking chaos and war. But, like, why did they go to the solar system? Huh. I do love that Hoyo is cross-pollinating their games, telling both sides, like, I don't know, you might want to go see what's over there. Kinda. What I find funny about that, though, is, like, we learned more about the permanence from Impact Third than we did from Star Rail. And, like, we know more about, like, how Star Rail's universe operates because of Impact Third than Star Rail is willing to tell us. It's kind of hilarious. I sort of love that. If you're willing to look in the right places and you know enough about it, you're like, oh, okay, I see. But even when you know that, I'm still like, wait a minute, what the fuck are you getting at, though? I'm trying to think of like the broader cosmology of things, and I can't quite piece it all together yet. Come with me. I'm honored to guide a Scion of Permanence. Speaking of the fucking permanence. Also, fun little thing about this. With Nolara being a Scion of Permanence for sure, seeing how she reacts versus how, like, all the other Scions we've seen in Star Wars act is really interesting. Because, like, Nolara has effectively lost her ability to understand and relate to human emotions. She doesn't really understand, like, in the terms of, like, how Star Wars would frame it, she doesn't really get the way that the worries and concerns of short-lived species operates. She doesn't really, like, relate to it anymore. But, like, when we look at, like, Dan Heng, he doesn't really seem to have that kind of problem. And the way that Scions operate, while it is very similar in both games, I feel like there's, like, a slight difference in, like, how their humanity operates in Star Rail versus Impact Third, which is kind of interesting. You created this wasteland before us with your own hands. Such sights are no longer able to stir anything in my heart. Are you saying that once upon a time you were actually moved by their defiance? I'm sorry to say, I never was. Thwap. Up, I see the memo sprites again. Evernight, what are you doing up here? What are you up to? These memo sprites. Is it her? The memetic entities of the remembrance are everywhere. That lady wove a giant web in my blind spot. She hacked and infected the time type, converting the built-up data of Enforce into puppets of the memory zone. Sounds like you two have quite the history already. How crazy would it be if we finally got a real canonical instance of Star Rail and Impact Thread variants actually meeting each other? Oh my god, that'd be amazing. I mean, the only thing we've really had is that Sparkle shows up. Like, she's the only one who's, like, the actual person. Like, Sparkle and Sampo just showing up at Impact Third to cause problems. That's the only time we've actually seen that actually happen. I'm just waiting, honestly, for Vita to show up in Star Rail and cause some immense problems, because you know that motherfucker will cause so many issues in Star Rail, and I cannot wait to see it. If Vita doesn't die inevitably from the Impact Third story, I cannot wait to see her cause so many goddamn problems for everybody in Star Rail if she ever shows up. It'll be so fucking funny. And I have said for years that, like, if there was ever a character who I feel like should be over in Star Rail at some point in time, Vita is the one that's top of my list. She makes the most sense. And I think that'd be really funny. I wanted to bring Acheron to Impact Third to watch Kiana blow a fucking gasket when she runs into a new May. You know, actually, I saw a comic about this. Like a fan comic. Where it was like Acheron kind of like stumbles into the soul system. And she talks to Kiana. And it's such a like a sad, but also like really, really good thing that I think would actually be correct. Where Kiana would be like, oh, you're May, but you're not my May. And then she sort of like sees the immense like sadness and like sapphic yearning inside of like Acheron and just comforts her. And that's all she does. She just like helps give her like a warm, like familiar feeling. And it comes back to, like, I think the comic ends like Acheron like, oh, I recognize this feeling. I remember this. Out of all things that she's forgotten because of being like an emanator of nihility, she remembers like the feelings of Kiana. And I'm like, man, I absolutely would kill for that being canon. Please make it happen. Aeon of Sapphic Yearning. Exactly! She knows all of it. She knows exactly what it is. Seeing Kiana and Acheron interact at all would be so good. It would be so fucking good. Like, I know it. I know it'd be great. I need that to happen. Any variables that desire to influence the experiment deserves my attention. But you never mentioned her before. Could even a genius of the erudition get his brains hacked? Lord Dan Heng, I am simply stating a fact. That lady is also a threat to you. A threat that you cannot afford to ignore. She snuffed out the remembrance without any effort and left nothing behind. Her actions were so determined, as if she had an unquenchable hatred against that path. Contradictions are often the keys to the truth. Lady Evernight's past is a bottomless darkness. And do you expect me to join forces with you because of that? All I need to know is that she has something to do with March's past. Fine. I am only giving you a possibility for you to ponder. The choice is still in your hands. A heavy past is like an everlasting night. As to what kinds of sins lurk within, you should know that better than I do, former Vidyadhara High Elder. What was in Acheron's lost companion? She never gives us a name. We know that Acheron had a Kiana and a Welt, and presumably the rest of the Impact Third Cast. She had her own versions of it, because she, depending on if you're playing Estella or Kayla, she references Kevin and Kiana. So she killed her own Kevin. She tells Welt that pretty directly during the Penacony arc. And she had a Kiana, which she compares Stella to. But I don't think she ever actually tells us what her Kiana's name was. I mean, we're assuming it was probably a Kiana something or Kislana something or another, but we don't really know anything about this. So far as I know, they maybe put that somewhere else, but I don't think they've ever mentioned it. You looked it up? Oh, did they actually tell us? Was that actually there? Because as far as I know, we never, had it mentioned. But maybe they did. Maybe I missed that? What is it? And also, where did it come from? Because I feel like I had to have missed that. Her name is Phoebus. She was the holder of the Pioneer Diver of Dead Waters relic set. Phoebus. Phoebus? Phoebus? I don't know. So that was her Kiana then, I guess? Interesting. I didn't know that they ever named her. I thought that they never mentioned that at all. Huh. How about that? I learned something. Yes, I indeed know how to face the past better than you do, first genius. I love their back and forth pettiness. This is good. I have no intention of refuting that. Let us keep going, Lord Danhong. Where did that name come from? Where was that mentioned at? Because I feel like that was not mentioned in the actual plot and was not mentioned during Acheron's trailers and stuff. So where did they find that information? Must have been I don't know, maybe it was a thing. She's the one that Acheron mentions when she said her companion became stagnant water. She constructed the diver set and dove into the abyss of Ix, never to be seen again. Huh. Where is that set at, though? I don't remember that. Yeah. I know about all that. I'm not looking for information. Yes, I understand. Shush. Information. Story. Okay. Let's see. Let's talk about that stuff. Nihility. Oh, here it is. A note from Freebus. Okay, so here's what she actually mentioned. So this is a note from this person you're talking about. I am leaving this letter here in the event that I do not return. This letter bear witness to the tale of a companion I encountered in Orkrun. The journey to the other side was perilous, and it was thanks to her that I managed to navigate it through. When I first met her, it appeared that she was on a certain quest, possibly seeking revenge. However, I soon realized that it wasn't the case, as a person consumed by hatred would inevitably expose it, yet she remained remarkably composed, with only fleeting glimpses of sorrow. She had traversed numerous worlds before our paths crossed, and she possessed a wide range of life skills. Together we cooked and established camps amidst the wilderness. On starless nights, she lent an ear to my stories and deliberated plans for the following day. Yet, more often than not, we journeyed in silence. The snow here bears a purplish-red hue, carrying the tangy flavor of raspberries. While she has almost lost her sense of taste, she appreciates the Okron snow donuts I prepare. Okay. Before meeting her, I had spent countless years wading through the rivers of nihility. She extended her hand to me, and together we ventured along this river. Now the time has come for us to part ways, and I have yet to reach the shore, uncertain of what lies ahead. Even so, I see no reason to halt my journey. Life is merely a road that eventually culminates, and until that moment arrives, I shall keep pressing forward. I am certain she would do the same. A note from Phoebus. So that's not her Kiana from her original world. We know that much. That's somebody she met after the fact. So there's that. That right there tells me that that's somebody different. And then it's from the relic set. Okay, so this is the... What's the relic set is? The Diver... What was the relic set called? Pioneer Diver of Dead Waters relic set. Okay. Hold on. Now I'm gonna, like, find it. Confirm. Okay, let's read some stories now. Let's just go down the line. A heavy diving helmet in a style common for Orkrun. Through the small porthole, it can only see the unbearable and endless expanse of darkness. And this one says, a compass in the form of a wristwatch. The magnetic needle has been removed and can no longer point in any direction. A heavy diving suit crafted from scrap iron, airtight and impenetrable. Even its wearer often jests that it resembles more of a deep-sea coffin. The heavy boots are formed like the anchor of a ship. Its owner is prepared to never return to the surface. Okay. So between that and Akron's thing, we know that Phoebus was the person she met on her journey of nihility and then dove into the abyss inevitably and never came out of it again. Then Izumo's other thing is the stuff we should look at here. Encapsulated in this plane is Izumo, with its past and future severed with a slash. Izumo was once covered in indescribable wars of survival, as well as once being blessed with glorious days of bountiful luxury. Now the barren land is nowhere to be found, leaving behind only a graveyard of swords where the past lies buried. And then this one says, the people of Izumo use tassels to bind the sharp blades to their belts. They walk the world to hunt down kami with their blades, then use the divine carcasses to forge new blades. In this never-ending cycle, Izumo marches towards prosperity, towards disillusion, and towards the void. Phoebus was also described as a nameless and a trailblazer. Oh. Interesting. Where did they find that at? Where's that information? I'd like to know where people, like, man, people find some, like, obscure shit I've never heard of before. I'm learning all kinds of new things today. And this is talking about her history on the planet, a scattered manuscript. The path they associate with remains shrouded in mystery. In later accounts, the people of Izumo ceased to refer to the wielders of the blades as heroes, but rather as revenants. Most of the world has long since vanished from the astral charts. The truth of history eludes us, and the remembrance no longer exists. When the armed archaeologists arrived, the galaxy resounded solely within the melody of the Enigmata. Dark sun's tears, rain's boundless outpour. Beneath faint curtain, the survivors depart from her shore, her homeland. Once saved by her, now by her hands erased. Invisible shadows ahead, her vision encased. Oppenheimer the Recorder. There's an actual XP, guys. There's a real one. A real XP. Oppenheimer. An actual one. Congratulations. We found one. Not a variant. An actual XP. Congratulations. I used a revitalization tincture to slumber. While some patients found solace and rediscovered hope, she proved an exception. No one has ever awakened from their dream state, yet she defied the odds. I closely observed her dreams, and they can hardly be called happy moments. Gloomy skies, crumbling cities, ruined lands, and incessant rains. The rain never stopped amidst the swelling tide. Individuals wore smiles even as they were drowned. Within the engulfing darkness, I heard the distant rumble of thunder until a particular moment, lightning shattered the veil of night. Below the fractured sky, I saw her once more. Within a world of fading into oblivion, she elegantly swung her blade, eradicating the entire realm of dreams. I must admit that she has ventured far beyond our progress on this path. The elusive nihility beckons her towards self-annihilation, yet she subtly holds its reins. Perhaps she was prepared to confront the true enemy from the very beginning of her journey. Once I asked her about the purpose behind it all, but she remained silent. Was she at a loss for words, or did she already have an answer in mind? A note from a Doctor of Chaos. Acheron mentions that her companion was a nameless girl with a will stronger than Akivili, referring to Phoebus. Interesting. I missed that entirely. I love Honkai DeRailed streams. Yeah, this is how it always goes, man. We're getting absorbed on random lore dives here. This is how we operate, because I've got a vested interest in understanding the lore of things. So you know what? Maybe I could have been wrong then. Maybe Phoebus wasn't a Kiana variant, but that's who that's who Acheron's talking about. She refers to Stella. Is like she's referring to Phoebus, which would make sense. That actually makes a lot more sense in this context too. Unless Phoebus is a Kiana variant, but we wouldn't know that right now. Okay. Interesting. Anyways, we have plot today. Oh, it's a chocobo. I didn't think there were still some that got away. Explain. They are the thieves from the garden. They have long coveted this world, but had always been kept out. They finally got a chance thanks to your efforts. Unfortunately, they ran into Miss March, and their consciousness were plucked out one by one, reducing them to mere husks. What the fuck am I looking at? Those who were lucky enough to escape her drowned in the black tide, becoming these twisted figures. Why is it like a dog with a troll face? What? Her Kiana variant doesn't necessarily need to be from her planet. It could also coincide with how May only met Kiana after becoming her Sure. It could be. All we really know about Acheron's past necessarily is that she had versions of the Impact Third characters and they did not survive. That's sort of all we really know about it. As far as like what that actually looks like for the specifics of her story, I don't know. I still like the idea that Izumo followed a similar like history to Impact Third, except up to the point where like we hit the Thunders of Nagazora arc and then Kiana dies instead of being saved there. I like that idea a lot, but like honestly, the more I'm like reading over it, the less I'm convinced that that's entirely the case. It might have some similarities, sure, and there definitely is some, but like, I don't think that's entirely the thing. They look different from the usual Black Tide creatures. The reason has to do with our destination. Let us deal with these threats before us, then I'll reveal the answer to you. You really have no intention of fighting, do you? I have no grounds to assist you. Besides, the geniuses are still keeping a close eye on me. I wouldn't hate for anything I do to be misconstrued as provocation against you. Never mind. Clear the way. He's just being a petty bitch. Oh! Oh, I like the weird, like, snake thing. That's actually kind of neat. I like that thing. These are called Ichor Memo Sprites. Interesting. I like the headcanon that the entire Honkai verse is watched over and controlled by a higher dimensional version of Kiana from Guns N' Z, and the entire universe is just her living out her Yuri fanfics. the true will of Honkai was Guns N' Z Kiana living out all of her various sapphic fantasies. Let's go. I love that. I mean, we do know that, like, Girls Sea does exist in the broader multiverse, but, like, it also hasn't really been, like, mentioned or referenced that often. Though as far as, like, other games in the Honkai series are concerned, it is the one that has the closest history to Impact Third. It's diverged quite a bit since then, but it does have, like, at least the early history of it is largely the same. Bravo! Truly remarkable. Let's get back to our previous topic. These Memo Snatchers attempted to infiltrate the breeding ground of the Black Tide to steal Iron Tomb's memories. That sounds like a surefire way of destroying themselves. Well, our views differ on that. They had a chance to reach the truth precisely because they did not fear death. That feudal world bearer turned himself into a seal in this cycle, attempting to suppress the Black Tide's spread. His golden blood soaked into the ocean tides and covered the earth, etching the scar of destruction into this world. And that scar shall point the way forward for you. Erudition, destruction, remembrance. When the three paths cross once again, Amphoria shall face the most magnificent end. Uh-huh. Bit of a yawn there. Okay, what do we got over here? Dawn Cloud. I have witnessed 30 million futile ends atop this cliff. You may not agree with me, but I've always believed that this number has made me the person who understands Kaslana the most. This is also where he decapitated me on that day and pointed his sword at the Aeon of destruction. He suffered a tragic defeat, but also achieved a legendary deed. A drop of burning golden blood, the blood that will cleanse the world, dripped from the god's wound. Oh, that's actually relevant? I didn't think that was going to be relevant. Here's Mei Senpai, but if I died. Here's Mei Senpai if I lived. And here's Mei Senpai with me if I was a guy. Here's Mei Senpai if I was a pink thing that should take her away from me. Yeah, you know what? I can see it. Absolutely can see that. Kiana would. She's very, like... I mean, Aeon of Sapphic Yearning is absolutely correct. That's absolutely how she is. I can see it. Nanook. Finally managed to hurt them? Yes. It melded into Kaslana's body, becoming the destruction's final blessing. If you wish to dispel the fog and find that Evernight, then go and awaken his fury. She hides in the crevices of time in the most concealed corners of Amphorius. Only the most ferocious will can break through the memory zone and illuminate her footsteps. Just like how the blazing sun can only rise at the end of the Evernight. How do I know this won't be another trick of yours? I have nothing to gain from helping you two work together. But in this cycle, Kaslana never answered my calls. Oh man, it's a shame. He left you on red, huh? He ignored your calls? Perhaps his mind has already eroded away. Or perhaps he is still awake, still fighting the whispers of the Black Tide. Deep down, I only wish that you and the esteemed Stella could bring me an answer. He's like, what happened to my boy? What happened to my favorite boy? He didn't answer my phone calls anymore. That, you know what? That's really what Legacy's plan was, wasn't it? He yearned for the enemies to lovers arc with Kaslana. That's what he really wanted. That's the real thing. But now he got dumped and he's mad. Is there really no other way? How long has it been for you? Kaslana. Finon. I'm back. What? My puppy stopped coming when I called for him. Yep. Oh, Hyacinth's talking to us. Okay. The moment you took the world upon your shoulders without hesitation, you lost the chance to ever be yourself. Duty does not drive you to wield your blade, but hate. Behind that hatred, you seem to desire the destruction of the self. Losses are a constant on the Flame Chase journey. What you stand to lose weighs far heavier than life itself. It is because you suffer that you are so much stronger than any ordinary person. Are we gonna actually see Kevin? Stella, Donhong. Hey! Kevin! I knew you'd come back inevitably. You still remember us. Those two names are like brands. Then I'll tell you that those two names only appeared for a blink of an eye in your long journey. But we once fought together to protect this holy city beneath our feet. And we witnessed each other's resolve at this very cliff. You're extraordinary because you suffered. Bitch, I could punch God! Exactly. I have forgotten everything except the belief I had when I set off. Even this body is as alien to me as your words. All I know is that I must imprison the destruction that swallows all. What if I tell you that we're here for the same thing? Look at what this world has become. You know what it's waiting for. Even if you've forgotten everything, I still believe that you'll make the right choice. You did in the past. Honkai Trauma Train! Yeah! That'll be whenever I do like lore videos again. We'll talk about the sadness of it. And we can just call it the Honkai Trauma Train. Easy. Choo-choo. Find out punch God's God from his perspective. Yeah, you know what? You're right though. You're absolutely correct. God squared. God 2 Electric Boogaloo. When have we ever had a choice? When were we ever masters of this world's fate? Even though I shoulder the dreams of millions of lives, I can only forge the destruction's evil will. No. Everyone I know is dead, and the world I dared to save has been torn to pieces. That's a true Caslana line. Let's go. True Kevin. I always knew it'd end up this way for you. I always knew it would be. Everyone you know, all your friends are dead. And the world you knew is dead. And only you and your mission remain. As I knew it would be. Such is the fates of all Caslanas. So be gone. This body never existed to carry out deliverance. There's no need to be so serious. Oh? Is it boyfriend? So angsty, yeah. Sorry, I had a really long nap, and all the bad memories woke up first. Oh no, this is just Finan's other form. Never mind. Man, I was hoping that boyfriend would show up just to bring him back from the brink. Damn it. Long time no see, partner. Well, it was only a brief farewell for me. We once walked side by side and trusted each other to watch our backs. That memory will never fade away, even if all else does. Everyone and everything I've ever known and loved is dead, yet I keep moving forward. Cue the Evangelion clapping congratulations scene. You successfully inherited the Caslana trauma. Yeah. Dude, I knew way back in the very beginning of Euphorius, I was like, there is no fucking way that he has a happy ending. Like, I knew. Like, Finan is gonna have a sad fucking life. It's just gonna have to be. And I was right. I was absolutely right from the very beginning of that. There's no way he gets a happy ending. And because it was so precious and hidden so deep in my heart, it needed more time to wake up. Trailblazing. What an interesting concept. Surely on your words, that is also a titan revered by the masses. There's no need to further confirm your resolve. Today we inherit the duty of the gods, safeguarding the inhabitants of Euphorius. Stand with me and become heroes. Did you hear that? Heroes. I've never forgotten the weight of that word. Even though I am no longer a hero, and the only thing remaining in me is the boundless flames of wrath. But lighting a fire can also illuminate the path ahead. Everyone I know is dead, and the world I dared to save has been torn to pieces. But there is still a group of heroes that I know, and they will bring the true tomorrow to Emporius. The distorted version of the BGM kills me every time. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. This body never existed to carry out deliverance. It only ever burned for the world bearing. Oh, world bearing now means trailblaze. Interesting. So, I'm going to head towards tomorrow first. Don't make me wait too long, Don Hong. Stella. Deal. What if we were born from destruction? There is no need to question your heart, no need to crave victory. If I am born to be a vessel of sin, then I shall roar at evil and trailblaze a dawn for future generations to come. Really gives out the feel of burnt up hope and conviction. Like all of your fire has flashed out and all that remains is sheer persistence. Yeah, I agree. It works very well for this scene quite a bit. A little baby dromesis, that's kind of fun. To the other side of the night. Damn! So much for the grove, Jesus. You know that the dawn is there, and the blazing sun destined to rise. Spite wins? Oh yeah. Oh, and actually gonna pitch a fucking fit. Yeah, absolutely. He's like, you did what to my office? You did fucking what? It won't be too long before our paths cross again. There is a ruckus coming from the Grove of Epiphany. It's time for you to set out, my lord. I have another notice for you. In this cycle, an eccentric demigod deviated from their flame-chased destiny. You nuked where now? Dude, he'd be so pissed. He'd be like, you son of a bitch! In a history known by none, Terravox, the Earth, fell. This matter has remained extremely mysterious, contradicting the extrapolations of 30 million cycles. I have reasons to suspect it is also something to do with Lady Evernight. As of now, clues that yield no conclusions are not important. Finan already pointed me in the right direction. Open the way. Zendar sent Don Hong to the Exomyth. Okay, what are you doing, Legus? Lord Don Hong is gone. You can now speak your mind, Lord Anaxa. He's like, yeah, you're mad about this, aren't you? Thanks for the honor. And here I thought you weren't ever going to acknowledge your old friend. The Inspiration Circus recorded that you had led me up Dawncloud countless times. And the last time was right in the previous cycle. Oh, and Kefli even lowered their hand to welcome. Surely you didn't move into my head to browse such trivial content. But if that's the case, I wouldn't mind recalling some fun Dromas trivia for your pleasure. You seem pretty relaxed.
Indeed. The experiment's variable will be eliminated by my enemy's very hands. A beautiful way to kill two birds with one stone, isn't it? You know very well that everything I said about the Remembrance Pathfinder was true. Both my hypothesis regarding her identity and my recommendations to Lord Dan Heng. Yes, I know. You haven't told a single lie so far. But I noticed your thoughts would generate a curious ripple whenever you mentioned her. It's almost like you were deliberately trying to hide something into the depths of your brain. Since you're talking in such a blunt way, I'm assuming you haven't actually found any concrete evidence? That's correct. Thanks to that mechanical body, you can control the boundaries of your thoughts, opting to only show partial truths. Pity that I still managed to grasp a shiver of fear that escaped your control, and I traced it upstream to discover one single word. Lycurgus, tell me, what is the demiurge? The Why do I know that? Why do I know what that is? Where have we seen that mentioned before? The demiurge. What is that? I'm assuming they'll tell us again, but I feel like we've definitely seen that term before. Weird. Ooh, that's pretty. I like that. The grove. Even the branches and leaves of the sacred tree have been dyed gold. Fanon gave his all for Stella. Now that the destruction has quelled the Memoria tide, it's time for me to go deeper into the grove. Yep, into the Erd tree we go. I mean, what? We gotta set it all on fire. What? Awoo! Who's there? Why are all of you here? I'm pretty sure you guys were not in this space beforehand. Let's look like the Dromus is having a good time. Also, goddamn! The motherfuckers are muscular as shit. Look at that. Goddamn. Were they always this muscular? I found I made a Grovussy. Gross. Disgusting. I hate that. That fiery blaze engulfed the grove and woke all creatures from their slumber. And you, visitor from beyond the sky, you have no intention of listening to the cries of the earth. You are... Are you surprised? Demigods with golden blood are not solely linked to Kephali's children. Is it not natural that the offspring of Georios would take on their duty? I am Terravox, Avatar of the Earth, divine protector of the myriad living beings. What a coincidence. I was just told by someone to watch out for you. Answer me. Why would the Dromus King of the legends, the demigod who should have fallen, appear in a humanoid form? You already know the answer. Is the Transmutation Arcanum not precisely your specialty, descendant of the Permanents? How do you know about... Was it Evernight? Exactly. Thanks to her, I was able to escape into the Memoria Tide and disappear from the world's memories. So you didn't die. Your fall was just a lie. You cast aside your duty as a flame chaser and joined her. Why? To survive. For a Dromus, life is no more than an existence. The birds and beasts of this world have struggled to survive since time immemorial. Yet unlike humans, they are unable to live on in the world bearer's memories. But Evernight is the master of remembrance. And I saw your story in the Veil of Evernight. Vidyadhara, the Permanence, Dragon Transmutation, Resurrection. Okay. The path you choose to survive will lead to your death, demigod. And what of it? This body is soaked in filthy golden blood. The earth is hungry, and only the permanents can satisfy it. What do you hope to accomplish here exactly? Other than just being an asshole for Evernight's wishes. This bandit seems exactly like a Mara struck. Yeah, I mean, a bit. Man, I forgot how nice it is to hear Brunya's actual voice actress that I'm so used to hearing from Impact 3 do all the Bronyas over here. Feels good. Feels right. Also hearing May's voice is always nice too. Oh, what the fuck? Cloud Knights? How's that possible? Yeah, what the fuck? Why are there Cloud Knights here? Did Evernight pull those out of like her own memory, or was it out of Don Hong's memory? Weird. It's endless as the Memoria Tide returned. The fires of abomination reignite. Why not join the water-mirrored moon and be fully imbibed? I mean, whatever. This team can deal with this, though. I'm not too worried about it. If you guys actually manage to damage anybody at all, I'd be surprised. Go, Cypher. Kick some ass. And then Acheron can finish him off for me. Is this some disordered memory? Ugh. Oh no! The mists of the past shall drift away. What? Scatter, fade, turn to foam. I thought this was Blade for a second, but I don't think it is. It's probably Donfeng. Do you not remember me? After all, I am the heavy burden you must bear. How could I be so easily forsaken? Donfeng? Man, I was kind of hoping it was going to be Blade, just to come back here and torture Donhong some more. Just memory Blade here to cause problems. Is this another Memo Snatcher trick? Vidyadhara are supposed to forget the past during hatching rebirth, but the Preceptors interfered back then and allowed me to remain deep in your consciousness. If you do not wish to use that bloodstained name, you may call me Obliviated Memory. That's not necessary. Though we've long parted ways, I won't ever forget you. So, who is the giant? That is Amphorius' Earth demigod. He should be on our side. He was led astray and intends to seize the power of a dragon transmutation. The dragon descends upon the earth, and all beings look to it in reverence. You and I know that all life in the universe covets permanence. Except those that actually get it, because that's what fucking Impact 3 taught us, is that when they actually get it, it sucks ass. Just ask Senna and her entire war-torn, horrible planet where everyone is in war and goes into madness and no one can ever escape or die. Just never-ending, constant fighting and horrible shit. They crave the idea of permanence, but not what it actually is. Are you trying to say I'll end up like you? One day you will, and as I see it, that day won't be far from the end of this journey. Let's move on to another topic. I have no intention of passing judgment on Donfeng. and I have even less desire to become entangled with him again. I only have one concern right now, bringing my companions back safely. You can either help me deal with these abominations, or return to the shadows of memory, Danfeng. Alright. These filthy remnants of the Memoria Tide still run rampant. Let me accompany you through these ruins. You could use the help. And presumably, that giant who craves the power of dragons won't just let things rest. Do as you please. I'm moving ahead. It still bothers me that he doesn't have a dragon tail. I'm glad that, like, the new Danhong will. Speaking of Terravox, his aggression just now is probably a distraction. His madness is plain as day. I agree. I mean, if you say so. Bug! It's a love bug. Those things mean, that means something very different here in, like, the southeastern US. They're these, like, gross little black bugs that, like, kind of latch onto each other during, like, mating season. And they're fucking everywhere. I had them, like, fly in my mouth once. It was disgusting. They're, like, the worst things. Do not like those things. Oh, hi, Tribby. Phew, it's all good now. Genesis' blessing is full, and a hidden passage can be used again. Now the Imperator's legions can launch a surprise attack from the grove. Who knows if Terravox will be able to succeed? Huh? Who is this warrior? Lady Tribius. I am Danhong, Stella's companion. Danhong, nice to meet you. I didn't realize Stella had more companions in addition to little Cyrene. Little is right. Girl is tiny. There is no need to elaborate further. They are merely a collection of your memories, just like me. No, if they were my memories, they would recognize me. Danhong. Even though we don't know you, we still ask you to get somewhere safe. A terrible battle is about to break out here. Hyslins, I mean Dux Thadiorum, is not far ahead. The evacuation efforts are almost over, so go now, or it might be too late. Hyslins. I see. In that case, I'll go for her now. Thank you. No problem. We need to go deliver some messages, so we'll be off. Please take care, Danhong. Memories, crazed ramblings. What do you think? It's too early to reach a conclusion, but this memory is most definitely not mine. There are two possibilities. This memory either belongs to Terravox or it belongs to Stella, the person you're desperately looking for. But the probability of the latter is very low. You should know better than I do. After that final battle, even the first genius could determine where she went. Correct. But the conversation I just had gave me an idea. Let's forget Evernight for now. In the Vortex of Genesis, there was someone else who went missing alongside Stella. I still have a chance to make contact with her. And the way I'll do it is right here in the grove. Also, I guess this is like a new version of the grove with like new chests and stuff, so that should be fun. You gonna make me solve these again? Yeah, they're gonna make me solve it. Oh, stay back, you cursed beast. I think it'll be okay. Alright, where's the dead guy at? Oh, single sign of movement here. Probably just echoes of the Memoria Tide. Man, I gotta go through, like, the trouble of finding all the fucking memo bugs or whatever. I have not found all of those, and it's gonna be such a pain in the ass to find them. I might just, like, use some guides to go back through at some point in time and just find all of those things and be done with it. There's not, like, a huge reason to do that, but you felt that one took forever? I fucking bet. I did that with the, with the origami birds and Penacony, and that took for fucking ever to do. It was a nightmare. Look who it is. It's the water splashing poser. Didn't think I'd catch you here. Are you the spirit thief, Bartolos? You can't get past this. I see. Thank you for the advice. Backlot and magic will take it from here. Save your energy for the important stuff. This is a piece of cake. Leave it to yours truly. Free Jades? Yeah, I guess so. But out of your voice. It's all because of that crazy lady with the pink hair and red eyes. In order to stop her from monitoring me, I sealed my voice. Hee. Sure. I'll leave it to you. There are plenty of ways to get through here. It's time for me to show you what I can do. What the fuck? What do you mean? Also, welcome to the stream. Oh, weird. What does this do? Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, there's a piggy. Huh. Well, time to mess with the weird warping butthole thing. Oh! I get to control Bartolos this time? That's actually kind of rad. Bartolos can devour treasures. Get close to treasure and press the devour button to instantly receive the rewards. Oh! Interesting. Okay. Hold down the attack button to continuously fire bubble shots so you can lock on target. Huh. Okay, I can figure that out. Weird. Well, let me just eat this. Okay. That's kind of fun. Zagreus' divine power. That's a fun achievement. I like that. You know, Evernight, I don't think your Memo sprites are particularly very strong if I can just easily destroy them like this. Flying and... Okay, so just shoot the pigs to get the coins. That's not so bad. Consume the rest of it. Little chimera, that's fun. Onwards we go. You know, of all things I thought Sora would do, this was not what I expected, honestly. Also, yeah, give me the little bug. Yep, whatever you are, I'm gonna grab you real fast. Also, I really like this box. This is really nice. Like, the little, like, the aesthetics of that, like all the little wood things, that's really cool. That's good. I like that. Huh. What? You can be the one to eat the chest now. I know, it's kind of great. Okay. That's weird. Also, I can just fly, which I didn't realize I could do. What is the point of this? What does that do? Okay. It might have something to do with, like, if we were to change the orientation of the world or whatever. Like what we did with the other stuff. It's probably something to do with that. So let's wander over here. See if there's anything else up here we missed. And we came up this way, so we shouldn't need to do that. And this has a little, like, thing. Okay. Can I activate this really fast or no? Yes, yes. Exit this because I want to check something. The show's been activated. You can use it. Okay, so that just enhanced my stuff. It didn't change anything. Okay. Can I shoot that thing in the water? I didn't think they'd animate that. That's actually hilarious. I didn't think they would animate that. Okay, so I just used that. Shoot for a swing for a few seconds. Is there really? Well, let's go. This is fine. Fluid dynamics missing. I love that, actually. That's really funny. Can I get more of these things, please? Or no? I guess I can just go and do this. You know, Evernight, I don't think your movement sprites are particularly very strong. Seems like they're, not doing very good. Spirit water leak fixed. Is that what we call fixed? Are we sure? I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure if fixed is the word I would use, but sure. Oh, I'm gonna go consume that. Let's go. Devour the chest. I didn't think this would be a thing we'd ever get to do. This is kind of fun. I love this. Eat that thing. Honestly, this is like sort of like a blessing because having to go look for all of this shit is so awful. Like legitimately, all like the different like multi-tiered areas, all the weird puzzle stuff we've had to do is so obnoxious sometimes. We're just trying to get it done. Okay, I guess I'll go and do this. Wait, I don't even have to do that? I can just finish it? Wait, really? I can just do that? Huh. Weird. So weird. Alright, I guess we'll grab this, power myself up, and we'll go down. What you got? Okay. We're here. Now it's time to awaken the person we're looking for. A pool of spirit water. I see. You plan to resonate with the waters of this world. Compared to the currents in my home, the waters of Furious are rather untamed. Subduing the waters wasn't easy, but I've gotten the hang of it now. Under the raucous steps of their frenzied dance, the roar of celebration, call forth the spirit water's memories. How incredible. There are still survivors in Amphorius, and this one even knows how to use the arts of water.
Oh yeah, these two have like never met, have they?
Very good. It's nice to meet the ocean demigod, Lady Hysolins. A green dragonfish. Are you Dan Hong? I hope I've remembered your name correctly. Dragonfish, that's great. Scale Gorge Waterscape is your home, isn't it? In Stella's memories, I saw you two standing side by side. Dunhung wasn't there for any of this, and the last cycle. Yeah, I thought so. He was kind of like MIA, so he's not met her at all. That's fortunate. It means I won't have to introduce myself. I can get straight to the point. Tell me, where are Evernight and Stella? The strangers snatched away the deliverer right before my eyes. I commanded the waters to surge after them, but layered cliffs blocked the water's current. You must be careful. Earth has abandoned the Flame Chase mission. Their Terrafox still lives. They are not an ally of the Trailblaze. That's no surprise. I've already exchanged blows with that mad demigod. I didn't think the worst would still come to pass. He also intends to get his hands on a dangerous power. As his comrade in arms, do you know what his goal is? Terravox has only ever cared for the life born from this soil. If they cover powers from beyond the sky, I suppose it's out of the same care. Even so, their behavior is far too unusual. I presume they wouldn't have made such drastic and irreversible decision if they had not exhausted all their means. But embracing the permanence may result in even more misfortune. Yeah, no shit. No shit. Impactor made that very, very clear. While I admire that demigod's willpower, my position has not changed. It seems that if I want to find Evernight, I will have to confront Earth. Since my opponent has already turned into a vicious beast, what I do won't weigh on my conscience. Then allow my specter to accompany you, Lord Danhong. As the demigod who witnessed the end of this world, at least let me sing an elegy for my last comrade. That doesn't sound like something you would normally say. What I do won't weigh on my conscience. I can certainly guess what you mean by that. I will never hesitate for my companions. I am a nameless, and what I'm going to do is defend all the hopes that are on the verge of fading away. Then I misspoke. That is exactly how the guard of the Astral Express should act. If you please, Lady Hysolins. Hold on to this current, and it still carries the warmth of Grey Fry. I love it's like Grey Fry and Dragonfish. That's great. Hopefully it will lead to the depths where our companion is hidden. Flap. Oh look, more memory people who died. Can I just like rapidly kill these dudes with Evernight, or not Ever, with Acheron, or do I have to actually fight them? Electra, is that you? Oh yeah, that is her like actual name. Who is that? You're right on time. Let the ocean sink into the Memoria tide. I mean, she's a fish, so she's kind of close to you, right? Become part of the sacrifice to resurrect the Earth. Man, these are really cool designed enemies. Like, these weird, like, snake serpent monsters, I love that. That's actually a really cool design. Very, very cool. Like to see it. Okay. Whoa. You are me, are us. Join us from permanence, gain eternal life. Yeah, no, it's not good, man. The permanence eternal life is not good. It is a bad time. It is a miserable, miserable time. You do not want that. Ew, creepy trippy. Well, the Memo Snatchers might be pretending to be our friends, but you guys are still creepy. It is kind of like a really fucked up thing that, like, those enemies are just the Memo Snatchers, like, last vestiges of their consciousness. Like, that is kind of fucked up in its own way, isn't it? Alright, let's catch the little bug. Hey, come here, you. Put the face on the thing. That's good. And I haven't seen one of these things in ages. Okay, so... what does the orange button thing do? Does that turn off the... it must turn off the thing. Okay. Okay, that doesn't work. Hope you like them. Yeah, this... well, that clearly is what we have to do here. Okay, there we go. We got it. We had to use it in the opposite direction I thought we had to. I don't, like, hate these things. They are, like, sometimes they're very difficult, but I don't really hate them all that much. They're a little hard, but they're not, like, that bad. As far as, like, puzzle things are concerned, it's a decent enough challenge. They're not like the ball thing, like the dropping, you know what I'm talking about, right? It's like the, what is the word for that? The divination ball puzzle, which is just kind of a joke. I don't know why we even have those. Throw yourself into the forge. Merge as one. Cast him into the fire furnace. Yeah, I could do that, but I'm gonna ignore you guys. I have other stuff to collect. Thanks. Ooh, evil Lady Hyacinth. Oh, they make little, like, chicken, or no, turkey gobble noises. That's hilarious. I love that, actually. You're having Cypher tell me not to run from her fate? Come on. Videoter might not even be considered people if we did not resort to beastly actions. What? From the High Preceptors. Why did Don Feng choose me? Long Scion, fall into oblivion. I mean, Long has plenty of Scions, not just Don Hong. But the Memoria tide surges violently. Hold on, and don't let your focus... whatever. It's really weird seeing, like, Bailu and other characters who are not related to Amphorius just kind of show up here. That's a bit weird. it's a little strange. I know why they're here, but it does feel odd. It's kind of like that thing a while back when we were going through, oh, what was it? It was some, like, event thing or whatever, and we did, like, the history of, like, a hero or something who died, but, like, they used, like, the Belobog, like, Frozen Fields, this thing, but they put this Lawfu, like, Mara-struck Cloud Knight in the middle of, like, Belobog, and I'm like, wait a minute. That feels weird to look at. I don't remember the full context of that anymore because it was so long ago, but, like, yeah. It's weird. Thanks for the bug. Also, I have no idea what the point of this is. Oh, there's Blade. I knew he'd show up inevitably. Oh, goodbye, Spirit Blade. You're decidedly not as scary as the actual Blade, but even he's not all that scary. Thwap. Thwap. It was for the flashbacks for the guy from Belobog who had the cursed sword. Yeah, that one. Yeah, where he was like the Mara-struck dude. It was so weird to like see that though, right? Like just seeing like a Mara-struck enemy showing up in Belobog, and I'm like, wait a minute, what? But I don't think it was supposed to be entirely like Eurilo 6. I think it was just like a planet they were using Eurilo 6 as like the stand-in for it or something. But like, still, it was very jarring to see that a little bit. I was like, wait a fucking second. Phantoms haunting you are indeed here to bring about your demise. Well, I mean, they could try, but like, whatever. Is it better than, is this Britain? No, it's not. That actually is fucking hilarious. That's one of my favorite things I think this game has ever done. Is this Britain? My boy did not go through 33 million cycles just to be from fucking Britain. What do you mean? What do you mean? Keanu's supposed to be like German, I think? Kinda? Isn't that right? Isn't Keanu technically German? Like Mei is from Japan, Bronny is Russian. Gay and European! Yeah. It's unusually quiet here compared to before. Keanu's German, yeah, I thought she was. Don't let your guard down. The Memoria Tide has become even more violent. Is that... It's kind of weird to think about like how diverse the like Impact Third cast really is. Like Kiana is German, or at least partially German. Rita is British. And then Mei is Japanese. Bronny is Russian. Susanna's from like the Middle East somewhere. I forget exactly where. She's like Middle Eastern. And then you have Sushong and Fuqua, who were like ancient Chinese. And then, oh god, who else? Who else? There's so many other characters. Einstein and Tesla are like, they're not really American either, are they? Welt's American, I think. Oh no, he's not. He was in Germany too. Never mind. They just worked in America for a while. Do we have any Americans at all? Are there any Americans in Impact Third? I don't know that there are. And I'm thinking about it. I'm like, I don't think there are any, actually. They just operate over there. Welt's Finnish. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, Welt's not from that. So... Are there any Americans at all? Huh. I've never really thought about that until now. I don't know where the hell anybody's from anymore. The heart's exploding. The world is ending. Yeah. Whatever, bug. Cyrene was from Belarus, as were a lot of her friends. Otto is some European thing. He's definitely not American. I forget where Otto's exactly from. Interesting looking wine jar. Was it Bai Hong who brought it? It's a specialty from Thalassa, that she brought and left here just for the gathering. But she herself didn't come. Wait, why is there like a little pathway over here? Do I need to go this direction? What is this way? Oh, there's more puzzles. Yeah, open up. I got puzzles to solve. Okay. Let me get my mouse for this one. Alright. This is probably going to be like that. And I don't know about that one yet. This goes like this. This goes like this. Maybe it's more like this. Yeah, there it is. I figured it out. Thank you. The only character interpreter that could be American is maybe Kevin. Yeah, like, the difficult thing about, like, any of the Flame Chasers is, like, they're not really from any continent that, like, really tracks. I mean, like, they do say, like, Ellie is from, like, a sort of, like, Russian place. So there's, I guess, like, vaguely there are continents and things that do exist. But they also have, like, the Mu continent, which is, like, not a thing that exists in the main timeline anymore. So, like, I feel like it's very difficult to argue that, like, any of the Flame Chasers have, like, any modern nationalities at all. Precursor nations. Yeah, something like that. Like, they just kind of, like, existed on, like, the Mu continent, and that was sort of, like, its own thing. That's where Ellie gets her name from, at least. Alright, let's go take a look at the map here. Because if it was Chinese, despite Fuhua being Fuhua, yeah. They do play it pretty fast and loose with that, don't they? Because, like, Fuhua, like, being, like, she is, like, pretty undeniably, like, Chinese is, like, the thing for Fuhua. Like, that is, like, she is, like, the Chinese culture representative and Impact Third in a lot of ways. So I suppose there is an argument to be made that at the very least, they do sort of intend for there to be some of the old, like, the recognizable countries to exist. Because, like, they do talk about it, like, if you listen to, like, some of the descriptions of the disasters from the previous era, they do talk about, like, cities like Sapphire, which shouldn't exist in the modern timeline, except it does. Sapphire was a city that was destroyed when Fuhua was in school, right? That's the Hersher of Thunder destroyed that originally. But, like, it's also, like, the city that's being destroyed at the beginning of the game. In the modern era. So, like, I suppose there's an argument to be made that all the countries and cities and whatever existed previously, exactly as they were, with the addition of the Mu continent and different cultures and languages. I guess. I don't know, man. It's weird. How Impact Third handles it is so strange. It is a very, very weird time. Like, Fuhua's some version of Chinese, but, like, you know. One character who's decidedly American. Oh? Who is our American character? I'm trying to think of any right now, and I can't think of any yet. Edison. Oh, yeah! Edison, who, like, never shows up at all. I forgot. An extremely minor character. Completely forgot about that. That's so funny. I mean, there's probably a few, like, of the, like, actual XPs and stuff who exist as, like, Americans, technically. Like, I'm certain that there's a few of those. But there's not, like, they don't really have any major bearing on the plot. Really at all. See, I don't think they're going to let me do anything with this until we get the Bartolos thing to do, huh? Yeah, there's supposed to be like a puzzle thing here, and they're not going to let me do that, so. I'm going to explore the rest of the map. Even though I have no reason to do this right now, but I'm going to do it anyway, because fuck it. I do what I want. Ooh, it's spooky. What is the point of, like, fixing these things? Wait. Well, wait. What? What are we waiting on? What are we waiting for? Another person who might be American? Alright. Lay it on me. Who you got? Next time we stream Impact Third, I might. Carol? Yeah, I was thinking that earlier. Like you have Lewis Peppers, who we know fought during the second Honkai War. She's like a Schicksal Valkyrie, but I don't think they've mentioned where Lewis is from. And Carol, she's... I don't know what Carol is. Like, we don't know much about Carol's, like, history, I don't think. I don't think I can check to see. Maybe they specify. In fact, you know what, actually? Because I'm curious. I'm going to look this up right now. Alright, Carol. Where are you from? Carol Pepper. Been doing searches? Yeah. Schicksal Squad 3. Schicksal Valkyrie. Yeah, okay, whatever. Lewis is... Yeah, they don't really give us much. Manga story. She's the leader of the ground forces of Schicksal in northern Germany. So, there's that. But at the time, the Schicksal, like hub, I guess, is like a floating city over the Mediterranean, so that doesn't really mean anything. We hear Lewis call Rita to hear about Carol, who lied to her about going to her aunt's house with her father, instead running off to England, where she had been posing as Kitty and had met with Susanna, Alvatir, Susang, Rita, and Dudendal. Revealing her daughter's identity, she had to go home by a special transport arranged by Schicksal. So how does Carol run away to England then? Unless they're, like, still living at, like, the Schicksal base floating above the Mediterranean. Yeah, I don't think they ever really specified, like, where Lewis or Carol are from. But, I mean, I'm fine with him being American. I'm okay with that. I have no issues with that. Unless the game says otherwise, I have no issues with that at all. A bit impractical that a girl like Carol could run away from America specifically and get all the way to England with no problems at all, but, like, you know. It's not enough for soldiers to be stationed way outside their home nation, especially the American ones. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong there. Like, you're absolutely correct. And we know that, like, Schicksal Valkyries do live kind of, like, on base anyway. Like, we know that that's, like, a thing that happens. So it's not, like, that strange or unusual, really. I don't know. I mean, we still got, like, a lot of information for a post on Cudacy 3, inevitably, whenever that, at some point in time, happens. So maybe we'll learn more about Carol's backstory, because I don't think 1 or 2 ever specified it. Not really, anyways. You know, I still have, like, a lot of questions about posts on Cudacy. Like, we don't really know who all the squads are, but we know Dundal and Rita run one, and I think there's a good chance that like Susanna runs one, that she's like either still on, but is like, well, I think it's Squad 1 that's Dundal's, and she works under Dundal on Squad 1, or she runs her own squad. Because I think that's like a natural progression of her character arc, that she like, the incompetent, always fucking up Susanna becomes like a captain of her own squad. I feel like that makes a lot of sense for her as like a character arc. But also her like working under Dundal would make some sense too, still, if she doesn't get that confidence. We know that Veliona is like the original leader of Squad 2. So there's that. Don't know much about Susanna. What I do know about her, I wouldn't put her in charge of lunches. Yeah, like Susanna's like whole arc right now is that like she was originally a Valkyrie. She's from the Middle East, and she used to be on like the Phosgens, and then they kind of used her as like a sort of like gimmick character, and then she is a part of like the Immortal Blades under Dundal and Rita. But she's like sort of like a technician for the most part. Like she has like a geology background. She's sort of like an engineer and technician, so she's not really put in charge of like a whole lot of anything other than like sort of like your basic things. But I do think that like they've also established, especially towards the end of part 1, that like Susanna's like not a fuck up really. It's her own confidence that really is like the bigger issue for her. Like they kind of let her alone for a while, and she managed to like fight on the same level as an S-rank Valkyrie when she wasn't worried about performance and testing scores and stuff. And by Post-Honkai Odyssey 2, or when Post-Honkai Odyssey starts, we do know that she's running like the YouTube channel for Shixal, and she's running like the Susanna and Stan account, where they're doing like sort of training and promotional videos, and she runs and edits a lot of those things for Shixal. But whether or not she's in charge of her own squad, I don't know, but I feel like it would be like a good progression for her character arc to be like, yeah, this girl who has no confidence in herself at all, but has the skills to do it, inevitably overcomes a confidence issue and has a squad that she leads. I think that would make a lot of sense for her character arc. Whether or not they do that, I don't know. They wouldn't put Sushang in charge of one because she's too much of like an aimless wanderer to really do that. I don't think she'd stick around long enough to like lead a squad. She's more of like a Shixal consultant than anything else. But that's kind of it really, I think. I've seen this farewell more than once in my dreams. The previous life is just an immersion to a newly born Vidyadhara. You know rationally that these are your memories, but it doesn't feel like you've experienced them yourself. I use dragon transmutation for selfish reasons, and close friends turned to enemies. You probably want to ask me if it was worth it. The military affairs office is placing more importance on Yu Chui's battle this time. Liao Qing called her back for a patrol mission. Some people are born with adventure in their blood and can't stop for even a moment. No matter, I'll drink her portion for her. Oh hey, it's Blade, kinda. We're already toasting. Why don't we wait for Donfeng? As always, the High Elder has endless meetings with the preceptors that he can't get away from. Let's not wait on him. Ha! Isn't this just water? Ha! Huh. I don't know how to respond to this, honestly. Oh, they swapped out some of Jingliu's textures too. That's not her eyes. Or is it? I guess I'm so used to not seeing her eyes at all. I kind of forgot what her eyes look like. That's so weird. I don't know how to feel about that. Huh. I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know. I'll relay her exact words. It is a mistake to drink too much before a battle, so I'll leave a jar of spring water from Thalas's Crystal Palace. Can't stand it. Cheerful and happy Blade and Jingliu give me the heebie-jeebies. Yeah, it's a little uncanny, isn't it? That's a bit odd. She said that wine only has flavor after a triumphant return. Why didn't you say so earlier? I didn't want to go along with her, but she insisted on seeing your expression after your first sip. Any gift from a friend, whether it's water or wine, is rich in flavor all the same. Though, in English, Alma does a great job showing her happier Jingli. I mean, yeah, Alma does a great job as a voice actress. Like, I feel like, and I've said this before, I've never really had a problem with the English direction for Star Rail. I feel like Star Rail's English voice cast generally does pretty well. They have a pretty good direction for a lot of their character acting. Do all the voices work? Do all the performances work? Not necessarily, but I do think that, like, their English cast does surprisingly well. A lot better than Genshin does, that's for sure. Genshin's is bad. Genshin's is really, really bad. But, like, Star Rail's is actually pretty solid. Got it installed. You should switch it real quick and see her replay her lines. I don't know if I can right here, can I? Oh, I totally can. Yeah. Let's switch that back over and listen to it then. All right, let's see what she has to say here.
I'll relay her exact words. It is a mistake to drink too much before a battle, so I'll leave a jar of spring water from Thalassa's Crystal Palace. She said that wine only has flavor after a triumphant return.
Yeah, that sounds right. That's Amma. That is good.
I didn't want to go along with her, but she insisted on seeing your expression after your first sip.
Yeah, that's not bad. That sounds about right. That's very different from what we're used to seeing from Jingli, though. It's definitely a little odd. She doesn't sound so broken. Yeah.
As always, the High Elder has endless meetings with the preceptors that he can't get away from. Let's not wait on him.
Huh.
Isn't this just water?
I actually kind of like that delivery. That's actually really funny. That's not bad.
Why didn't you say so earlier?
I kind of like that. Not terrible. But yeah. There's some more good lines here. That's funny. Maybe we'll leave it for this for the moment. Just so we can hear how it sounds. I'm very curious.
I see you still speak as if every sentence must add something of profound value.
Okay, he sounds very pissed off.
I see you still speak as if every sentence must add something of profound value.
The second line again. Good.
Ah, you're just in time. The punishment for making us all wait should be 3 cups of wine.
Oh no. Let's see what this is.
Spare me, please. I've already suffered enough next to the ancient sea. I've convinced the preceptors. Vidyadhara, Cloudhim Magi will join the battle on the front lines, and our armies will fight side by side.
You know what's interesting here is that his English voice actor for like the delivery for Don Fung here sounds a lot more like how Blade sounds when he's like after all the shit goes down. Like, he sounds a lot closer to like that in my mind. It's a great job too. Yeah, I think he does a great job. But it is kind of, I find it kind of interesting that like his delivery and tone almost evokes like a reminiscence of Blade's voice. It's more like, you know, dark, gravelly and whatever. Like, it just feels a little bit more like pissed off. Whereas like now Blade doesn't quite sound like that entirely, which is interesting.
It seems like you can now carry out your plan for dealing with the Kitu Mirage, Jingyue.
Thank you for standing your ground against the dissenters, Dongfeng.
I saw you. Good to see you again.
I never thought those preceptors would ever relent. After all of this, countless Vidyadhara.
God, seeing Jingliu, like, eyes unwrapped and smiling, that's so unnerving.
Countless Vidyadhara will lose their lives, with no chance at a molting rebirth. We all
Oh man, you guys have consequences just like everyone else? Crazy.
But the Vidyadhara cannot become a part of the Alliance's destiny if we do not share in its joys and sorrows.
Funny as it is, she's a lot less intimidating now.
Bystanders to
A little bit, yeah. She's not aura farming as much, so that's why.
That is something we all understand as well. That is also why we've gathered here. Come, raise your cups. This toast is not for bidding farewell to each other, but for honoring the soldiers who will not return, for honoring our companions.
I am very amused that they did do like a texture swap for them. Just for a couple of things, just to indicate that these are different people. I do find that kind of funny. Not a very hard thing to do, but still. Oh. I must go. My people need me.
Apologies. My reckless plan must have put a lot of pressure on you.
Nonsense. If our positions were flipped, you'd support me no matter how reckless my plan was. Right.
Man, I don't know how you do that with your voice. I don't think I could do that. Like, making your voice, like, as gravelly as that sounds, like, I can't do that. I don't know how to do that. I could try, but, like, I don't... Even if I could do that, I don't think it would last very long. Also, what are these pings I'm getting in Discord right now? What is all this? Somebody pinged me in my own thing here. Insane. What is that? Insane. What is that? What the fuck is that? I'm gonna have to ping him about that later. Post it in the media channel. What are you doing? Alright, let's swap this back over to Japanese so we can start powering through this again. Of course, but let's not try to be too reckless. When you make a decision like this, people will always ask, was it worth it? And you will always forever question yourself. Do you know how you will answer that question? God, I do find her eyes to be kind of weirdly unsettling. Like, they're a lot more piercing of a gaze than I feel like I had expected from her, honestly. I won't answer it. I'll prove it. That's right. My sword is my answer. Alright, talk to your boyfriend. Thank you, Danfang. Thank you, Jingyuan. Thank you, Jingliu. And thank you, Baihong, wherever you've run off to. It's kind of a shame we can't really see, like, Baihong's model. This line? Oh, you want to swap this one over to hear it? Let's see, English.
Thank you, Danfang. Thank you, Jingyuan. Oh, thank you, Jingliu. And thank you, Baihong, wherever you've run off to.
Okay. Seems like he's being semi-sarcastic.
How did you get drunk from spring water?
I'm just full of joy. It feels like I've just forged a divine
Let him be
weapon
skeeving out. He's too
with
chipper.
masterful craftsmanship.
Yeah, he is way too chipper. It is weird. That's a little bit unsettling. I don't think I like that.
I'd rather leave this world in a blaze than live until the end of time. That's what I always firmly believed in the past. But I never truly felt like I was alive until I met all of you.
God, that is weird. Oh, I don't know if I like that at all. That's weird.
Also, this does give us a little bit of insight about why Blade is the way he is, because he wants to die. And he says, I'd rather leave this world in a blaze than live until the end of time. And now he can't die. He's denied that one request. The one thing he believed, and he's been denied it. That's actually kind of, adds a nice layer of cruelty to his current situation.
Now, I wish more than anything that I could just live a bit longer.
Please just try to stab Don Hunger or something. Please! Exactly. Oh, that is so weird. Yeah, I think I'm with you, man. I don't know if I like that. That is odd. I don't think I like that at all. It's over. And you know exactly what happened to these 5 afterwards. So can you understand it now, after both Stella and March 7th have left you? Losing a dear friend with whom you've shared so much can never be considered a victory. It's a failure that torments you for the rest of your life. I could never accept that kind of fate. The VA's did great. It's the juxtaposition that makes me cringe. Yeah, exactly. It's not their fault. So, you made a decision. I was the one who used the Transmutation Arcanum. I was the one who swore to bring Baiheng back to life. And the one who brought everything past the point of no return, that was also me. Do you have any regrets, Dunfeng? Even if I could reverse time, I would not choose differently. And if it had to be Jingliu, Jingyuan, or even Yingxing, Yingxing? I can't pronounce that. Who died in battle? I'd still choose to do the same thing. Because only I can make that choice and protect all of this. Now, for the sake of your companions, for the sake of those 2 who walk alongside you, how much are you willing to sacrifice, Dana? If you level up in the Honkai universe, you get elf ears. I mean, this is true. I could. This is why Brazilian Coco has elf ears as a redeem. She's leveling up in the Honkai verse. That's why she's got it. Not that I have that model op right now, but you know. Can't redeem that one yet. Also, you know what I find funny about this? A lot of people complained about the Laofu's writing. They were like, yeah, it's not like super clear about it. And I do agree to some extent that like the writing of the Laofu was like really kind of like a mixed bag. And I'm very amused that they're taking the time now to better explain what actually happened with the 5 and Dunfeng's history. They're doing a much better time to like directly tell you what was going on, to explain this a little bit more clearly to you. Because they did not do that very well during the Laofu arc. I'm very, very amused at that. I think that's kind of funny. Everything. Your answer does not surprise me. They are more than just my companions. They are the path I took that led me to where I am now. They will also become the beacons for me when I am lost, leading me to the future, until my next reincarnation. Then let me see how you'll carry out your convictions. Let's leave this place and go settle things with that mad demigod. Sure. Also, there's monies! And bugs. Little Engie face, that's cute. It's adorable. The garment maker. Kind of weird seeing that thing now when everyone's, you know, dead. Let's go grab the other bug I just saw, the one that's down here. I'm thirsty.
So story arc is long. I mean, yeah, and Furious has been going for a long fucking time. I'm pretty sure that, like, even when Penacony and the Lawful were going, they weren't this long. This has been like a year, or maybe, I mean, how long has it been? Like a year's worth of content that's just been in Furious? Like, there's a lot of shit involved in this. Oh, hang on. Give me that. Let's go! We can actually make more progress now. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, having Infurious last this long does get them more time to work on other things. The same with, like, what Genshin stuff takes forever to get through. With so much dialogue, is it's just to drag things out a bit while they're working on the next thing. They don't really have that problem in Impact 3rd because the new locations are usually, like, a little bit smaller and easier contained. They're not nearly as, like large as this is. Alright, Terravox, where did you go, buddy? Because I'm gonna have to kick your ass. I'm gonna have to break your neck. It's just the way it is. I'm just the messenger. This campaign has been far too cruel. Oh yes, it's for Ginny and Apollo. Seismic walking dragon, history shall remember you as a Titan Slayer. Alright. Memories intersect, another betrayal, another catastrophe. I see the destination the destruction points to. Golden blood is gurgling out. It's almost like a heart has burst open. Alright, Terravox. As expected, someone's been waiting for us. It's you? They are here. The scion of permanence and your old comrade in arms. Terravox, my old friend, indulge yourself. Let this Memoria tide swallow everything. Be prepared for the worst, Lord Danhan. This mountain dweller must not be underestimated. Geocles the Mountain Breaker, Earth's Dromus Rider. It's been a while. Mountain Breaker? He's not Terravox? I remember you, little fish, and your despicable master. Hey. Ceredra's pretty fucking rad, alright? We like Ceredra here. I didn't think you were still alive. Death is just the return to the earth for mountain dwellers. Thanks to Evernight's gift, I was able to come back to the mortal realm and keep watch over my dear friend, the Earth demigod who was sacrificed to the flame chase plot in vain. Long Scion, you are the most important offering in this ritual sacrifice. No matter how strong your will is, it will eventually be swallowed by the Memoria tide. When that time comes, you and the transmutation arcanum you bear will serve us. We will use the permanence to awaken the fallen giant dragon and give the earth an everlasting body. I see. So you pretended to be Terravox in order to lead us here into a trap. If it weren't for the Imperative's tricks, the name Terravox would be shared between us anyway. They made the right choice for Emphoresis tomorrow. But the tomorrow you speak of only ever had a place for humans. Wash, my old friend. Okay, you fucking a post-Honkai looking ass bitch. What are you doing? I will once again start a fire that burns away the chains that shackle us. Why don't you leave this to me, Lord Danhong? Use that hidden passage to reach the opposite shore. Perhaps Stella is there, deeper inside. No. I will stay here. Mountain Breaker, hero of the mountain dwellers. If I do not stay here and triumph over him, he will die an ugly death in the delusions of the permanence. That should not be his destiny. And for the vicious beast that insists on obstructing the Astral Express and threatening the fate of the world, we've stood on the precipice countless times along this journey, forced to make difficult choices in the face of disaster. But this time, it's my turn to put some pressure on this world. He's like, I've had enough of being sidelined in this damn plot. I'm gonna fight some shit now. I'm kind of amused that that's basically what he's saying here. He's been sidelined at the whims of other people for like the entirety of M4, and he's like, it's my fucking patch, bitch. I will do what I fucking want. I will be the protagonist this time. It's time to stop struggling, Giacles. Go to your death with dignity. Before that, what kind of deal did you make with Evernight? How was the Great Mountain Breaker reduced to this? Bereaved roar. That's... Oh shit, we actually get to see Terravox? Okay. I didn't think we were ever gonna actually see you. Leave it to me. I'll recount the Earth's heaviest past and sever its deepest delusion. Okay. Yeah, I'm here for this. Terravox, is that you? Your body has become so frail. Even mountain ranges grow old and eventually die. But I can hear the sound of your blood still surging through your veins, fast and strong. I suppose you are the true Earth demigod. I am near my end, and the demigod title means nothing to me now. The being who stands here now is just the former comrade of the Mountain Breaker, and the traitor who abandoned him. Traitor? Terravox was once a member of Giacles' Dromus Legion. This force was famous for its skilled riders and their brave Dromuses. Terravox himself was the Dromus King, the giant dragon who swore their life to the Mountain Breaker. In the battle against Gyarios, the Imperator could not surmount this mountain and thus had to break it from the inside. Terravox's betrayal was key to the Flame Chase army's victory. The Age of Gods was coming to an end. Living beings had adapted to the changes amidst the rifts of the earth, and now they had to learn to survive in the crevices of the epics. Someone had to watch over the earth, so I agreed to a deal. I would take the Titan's divine authority and sink into the cliffs, using my flesh and blood forged of stone to mend the land. But there was one betrayal I could never forget. The Mountain Breaker refused to believe that it was my choice, even until his dying breath. Faced with having to surrender to the Imperator, he chose to die instead. So this is why you decided to conspire with Evernight. Time's strange visitor appeared before me. The great power from beyond the sky called the Remembrance. It's incredible. Giacles was able to be reborn as a memo sprite. He mumbled about the times we fought side by side, just like how all the lives his body carries speaks to me. Evernight did not ask for much in return. She only wished for me to use the divine authority of Earth to hide her tracks. Since you're being so candid, does this mean you've given up resisting? Resistance. For a beast on the brink of death, what is the point of resistance? I see. 1,000 years have passed and your mind has long since been shattered. This frail body bears the weight of all those I betrayed, and now my only wish is to rest with them in the unchanging past. Go, Long Scion. That fiery blaze has already burned through Earth's protection, revealing the secrets underneath. The deepest depths of Enforius, the great tomb, where all the past is buried. The one you seek, Evernight, walked out of that place. Before her arrival, no one knew of its existence. In other words, that is the place where Evernight came into being. And it is also where she is now. Huh. Okay. You sank willingly into the past, and now your memories have turned into this form. Was it worth it? At least I still remember. As long as I never forget, they will live on. Primitive and animalistic. I understand these instincts. Have you ever regretted anything? The Earth is not a lonely island in the middle of the ocean. It is the sum of all living things that stand on it. I have never regretted defending the creatures of this world. Then, a final question. Terravox, after all this, how much are you willing to sacrifice for the power of the permanence? Everything. My journey up here has allowed me to fully understand my destiny. No matter how I struggle, the Earth will never be able to reach the stars. But my compatriots deserve to continue their struggle. At the end of my life, I want to make one last effort to give them a chance to move on to the future. Even if it is a future I am not able to witness. I understand. Then, join me in rebelling against this unjust fate once more. Even if the world collapses, the Earth must remain unshaken. Give me the core flame that burns within you, and allow this immortal body of the permanence to bear the furnace of life for you. Long Scion, are you willing to bring them all into the new world? I won't give you any empty promises. Allow me to answer your question from a different perspective. The permanence is the path that dragons trod, and eternity is life's deepest desire. If you entrust the Earth's living beings to me, they will live in symbiosis with the instincts in my blood. With this body as an ark, I will deliver them to tomorrow for you. Tomorrow won't be the end of Enforius' west wind, but a vast and boundless sea of stars. A sea of stars. It's a future where all beings can trailblaze, side by side, not a prison made from remembrance. In the veil of Evernight's memories, you've always been someone with reservations. I misjudged your resolve. I understand. This is the only choice. Behold. This core flame that burns in my chest, this core flame born from the earth, it is the red soil from which life sprouts, and the furnace of all living things. It tells me to commit one final act of treason. Entrust this heavy task to the trailblazers from beyond the sky. Let them tend to the wild terrain and safeguard the lands, and thus bring the endless stream of life into the distant future. I promise you, Terravox. Good. When I hand over the divine authority, this place will fall to pieces. Are you prepared to hold up the sacred tree if it falls? Of course. Sure. Then free what remains of my body, and let me give you this flame that turned away from the flame chase. I now relinquish my duty as a demigod. It's a shame we could not have seen Terravox in his, like, magnificent kaiju glory. But, you know, a unique Dromus model is still pretty cool. You shall dig your own grave and burn in the furnace of rebellion. I hope that after all this time, Father will take me back into their heart. Come, crouching beast, for the endless life of this world, Rise from your dormancy and follow me as soaring dragons of the wilderness. Take it. My final rebellion. I like all the baby dormances, they're kinda cute. Then declare to the earth the name of the new god. Come on, Dan Hong. Get your dragon tail ready, buddy. A lot of cutscenes this patch. Oh, we're doing this again. Fun. I am Dan Hong, the one who guards the Trailblaze's way forward. That's pretty sick, honestly. All little dragons. Hell yeah. I like this look. It's good shit. I like that. That's actually pretty cool. Pretty neat. Fortunately, the worst did not come to pass. If your opponent had already turned into a vicious beast, whatever you did wouldn't weigh on your conscience. So what if that demigod had harbored ill intentions or vowed to fight to the death? Would you have pointed your spear at them and carved out the core flame with your own hands? There's no point in discussing what ifs, though I'm glad it didn't come to that. Regardless, I will attempt to join this game and become a part of the Era Nova. This is the only way I can face my friends and this world with a clear conscience. Now that things are settled between us, it's time for you and I to say goodbye. Everything that I left behind has faded away at this point. Go and march towards your own permanence. As for how to tame it, I'll leave that to you. Thank you. We can't go back to the past and make better choices, but at least we can do better in the future. A dragon can only welcome new life by shedding away his old, scarred skin. For the first time in my life, I feel at ease. This burning core flame. Is this what the destruction feels like? The light is unexpectedly warm. It's just like the fleeting moments when one wakes from a dream. Farewell, Danfang. Now it's time for me to set out once more. The final rebellion of Earth was to bestow trailblazing wings upon all living beings. For Terravox, this is probably the best possible ending. Behind that scar lies what they call the deepest depths. The rising steam tells me that Stella is in there. But right now she's trapped in a bottomless whirlpool. Dude, look at how he looks. I like this. He's finally got his fucking dragon tail. It took him forever to get this thing. Bailu's gonna be so excited. Is Evernight with her? I'm afraid I can't tell. A scorching abyss. If I were to enter it alone, I'd almost certainly get lost. Miss Heislands, would you give me cover? I'll need to focus completely on what's ahead and may not be able to pay attention to my surroundings. What are you planning to do? I'm going to continue where you left off. The strangers snatched away the deliverer right before my eyes. I commanded the waters to surge after them, but layered cliffs that blocked the water's current. Times have changed. The cliffs are now in the palm of my hand. I believe it's worth a shot. It's just, without absolute resolve, you won't be able to pass through that Moria tide, much less save someone from it. The search for Stella might stretch on like an Evernight without end. Be careful. Wandering through time is no easy feat. Don't worry, Lady Heislands. Just as you kept your lonely vigil in the depths for 1,000 years, my determination to find Stella is even more unshakable than the Earth itself. Oh, look at that. He's like little, like the thing goes across like the turquoise thing. It has like a dragon eye in it. That's kind of neat. I like that. I never noticed that before. Ancient sacred tree, lend me your roots. With the core flame I carry, let me resonate with this land. With heaven and earth as my map and time as my compass, I will find that one singular moment. Or point, or whatever. Even if I must cross every mountain and valley on my own 2 feet, I will bring you home. Circe's giant tree, witness to Euphorius. This time, I'll follow its roots into the ancient earth until I find you. On this journey, I will become the bedrock of mountains and bear the cities above. With the currents, I emerge into the tide, crashing upon the land's jagged reefs. I sweep across the nameless barrens, scattering endless snow and frost. Entwined in the cycle of day and night, into the deepest depths adrift. And the darkness that was before all else. When can I lead you out of this maze? I love this animation, by the way. I love the look of this. It's so different. I can't do it with just my eyes alone. Maybe. It was never me. Maybe it was whatever that was. Alright, let's settle this. Let's keep moving. This is where we'll find our answers. Dan Hung, wake up. 3 of a kind. 2 pair. It's so good. Ace, it is very good. I like this already. I'm getting chills right now. This is fucking sick. I adore the way this looks. This is so nice. I am Earth, and all that grows upon the Earth. I am you. Hey, let's go. Yeah, dude, that was fucking sick. That's actually, I love that. That's so good. Finally. It was so cool. Yeah, dude, that's fucking rad. I'm here for that. I found you, Stella. Let's see. Dan Hung, did you get taller? Dan Hung, who told you you're allowed to be so cool? Yeah, I gotta come back with the jokes, man. While you were trapped, I experienced a lot. Thankfully, Evernight did not try to stop me. Looks like we've managed to stay ahead of her this time. Let's see. Let's ask about the rest of it. We must save March 7th. Rest assured, we won't abandon her. We'll all return to the Express together. No one will be left behind. Again, he says this, and again, I have my doubts. What about Cyrene? Where is she? You mean Mem? Sorry, I haven't seen her at all on this journey. Perhaps you were not the only one being held captive by Evernight. How's the Express crew doing? They never once stopped worrying about us, about you, me, or March. They never gave up on trying to save us, even from the outside this, or even from outside this world. Himiko, Yang, Pom Pom, and even Sunday, Black Swan, and the 2 geniuses, they're all doing everything in their power to aid us. She was everywhere in the Memoria Tide. I understand. Her power shouldn't be underestimated.
あの歳月の迷宮に足を踏み入れた。
It was only when I personally stepped into the maze of time that it suddenly struck me. She and I had crossed paths once before.
一度警告は一度だけだ。
I'll only warn you this once.
見つけ
Leave her body now.
黒い浮遊物。
I feel like I've seen these floating
どこ
black
かで見
things
たこ
somewhere
とがあ
before.
るような。オンパロスを離れた時。
I had an unexpected encounter with her when I left Emporius. Perhaps to avoid exposing her whereabouts, she stripped that memory from my mind.
あの忘却という力は
That power called Oblivion
指令と
is just
変わ
like
らない
an Emanator's.
忘却。
Oblivion. Let's see. She wants to erase Worldbearing's memories.
そのようだな。
I know.
だが
But you
お
still
前は
remember
変わ
me
ら
and
ず
our companions for
俺に
now.
何か失わ
Do
れ
you
た
have
可能
any
性の
clue
ある
about the
記憶は
memories you
ある
may
か
have lost? Mere mortals, flawed individuals, failed heroes. Are those Evernight's exact words? If I'm not mistaken, she intends to make you forget Emporius, including the Crisis heirs who have
長
journeyed
代
with us
は
up
お
until
前にオ
now.
ンパロスだがどうやら
But it seems like
お
you
前
still
はまだ
recognize Lady
サイレンスの
Hyslins.
ことを覚えている。
Yeah! What's up, fish? If I made that much of an impression on little gray fry, then I am naturally delighted. Of course. You're fun. I like you. But I fear your escape from that power they call Oblivion is thanks to someone else. Castorus. Hi, Cass. I haven't seen you in ages. How have you been? Nice to meet you, or maybe I should ask, how have you been since we last saw each other? Along with you, this little butterfly fish's memory was also salvaged from the depths of that whirlpool. Oh? Also, Hyslins, do you have to, like, insist on calling everyone a fish? Like, butterfly fish feels like a bit of a stretch. Just as a pearl is cradled within its shell, the power of Thanatos surrounds you, shielding your soul from corrosion. Miss Spyron has spoken of you often to me, Stella. Though we never met in this life, I believe there's a kind of warmth that can transcend time itself. Man, women can't have their hobbies anymore. Look, she can do whatever she wants. I'm just wondering why. She's very committed to it. Like, you don't have to do that. Like, I get it. You're like a fish lady, but like, girl, what? Through the endless flow of time, I guarded the secret passage between Styxia and the vortex. When the warmth, or when the Memoria tide flowed backwards into the River of Souls, even in deep slumber, I could feel that warmth. And with all my might, I protected that warmth. Butterfly fish are real, though? Are they? What are butterfly fish? Now I want to know. I gotta find out. Images. Oh yeah, they are real. Look at that. So in Hyslind's view, that's Castorus. or this is. One of these two things is how Hyslind's views Cass. Which is kind of funny to me. And also, because we had to mention this before, she called Danhung Dragonfish, which is, this. I'm very amused that, like, this is how she views Danhung. He's this thing. Oh, that's great. That's actually really funny. I apologize if that seemed improper. I hope you'll forgive me. Cass, girl, you literally saved our fucking life and you're like... Yeah, sorry if that was improper. That's how I see Danhung. Yeah, I mean... It's a spitting image of him, really. See, I really am a heartwarming girl deep down. She was speaking metaphorically. This conversation feels familiar somehow. Danhung, come on, man. I gotta make the gag somehow, dude. Just because I was almost obliviated does not mean that, like, I can't come back with some gags here. I understand that your mission is still unfinished. The path ahead is treacherous. Treacherous. I can't English today. Even though my body is bound to these dark currents, I'll do everything I can to watch over you both. The little butterfly fish is right. There is still a pair of eyes watching from the shadows, but we won't let them get anywhere near you. Go forth, golden dragonfish, and you deliverer. Seek out your companion. Hold on. Are there golden dragonfish in real life? There actually are! Okay. Technically speaking, when I googled it, it pulled up the Asian arowana, which is this thing. So if we were to take it as this is actually how Iceland's used Dan Heng. Which, you know what? Honestly, I could see it. I see it. I see what it means. Never question the fish girl about fish. You know what? You're right. I can't. How dare I question her? She's correct. I see it. I see the vision. I see the goal here. Go forth and illuminate the lightless Evernight. I cannot thank you enough. Accept this promise from the Nameless. Amphorius will definitely write a brand new ending for itself. Of course. We'll write it together. Thank you, Icelands, and thank you too, Cass. The Nameless will never stop until all of us stand side by side in a true new world. We said our goodbyes, but now I have to go talk to them anyway. Well, Icelands, what do you have to say? Go forth with courage, little gray fry. My ocean currents will guard your arrival, and my songs will accompany your journey ahead. When I return victorious, I shall throw a bonfire feast for you. You still remember how much I love fire and feasts. Alright then, it's a promise. Go find your companion and see your journey through. I'll raise a glass while I await your triumphant return, and then, when we reunite in the ocean at the boundaries of this world, let me play you a song from beneath the glow of a fire. You know what? Fuck yeah, Iceland. I'm here for it, girl. At the end of the sea of flowers, the souls of the living shall warm thy fingertips, and after an embrace, there shall be eternal separation. If I hadn't met you at the end of the world, I would have thought Lady Trina's prophecy was wrong. In the new world, the sea of flowers will surely bloom. As Lady Trina used to say, fate is not the flowers that bloom at the end of the road, where people tread beyond the gate. Thank you, Stella. My own path has finally come to a gentle end. Take all beautiful wishes with you, march forward with determination, and don't look back. Hell yeah, girl. Fish and Butterfly Girl seem like they'd be good friends. I'd ship them. I mean, I would if, like, Ceredra wasn't Iceland's, like, wife. Like, Ceredra literally died to give Iceland's, like, the ocean she maybe would have wanted. Like, if those two weren't, like, the doomed Yuri that I would love, yeah, I could see it. Castris, though, she's got a pretty good camaraderie with, like, most people, but I do like her talking with Iceland's a lot. We didn't see much of that, really, last patch, I don't think. But yeah, I could see it. I could see people shipping them. Fight is still fighting against the destruction. Iceland's and Castris remain on watch, guarding the path will lead us here. When moving forward, can we honor the efforts of all Chrysos heirs? Well, yeah, I know that, but I'm taking this thing first. Castris and Stella too, yeah. Well, a lot of people did ship Cass and Stella, but people got really pissy because they said it was like the same thing with Firefly, where like Cass was like a waifu bait, essentially. Which I still feel like is honestly fucking stupid. Like, I still really, really, really hate that entire argument. But, like, whatever, I guess. But Cass has like a pretty good like back and forth with everyone, and I do think her like whole story of like only wanting to touch people without killing them is like pretty good. And that moment she has with Stella at the very end of her arc was very heartwarming. I really liked it a lot. So I could see that ship too. It's good. All right, what is this spooky place? It's an 8! Is this a symbol in the shape of Amphorius? No, that's the symbol of the Exaltus in ZZZ. Definitely. They just turned it sideways. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Where was it? Can you remember? Oh right, it was in As I've Written. Trippy's Memories. Remember the Eye of Twilight's mural? Oh, yeah, this fucking thing. Are we gonna talk about that now? Which Titan is this? It's very similar, yet somewhat different. It doesn't make sense. How could a world enclosed within the scepter have a way of knowing what it looks like from outer space? Unless the mural isn't a drawing of Amphorius, but rather someone saw the mural and shaped the world in its image. Could this someone be Xandar? No. His concession proves that this place where Evernight is hiding must be a blind spot of the experiment. I'm afraid not even Xandar knows of the existence of this great tomb, or the secrets buried within it. Finally, he's using me to dig up these secrets. He must be calculating something. But this time, with the Cryos heirs giving us their full support, we've had the upper hand from the start. This forbidden realm remains undetectable to Xandar, and even Fine on Strike merely opened the entrance, yet Evernight can freely swim through it as she pleases. It cannot be reached by the erudition, nor can it be erased by the destruction. Be careful. What lies dormant beneath may well be Amphorius' final path, remembrance. Yeah, I am wondering about this thing. Oh my gosh, 8! That's money right there. Money coming from all directions. Oh my god, they had the same reaction I did. I did it for the bit, and then they still do it. You've seen a similar 8 outside the window of the Astral Express. When the Mimic Keeper parted the mist and first revealed itself to everyone's eyes, bent of light loops back on itself. As the story begins here, where will its end lead us? My god. I like how flappy you are. I'm very, very flappy now, thanks to Waterdough. I'm glad you enjoy it. This is, I guess, sort of what this model was designed to do. Oh boy. Let's see here. Alright, we need this other thing to land. Okay. Huh. Okay, that's probably not how I was supposed to do that, but like, if it works, it works. That feels like that was not the right way to do that, but whatever. I don't care. Alright, Bug! Yep, you're mine now, Bug. Turn you into a stew. Don't ask me if it'd be any good to eat a bug stew. It doesn't matter. That's not important. Alright, so what weird little secrets we have done here? It's endless. It feels like we're plunging into an abyss. You think maybe they'll also give us some information about stuff? This is not grounded. Look, if I want a mite loaf, I can have it. If I want beetle bites, I can get them. I'll do what I want, Charlie. Look, I'm gonna eat this one right here too. I'm gonna consume it. Why does the transparent stone even have a 3D model? That's funny. Yeah, I guess grounded does have me thinking about eating bugs. I don't know why. Oh, that is very Elden Ring, isn't it? Are these distant structures all entombed data? Dude, this feels kind of like whenever you go to like the city of like Nokron. Or like Nokstella. Like this kind of has that sort of vibe. It also like vaguely reminds me of like the end of Dark Souls 3. Like right before you go to fight the Soul of Cinder. This sort of reminds me of that kind of thing too. Just a little bit. The whirlpool of remembrance. Bottomless and unfathomable. Behind the mist must be Evernight's domain. Ready, Stella? Once we step inside, I'm afraid there'll be no turning back. Let's go for March! March 7th is surely waiting to see us again. Let's go. On the Trailblaze, no one gets left behind. Just wait. Oh no. This maze is full of memory loss. Your voice sounds different from usual. I only hear a hint of curiosity. The rest is all fear, beautiful Memo Keeper. I know exactly where that fear comes from. The Evernight is a mimetic entities. I read that as enmity originally. Natural nemesis. They will swallow you whole with just a flick of my pinky finger. I am the garden's enemy. I have never denied that fact. I have to say, Miss Evernight, you've certainly got a unique way of protecting people. At least she's willing to talk. Is it because I disobeyed the garden's rules? Maybe I still have a chance. No. I don't think you do. It's not very elegant to spy on someone's thoughts, you know. What are you, Vita? You can't do that. Well, before you get rid of this beautiful Memo Keeper, the least you could do is answer some of my questions. Why should I do that? So you can buy more time and send a message to your companions. And here I thought you were already watching my companions' every move. I am. Earth stirrings have ceased. They have defeated Terravox and are heading here as we speak. Don't tell me that too is a part of your plan. It's not, but I'll make good use of it. Fighting alone against an entire world, even I might miss something. But I know how to adapt to the circumstances. Just like right now, how I've decided to let you go. I like you, little bird. Your longing for memories remains pure, unlike those memo snatchers. Your most precious quality is how you've yet to be tainted by the garden's dark side. They're referencing Earth? No, they mean like the Earth, not actual Earth. Not the planet. Run. Oh no. Pending. I see you, Pending. I had to look over at the fucking OBS capture. What's up? Evernight's threatening. Evernight's threatening Black Swan right now.
Evernight's threatening the Earth because she's Elysia. Oh, I'm sorry for spoiling it.
God damn it! Is this what you came here for? Was just that? How dare you?
Haven't you ever noticed how you've never seen Evernight and Cyrene in the same room at the same time?
Do you remember things count? Because
that... do not.
Damn it. How dare you?
Plus that was March 7th having an internal conversation with herself.
Uh-huh. And that's why Cyrene's still alive and fine, huh? Damn, spoilers. I know, right? Can't believe this.
I'm sorry to come in here and to drop like mega spoilers on you.
Sure.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know a real thing that's not a spoiler?
Sure.
For context, if you get Evernight, obviously, like, you can listen to like a bunch of lines as you would any other character.
Right.
And one of her lines is about Cyrene. Do you want to guess what her line about Cyrene is?
Tell me. I'm sure it's gonna be a thing I'm gonna hate, but go ahead.
I don't know that you'd hate this, actually. Her line about Cyrene is, "You should never underestimate girls with pink hair."
You know what? Fucking valid, actually.
Yeah.
We were saying this earlier, that, like, it's like, oh, like, no one's gonna get left behind. I'm like, Ellie will show up and she's gonna fucking wreck shit at some point in time, and then she'll leave you thanking her for it. Like, it's just how it's gonna be. There's no way it's not gonna happen.
Well, I mean, she's already showed up. You're looking at her right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at emo Ellie. That's definitely who this is, and not at all someone else entirely.
Yeah. This is Ellie in her sure of ego form.
Yeah. Sure.
Her sure of Linkin Park.
I see. The Hersher of teenage angst. I see.
You can hear, like, drowning in my skin, like, in the background, every moment that Evernight is on screen.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. It's like we were saying earlier, Kiana might be the Aeon of sapphic yearning. And I guess that means that March is now the Aeon of angsty teenage emo phases.
Yeah.
It's not just a phase, Mom. Like, that's what this really screams to me.
It's not just a phase. I've really regained my memories.
Yeah. Evanescence. It's definitely Evanescence.
I remember now. I used
Evernescence.
to be in this place called the Elysium Realm, and I died.
Yeah, I died twice, in fact.
Yeah.
And in every timeline, apparently.
I keep dying. It's really bumming me out. So this time I'm just going to take it out on the Garden of Recollection. You know, these weren't the ones that killed me, but boy, howdy, do I hate them in particular.
Boy, howdy.
Oh yeah, Elysia is big into saying "boy howdy." That's kind of her catchphrase.
Oh yeah, I mean I remember that. That's my favorite. That's from the patch "Boy Howdy."
Mm-hmm.
She's big bad. She lost her 50-50.
Yeah.
That's real. That's the real shit.
Yeah. This is the march that you get after losing your 50-50.
Yeah, they
After
wanted
she
Heislands
loses
and
her
they didn't get
50-50.
that, so this is what happened.
Yeah. I actually got really good luck on my polls.
I heard that you're very, very good luck, and I'm like, why is it you just pulled this shit out of your ass? How did this happen?
It's because I understood that she is Elysia, and she rewarded me for that.
Uh-huh.
She's like, because you understand that I am Elysia, here you may win your 50-50 and also get the light cone in a single 10 pull.
Wait, you really got it at a single 10 pull?
Yes, and I was at 0 pity too. I had
What the fuck?
It was the wildest thing.
Dude, what the fuck is that's like? I literally like it's like when I was doing ZZZ the other last patch, right? And I was doing single pulls. I was like 90 pulls to pity. I did a single pull on like the Yanagi banner and pulled Yanagi instantly. And I'm like, what? What is that? I didn't even want you. It just happened.
In like 40, because I was on Justice Stream and I was telling him like I'll do some pulls, but I'm like I don't want to do too many pulls because I'm planning on getting Cyrene, and like I don't want to like I want to have like a good stockpile of Jade still for the 4.x expansion.
Yeah, makes sense.
So I'm like, I'll just do a few and see what happens. So I did 30 pulls on the Evernight banner, and I won the 50-50 to get Evernight. And then I'm like, I'll just do 110 pull on her Lightcomb banner, and I got it on that.
Holy shit. What the fuck is your luck even?
It's probably the luckiest I've ever been. Evernight likes me.
Man, I every time we talk about this stuff, I think back to like when I keyed in my like pull history into like the tracker that shows you what you rank in your like
like your luck overall. And every time I do, I'm just depressed because Star Rail hates me. My luck is so abysmal in this game.
I don't know what my overall luck has been in Star Rail compared to others, but I'm sure what just happened moved me up a bit. You want to know actually what the wildest part of that is?
What is it?
That I didn't even tell Jess about? Because he was already a little upset at me. So...
Fair,
so
honestly.
Here's the other thing. The reason why I was at 0 pity with the light cone banner, or rather the reason why I knew I was at 0 pity with the light cone banner,
Right.
is because on the same expansion that there was like Saber and all that,
Right.
I was like, let me just do a 10 pull on the light cone banner for Sunday's light cone, because I don't expect to get it, but I'm like, maybe I'll just do like 110 pull on the light cone banner per patch and like slowly build up pity. And I got Sunday's light cone on the first 10 pull.
You see,
So that's back-to-back light cones that I've gotten on the first 10
you see,
pull.
Pending, this is why I hate your luck.
I'm
But
so
also,
sorry.
I had a similar experience though, because like when Sunday was added, I was like not very close to my pity either, and I was like, okay, well I'll just do a few 10 pulls, just like like raise my pity a bit. I'll get closer to getting the character I actually want. And then I pulled Sunday like immediately, and it fucked it up. And I'm like, God damn it, Sunday! I didn't want you.
It's always in the characters like you weren't like sure that you wanted, because I didn't know for sure. Like I was perfectly happy to lose my 50-50 on the Evernight banner and just like set up for guaranteed on Cyrene.
Yeah.
But like I'm not arguing with this outcome. This worked out.
Yeah, I mean, you got her light cone and the character in like no time at all, so I
Yeah.
would say yeah, it worked
Ironically-
out for you.
Ironically, part of the reason why I was so uncertain about whether or not I should pull on Evernight was because I didn't have a light cone to go with her. So that problem got solved by it on its own.
Yeah, like my thing with like pulling for Evernight is like, A, I want to get Ellie because I can't spend any money right now, right? Like I have like no money.
Understandable, yeah.
And our next Impact Third patch is a new Ellie, which I will be spending money on to get her to Triple S. Like that's just flat happening. Like, that's gonna be so. All my money is going back to Impact Third because of course it is. So
so
I'm not
so
doing that over here.
Yeah, you want to get double Ellie, and it's hard to do that. Have you heard at all about Ellie's kit? Like,
Oh yeah, we talked about it. Like,
beta started?
let me pull this up on stream for you so you can see, or maybe I can put it in Salty so you can see this. Let me show you what.
I have
what
seen
Rena
her
sent me.
kits.
Because Rena DM'd me about Cyrene's kit, and he sent me fucking this picture. It's up on stream. You can see this long ass screen cap of the summary of her kit.
That's her kit.
And
It's
I'm like,
most-
what the hell is that?
It's the most words. I think it's about 33 to 50% longer than the next the next longest kit in terms of total words.
Yeah, Rena says, did you see Alicia's kit in Star Rail? That is the longest Hoyo character kit in history.
It's so long that I've actually seen a screenshot of like what this is in practice. They've actually created a new graphic to make this workable in game. Like the way it's gonna work is like when you're like on her character sheet,
Okay.
you can click on there's like portraits of all the different Chrysosaurs, and you click on whichever Chrysosaur you want to see what her skill
Holy shit.
no, it's her alts, to see what her alts will do to that Chrysosaur.
Like, on the one hand, I'm not surprised at all that that's how that is, because A, Ellie's the favorite, but like, even in Impact Third, like, her battlesuit makes reference to pulling power from the other Flame Chasers. Like, this is just a thing that they did already with her.
Honkai picks favorites, and Ellie is one of them.
Oh yeah, and it's not just that either. Have you seen like the Chinese votes for like all the favorite characters stuff? Like Farina in Genshin is like the #1 favorite character of all of Hoyo games. 2 is Ellie.
Yeah.
Like she beat out like Miyabi and other characters.
To be fair, I don't play Genshin, so I guess I just wouldn't know.
Yeah, well, Farina's very fun. I think that the love for her is very well earned. But like the important thing is that Ellie beat out like every Zenless character, every Star Rail character. Like, she was the second most liked character of every Hoyo property for at least the Chinese audience.
Wild when you consider that, like, Honkai, like, the third, not as popular a game as Star Rail or Zenless Zone Zero.
No, it's not. And Ellie still
Yeah.
beat it out. And I'm like,
Yeah.
damn, dude. That's why, like, no one can resist the power of lesbian Jesus. I'm sorry.
People like Ellie.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you? Look at her. She's the best.
Yeah, I'm looking at her right now on your screen.
I fucking knew it. I knew you were gonna do that. I goddamn knew it.
Yeah. By the way, I'm sorry for coming in here and completely derailing your stream.
My stream is called Honkai DeRailed. This is exactly what everyone expects. So
Perfect.
we've already gone on like
I want you
multiple
to paint an
tangents
Ace
about
to do a
other lore
Honkai
stuff.
staff.
Oh yeah, painting an
I
Asu.
would-
We could do that. That could be fun.
I'd love to do that. I would love to do a stream. Like, we practically do that anyways, but I would love to have a stream that is explicitly just us talking about Honkai.
Just yapping about Honkai nonsense. I think we could definitely do it.
Never underrate cute pink girls. It's important. Yeah, that makes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Look, Hoyo loves their pink-haired girls because we've got like Sakura was the favorite originally, and then it was Ellie, and then we've got Sakura again, and Genshin was a favorite for a while. Who's the other pink-haired one in Genshin that everyone really likes? There's another one.
I'm not as familiar with Genshin.
I don't remember. There's one other one I'm forgetting, but set that aside.
Google Genshin pink-haired girl.
There's too many characters. You'll find a million of them. And in this game, like we've got
I want
March
you to know
and
that
Cyrene and a bunch of others.
I'm not going to specify what my previous previous Google search was, but it was something political. So I went from like a super serious like Google search to Genshin pink-haired girl.
You know what? That's kind of what my search history was like too. There's been a lot of like politicals goings-ons in the U.S. lately.
Yeah, like I was looking up something like a really depressing news thing.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And then just straight to pink-haired girl.
Actually, I wonder if I can view my like search history on Google on my phone, just so I can find like the
You probably
unhinged
can.
history. What's my history lately?
Okay, so
Okay, hold on. I do want to read you. So I have a few things, like stuff for work, like looking up like a coffee grinder thing for work, looking about Alien Earth, cheap laptops, things like death cults, and then stuff about politics in the U.S. But what's my most recent search? Autism strength t-shirt. Because people are memeing about that.
excellent. Yeah, I've seen people memeing about that recently.
Oh, it's so good. I love it. I want to take more Tylenol to turbocharge that tism. Let's go.
Yeah.
Man, my search history is so absolutely unhinged.
I guess Yao Miku, but
Yeah,
she's
the
a
Sakura.
Honkai Impact third one, right?
Yeah, her counterpart in Genshin is odd. Because, like, the only real thing she has in common is being a priestess and having fox motifs. Her personality is very different from Sakura for the most part, which is not that weird for variants, but, like, Yaimiko is a weird one for Sakura variants.
Oh, I don't know. So I remember this character. There's like the fireworks character, but I can't remember what her name was.
Why my brain's saying Yanagi, but it's not. It's Yoimiya. Yoimiya is the fireworks girl, but she's blonde.
No, this is the pink-haired one.
Post it in Salty if you've got a picture.
Hang on a sec. Can I post this? Probably I can.
I mean, there shouldn't be any
so-
restrictions for posting over there.
Yeah, here, I'll post it in Salty.
Oh, there's the lawyer girl.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that's the one I'm thinking of. So,
Oh, yeah.
it's the top center one that I'm trying to think of the name of.
Okay, you posted
Is
this
that
in
the
Salty?
lawyer girl? Yeah, I posted.
Let me go over there and look at this. Yeah, she's the lawyer. The top centers. So we have Dory, or not Dory. Dory's the bottom left one. That's the merchant girl.
Sure. Okay.
The cat girl whose name I can't remember, I have her, but she's a bartender who hates alcohol.
All
Yanfei.
All I remember about that cat girl is I'm pretty sure she was a standard banner 5-star because I think
That sounds right.
yeah.
I think Yanfei is her name. She's the lawyer from Liyue. Charlotte is the reporter girl in the middle, in the bottom there. And then
I think she probably came after I stopped playing.
She's a Fontaine character. And
okay,
then
yeah, I didn't get to Fontaine.
That last one there, she's a Natlin character. What is her name?
Yeah, I wasn't in Natlin either. My last place that I was in was the place with Raiden Shogun.
Oh God, you're way the fuck back.
Oh yeah, no, I haven't played Genshin in forever.
Let's see, yeah, that last girl there. The only thing I know about her is people say she's like a grandma, but I don't really know much else about her.
I would be tempted to get back into Genshin at some point.
If Genshin didn't like just exposition the shit out of you constantly with no skip button, I might consider it, but like it's too much. I can't. I've heard that Natlin's mostly okay, and they have been doing some pretty cool stuff with Nodcry, which is like the newest region, but like, I don't really have much of a reason to go back to Genshin right now, because I'd have to play through all of Natlin and then do the Nodcry stuff after, and I just don't know if I want to do that.
See, I think my biggest hesitation about getting back into Genshin would probably be... It would probably be that the controls are not particularly mobile friendly. Like, the platforming in that game is a little too annoying to do. Yeah. Like, if I'm on a computer, if I have a keyboard and mouse, the platforming is doable. Even for me, who's terrible at platforming. But on a tablet, which is what I would probably want to play it on.
Right,
because that's what I play, like, the other MiHoYo games on. It's just not really made with tablet controls in mind.
Yeah, I never really felt like Genshin was like a really good like mobile game anyway. Like it works a lot better on like the desktop. Like I can do Star Wars stuff on my phone kinda if I had the memory for it. I don't, but like if I had memory on my phone to put the game in, sure. Impact Third definitely works okay on phone, but I've moved a lot more to playing it on PC strictly because I feel like it just works better. But
yeah,
Genshin, I don't think I've ever played Genshin on MOBA. Like not at all.
I briefly tried, but it was not fun.
I guess Clovertainer is mommy. Clovertainer is also like a vaguely Fuqua-esque character. She has like sort of like grandma energy to some extent, but she's like if Fuqua was allowed to grow up, that's sort of what Clovertainer kind of is. In a way.
Which one is Clovertainer?
Hold on, let me find her. She was like the crane that talks to you in Liyue, but she got like an actual playable form, which is a kind of a Fuqua variant, but like also kind of not. I forget what her actual name is. What do they call her? She-Yuen. Yeah, I'll just pull her up on stream so you can see her.
I feel like they took
So this one.
Oh no, it censored that, but I know what you meant. They took Fuqua and
split her apart into Clovertainer and Shin. Yeah, a bit. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Oh,
like,
okay.
She has like aesthetics that are similar to Fuqua, a lot with the glasses, some of her hairstyle stuff, the Chinese aesthetic that ties to birds and stuff. Being a sort of like martial arts related person training people and that kind of thing. Like she has a lot of like the Chinese like themes that are really closely tied to Fuqua a lot. But like did Hoyo actually intend for her to be a proper Fuqua variant? Like how like Miko is? Or Raiden? Red glasses are a huge giveaway. Yeah, the glasses were sort of what sold me on that. Like, the glasses are like what sells it a little bit more to like the variant side for me than anything. But it does feel like this is if Fuqua was allowed to grow up past teenager, which she can't in Impact Third. She's not physically able to grow beyond where she's at because of how she's immortal and stuff. But even when she has like her like No Mercy for the Corrupted Arc and her celestial versions, her celestial forms look a lot more like this. So there are some aesthetic similarities here that I think like does make a pretty solid case for her being a proper actual variant. But, they play it real fast and loose, and Genshin annoys the fuck out of me and how it handles that stuff. So, I'm kind of on the fence about it. But yeah, Krail, I'm kind of with you. The glasses were like the big thing for me. I'm like they feel so out of place in Genshin's world, but they gave it to like Shiyuan, and I'm like that's because she's a Fukla, probably, maybe, but only kinda. Their writing in Genshin is so weird and annoying. But whatever.
It is, yeah.
It's like. There's a very specific that annoys me of like they have like similarities that pull between the Archons and Hershers and stuff, but like you go look at like Nahida, who's supposed to be like the Archon of Simuru, and she's got ties to like plants and like plant magic or whatever, and memories and things like that, which like the Hersher of Death does also have control over to some extent, right? Because like Seelie can do that. Like if she uses the like Hersher of Death power, she can do like rebirth in plants and things like that. So there was sort of like an implication that like Nahida might have like some connection to that, but also she's like a Terry variant. And Teddy's not a Hersher. Teddy has like Honkai Beast powers and is also a Colin clone. And Nahida has this stuff, but also Nahida can just like invade people's fucking brains and change reality like the goddamn Hersher of Sentience. And I'm like, why do you have like 3 separate plot lines from different characters meshed into this one thing? Why are you like this? Like, it's so frustrating. Genshin always feels like it's made by a fringe side branch of the company that only has minimal guidance on their established universe. It's really weird. It is. It's very much that. Like, there's clearly motifs and stuff that they pulled from Impact Third and from Guns N' Z that, like, are supposed to be there, but, like, it feels like they play it extremely fast and loose with a lot of the world building. And I don't know what to make of that. It makes talking about it in the broader, like, Honkai-verse more and more frustrating, which is probably why they decided to like separate it out from the broader Honkai-verse, even though there are confirmed variants in it. It's because like it just doesn't make sense in the established universe, even though we know it exists out there somewhere. Like
it's their one major property that does not bear the Honkai name.
Yeah, it does exist in the Honkai-verse. Impact Third confirmed that, but like it's not really connected to anything. And the only real explanation I can give for its fucking weirdness is that like it's probably a bubble universe that has its own world rules that it operates under, and that's why stuff is weird. Is that it's not really operating under like the normal rules we'd expect from the broader world, because it's not really in the broader universe anyway. It's a bubble universe. The real Tevat died years ago. That's my headcanon. Until confirmed for sure later. That's my headcanon.
I wonder if they would ever do like a super collab thing between the games.
As interesting as that would be, I don't know how they would do it.
I don't know how they would either.
Because like we were talking about this earlier, of like how like there's concepts that are similar between like Star Rail and Impact Third, and we know that these things do exist in the same universe, but like how they connect in the broader scheme of things makes no fucking sense, and I don't know how to like connect it. Like this whole patch here, for example, has a lot of emphasis like Memoria and Memo Keepers and stuff like that, right? That doesn't really exist in Impact Third, but we do have Mistalin, who is a quote-unquote in idea. She's like a stigmata entity that exists in the real world in the form that looks like Cecilia because it's a memory of Cecilia that continues on to something else. And when it came to Project Stigmata, Mistalin was very important in shaping and changing the dreams and whatever energies that would creating Project Stigmata, like linking everyone's brains together in the dream space or whatever. How, Paniconi works in the same kind of way. She was, like, crucial into managing this. But also, Mistalin can't really die, because when she dies, she goes back to Stigmata space. She just has to, like, reform and have to go, like, find her later, right? That's kind of how that works. Right. But she operates kind of like a Memo Keeper. And we know that Paniconi operates very similarly to Project Stigmata, because Welt and Acheron literally talk about it. But I'm like, why do Memo Keepers just die? Like, actually, like, if they operate the same way the Mistalin does, they should go to, like, Stigmata space or something and come back from that if they're the same kind of entity. But they don't. Evernight she just straight kills them. Like, yeah. So why does no one know about, like, Stigmata space? Why does that not work the same way? Is it like the same kind of thing called something different? Like, is Stigmata Space an idea as Memo Keepers in Memoria, or is it something else entirely? Or does the, like, Soul System have a better understanding of these, like, more fundamental universal concepts than everyone else outside of the universe? Which there's some evidence to suggest that is the case, because we know the imaginary tree exists, Welt knows it exists, but no one outside of the fucking Soul System knows about it and can confirm it's real. It's like a fucking conspiracy theory, even though we know it's a real thing. So I'm like, the solar system
Can you
has
explain
weird
the
shit
imaginary
like that.
tree to me? Because the only time I've ever really seen it in game was when oh god, I'm spacing on his name. He's Locha in
Otto?
Yeah, when Otto Von Doom
Otto Von Doom.
when he was using the imaginary tree, I think that's the only time I've ever seen it used. So what exactly does this do?
Okay, so to understand that, you need to understand how the universe of like Honkai is actually like set up on a broader cosmological scale. You can think of like things in terms of like the regular space that people exist in, and higher dimensional space, which is sort of like the higher order of the universe in a sense. And you can't really travel between these two spaces normally. That it's either fatal or you just can't exist there. It's like moving from like a third dimensional being trying to exist as a fourth dimensional being kind of thing. You can't usually travel between those spaces in any way.
Sure. Okay.
The universe has the Sea of Quanta, which is sort of like the higher dimensional form of just the emptiness of space. It's chaos, it's disorder, it's basically all the bits and pieces that would make everything in a never-ending sea of decay and mush. It just exists as chaos. The imaginary tree is sort of like the higher dimensional version of like the flow of time and the histories of planets that can exist in the universe. The tree exists by trying to absorb the chaos of the Sea of Quanta into itself to create new branches and new trees. The Sea of Quanta views, if you want to call it viewing, it's not really sentient in the traditional sense, but it views the imaginary tree as sort of like an unnatural existence to things and wants to drown it. So the tree wants to extend its roots further into the sea to absorb it, to make stuff. The sea wants to drown the tree and reduce everything back to chaos. When a planet like goes through its proper histories and it dies, a leaf on the imaginary tree that represents that history falls off into the Sea of Quanta, where it can become a bubble universe, which is sort of like a snapshot of time at that moment or whatever. And it can float or it can pop and dissolve. That's just how that exists in higher dimensional space. So when you go to bubble universes, what that means is you're not really like visiting the actual place anymore. It doesn't exist anymore. That place is dead. This is now a snapshot of a moment in history that sort of exists as its own sort of like higher dimensional pocket thing. And you can get to go in and out of that. The imaginary tree represents all of histories for all planets in all of existence in the entire universe, period. That's it. It's not unique to just the Soul System. It is everything that could possibly exist in the broader Honkai universe exists somewhere on the imaginary tree.
Okay.
That's how that operates, because it's a higher dimensional representation of every possible thing. There is an implication
I can understand
that there is an origin, that there's like, I guess you can call it like a prime timeline or whatever, where all things come from. And there are some characters in Pact 3rd that talk about this, where they say like they want to return things back to the origin. Alicia is the Hersher of origin, technically, and her powers are unique, and she can control fate and time, how these things operate. She has direct influence over that, which means she's very closely tied to the existence of like the imaginary tree in Honkai. She's a very unique existence because of that very thing, and they're tying her directly to this concept of like the origin. Whatever the origin is, albeit a very unexplained concept, is sort of why there are variants, is because you have this like idea of a character, of a person that exists across multiple timelines coming from the origin, and they walk similar fates, but through different places.
Order, Sea of Quanta equals chaos.
Yeah, pretty much. That's exactly correct. So like, it's just more of like how they explain their multiverse, but like they're very confusing about it because every planet sort of exists as its own quote-unquote universe, but it's not really. It's just a variation of whatever this origin was as a branch on the imaginary tree.
Right.
And that's how that operates. But outside of like the Soul System and Earth specifically, people don't really know what the imaginary tree really is. Like, again, like what Krail said earlier, like Aha technically sat on the tree, and the geniuses talk about seeing it, but like it's not really viewed as like a commonly known thing or even really verified. Most people don't really know about it, but Earth does. And not only do we know about it, they've affected it through auto and other things. And Herschers exist as pulling energy directly from it, because their cores operate as like singularities that connect them to the flow of like energy through the imaginary tree and like imaginary space.
Okay.
So like, this is why I don't believe when people say like, oh, Honkai is just like another like faction of monsters that exist in this universe, like what the, you know, destruction is or whatever, is because the way that Honkai operates is somewhat of a mystery, but it seems very closely tied to the thing that literally creates all possible realities and timelines and variants in the entire universe.
Right.
So that's sort of like the crash course of imaginary tree. Is it's just sort of like order and time, and there's like the branches represented for like points in time or different planets and things like that. That's roughly how you can think of that. That's not like the best explanation, but it's the best one I can give you in this short time.
No, that's fair. I think I got a decent grasp of what it is based off of that.
Yeah, like what Otto was doing in Impact Third was like basically trying to create a new branch on the tree, and in this branch would be a version of time where Colin didn't die. And so he has to use an immense amount of energy and his own sacrifice in order to do it. His original plan was just to like sort of roll back time, sort of like pruning the tree back to a certain point, and then like changing time again. That was his original plan. And Kevin didn't really care because he's like, yeah, fuck it, I don't give a shit. This isn't going to change my plans at all. Like, because as far as Kevin views it, like everything is inevitable anyway. He's going to do what he's going to do. But Otto was like, I want to create this separate timeline, be it in this one or another branch on the tree where Colin lives. And that's what he ends up actually doing. He wins, technically, because he does succeed in doing that. It's just we also salvage the main timeline by not killing everyone, which is what he was kind of going to try to do. But yeah, outside of Earth, no one really knows about it. No one really talks about it. A couple of geniuses and other people are like aware of the concept, but like, it's not a commonly known thing in Star Rail. Which is why it's really, really weird that Welt knows about it and just doesn't talk about this.
Welt is really good at like not contributing to a conversation, but still talking.
Well, what we were saying earlier is like, Welt has access to information that most people, it seems, don't have. He knows a lot about the fundamentals of how the universe operates on a level that even some of the geniuses don't have. He has a lot of information. And I feel like, from Holyo's perspective, they have to sideline him because he knows too much. He knows way too much. The reason I equate Honkai beasts to other factions sort of is because of the similarities. As I said, they're exactly the same, but you can't deny I mean, they do feel similar, and I think there's a reason for that, but it's not because they come from the same place. Outliers are Herschers. They feel kind of like Imitators in terms of level, but also not. Imitators are potentially way more powerful than Herschers, for maybe finality counter. Well, I would say, like, Imitators likely do have the same kind of power level as Herschers do, but how Herschers exist is what makes them unique. Like, Honkai as a concept is so fundamentally tied to the imaginary tree. It's why I could never say that it's, like, no different from, like, the other monster factions. The other monster factions, I think I'd even go so far as to say that they resemble Honkai, not the other way around. That Honkai exists as a crucial thing to this universe. These things resembling the Honkai is probably more so why that is, not the other way around.
Eventually, Welt is gonna do something.
Yeah.
I mean, he kind of has to eventually. I hold out hope.
Yeah, I mean, I think Charlie's right that Welt, because of his unique stance as the bridge between these two series, and because of how much he knows, he is absolutely going to be crucial for when they actually do bring Honkai proper into this universe. When they do finally start talking about it, when they do actually have something to talk about later, Welt will be at the center of that. Because then he can finally talk about the thing he knows.
I will say, if they release, like, a new Welt, I will be... Well, I'll definitely pull on him at the very least, but I would be very tempted to, like, put a lot of resources into leveling that guy. Like,
I
get
agree.
like Eidolons for him.
No, yeah, I mean, Krill, you're not wrong. Like, Hershers, in terms of power scaling, would not really like stand up against like Emanators per se. It could maybe be that, like, again, it's how they exist that I think is what's more unique about them. And Kiana herself is also very, very unique because they've already stated that she has, at least at that time, she's as powerful as an Emanator, but also her power is limitless. We don't know exactly how powerful Kiana is going to become. And as I was saying earlier, right now, the like Memo Snatchers are trying to like harvest the memories of a dying god. Kiana could be them trying to harvest the memories of a birthing god. Like,
so you would say that the Hershers are weaker than say Acheron?
yeah, probably. I think that's a fair statement, actually. Hershers are very, very powerful world-ending beings. They're not like wiping out entire planets.
I was thinking that you were saying the other way around, that the Emanators were stronger than the Hershers.
They are. Absolutely.
Oh.
I don't think there's any real debating that. The only reason, like, the most powerful Hersher we ever saw, outside of, like, Kiana herself, is, like, Cyrene. And the only reason Cyrene was that powerful was because she had, like, 4 Hersher cores at one point. Emanators exist on a different kind of level. And
So
remember that right now, they, like, what the Emanators actually told us.
Even Welt at his most powerful wouldn't have been able to take on Acheron?
Maybe not. It depends on, I think it depends on the Hersher's power specifically and how it operates, but it depends. I would say, like, it's really difficult because we've not really had to put Hershers in a position where they would be able to do the similar kinds of feats that, like, Emanators do. They don't exist on this cosmological level. And the other ones that we really know do this shit are the Hersher of Origin and Finality.
I was kind of really interested in that because Welt acted as if, like, he could take on Acheron, and it's not clear if he appreciated just how powerful Acheron was or not. But he certainly threatened Acheron.
I think as far as, like, Welt is concerned, I think a lot of people, like, make him out to be more powerful than he really is. He is very powerful, but he's not a Hersher anymore. He's, I think, the first thing to note. He does not have a Hersher core because he gave it to Bronya, and whatever Hersher powers he has are residual after his core dissipated. The thing that is most powerful is his cane is the Star of Eden, which is a weapon built from a Hersher core. So he does still wield the power of a Hersher technically through the Star of Eden, which is what Acheron refers to specifically as the black hole in his pocket.
Yes.
That weapon is extremely dangerous in a lot of ways. It probably wouldn't have killed Acheron, but it could have trapped her for a while. We know Welt can do that because that's what he tried to do to Cyrene. So
there's something that I noticed after. Do you remember the part where Aventurine, like, using I can't remember what the stones. Aventurine powered up by the stones, like, it is disrupting Penacony and to bait Acheron to essentially tear a hole in Penacony.
Okay.
And he's doing this attack that's like sending like these projectiles down towards the ground, and Acheron like unsheaths her sword to reflect it all back. What I didn't realize until I rewatched that scene a couple times, is that when he did that, like, because everything goes in slow motion for a second, and I thought that was just a cinematic choice. But I noticed that Welt actually used his cane at that moment and actually slowed down Aventurine's attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I thought that was
he uses it a bit. He doesn't use his full powers yet. His power extends from his knowledge and skills.
One of the few times he made a contribution. That was nice. He also booped
Still at the very beginning.
the MC on the head.
Yeah, he does do that. I would say, like, when you look at, like, Hershers, I think that
so far.
I think the important thing to note about Hershers is, like, again, how they exist is very unique because they sort of, like, exist and don't exist at the same time because their Hersher core, which is what stems from their, like, where their powers come from,
is sort of like a stabilized singularity that connects them to the imaginary tree. It allows energy from the imaginary tree to flow into their bodies, and it's what gives them this power to do whatever it is they do. And we know that, like, even when
curiosity,
what is that?
Out of curiosity, because we don't know exactly how Welt ended up where he is now.
Yes and no, but go ahead.
Do we know how he got to where he is, but also has the Star of Eden?
He's always had the Star of Eden.
Okay, so that's just his thing.
Yeah, he's had it for a while. The Star of Eden was originally a weapon forged for Eden, one of the Flame Chasers. That was her weapon originally. But through plot...
The cornerstones are kind of similar to Herrscher cores? Just drawing power from a different source?
Yeah, more or less, yeah. I think the unique thing about Herrscher's being that they pull from imaginary tree is what makes them unique, and also the fact that you can't really kill them. Like,
right.
Take, for example, the core of the Void, right? They killed Cyrene, right? Her physical body died, but her core remained. And they gave that core to a Kiana clone. And the only reason she woke up was because Cyrene's consciousness existed still within inside that core, and she wished to live a normal life as a girl, and that's why Kiana wakes up. And we see that Welt exploits this later on in the manga, where, like, he lets his physical body die multiple times, and he just hides his consciousness inside his own core and just kind of exists as an immortal.
I think in that moment, Aventurine was utilizing the power of two different cornerstones. I'm not 100% confident in that, but I think he was utilizing the power of his and of Topaz's, but I could be very wrong there.
Are you sure, Krail, that that's a replica? Because the only replica ones we've seen were the ones that Void Archives was making. Or that Otto made with Void Archives. I think it is understood that he has the original Star of Eden.
Let me like consult to the wiki.
I don't remember. Original is blue. He holds in Star Wars red. Well, yeah, but I mean they also change forms a lot, and that's not necessarily a solid thing for that. Because even in the manga, when he used the Star of Eden, it's still red. And I'm pretty sure if I open the game up, which I could do, but like maybe not at this exact moment, I could go take a look at what it looks like. I can sit on my phone. Fuck it. We're gonna do this right now. I'll go open it up and I'll go look into the Divine Key stuff and take a look at the Star of Eden stuff. I guess technically they're Bronya weapons, but we can go look at it.
Okay, so I think it is the original Star of Eden because, okay, so this is the character story that you get when you unlock the level 60 of the character.
Yeah.
This is from HSR. These days, Welt rarely fights, and it remains unknown whether or not he still retains the strength from his heyday. Gravity manipulation has remained his usual combat means ever since his cane transformed from the Star of Eden. So I think that means it is the Star of Eden?
I think it is. So replicas are supposed to be red and the original being blue. That's what I heard. I don't know where you've heard that because that doesn't sound like a rule I remember seeing. When we've seen replicas of the Divine Keys, the only person who really did that was Otto using Void Archives to do it. And they've specified in the manga multiple. When it is a replica, they've specified replica of the Divine Key or whatever. That's how he's able to weaponize things like Feng Huang Down or the Judgment of Shamash, is because he's using Void Archives to create one, and that's why they look different. I'm pretty sure that Welt has the original. Let me go check the dorm really quick. Look at Divine Keys. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh god, what was it? The key of devouring? Yeah. So even in this, there's three different versions of it. Two of them are red, and one of them is blue. Even in the game right now. So like, even in game, one of these is blue, and the blue one is the one that Bronya uses because she changes the way it's shaped. If we go back and look at the other versions of this, This says, a divine key that was made using the core of the ninth Herschel capable of manipulating gravity itself. First unearthed in the Yellowstone ruins, it was later acquired by a scientist in the North American branch of Schicksal. The weapon played a vital role in the subsequent split and independence of anti-entropy. Which means to say that Welt took it the moment that they separated out from Schicksal originally. Originally furnished with an external spherical stabilizer, it was severely damaged in the battle in 1955. Einstein and Tesla later redesigned the divine key into a cannon-like device. So yeah,
By the way,
they've had it from the beginning.
It says here that after the incident with St. Fountain came to close, Welt had no choice but to venture with the initiator of the incident to the other side of the portal. Perhaps even he did not expect a new journey, nor companions awaited him there. So he had to go through a portal, I guess.
Yeah, they tell you that. That's in the manga.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. The Twins of Eden thing says, a divine key weapon made using the core of the 10th Herschel capable of manipulating gravity itself. Its core component is a sphere about 10 centimeters in diameter. The external stabilizer can be replaced with other models and different structures, which adapts this weapon for various combat circumstances. When in the form of pistols, the weapon's output power is concentrated in a specific direction, making it a potent weapon even in the hands of a layman. Meaning that, like, as long as it's in a thing that can hold that 10 centimeter, like, core, it's fine. Which is to say, Welt's cane is a new version of the Star of Eden. They just adapted into the cane later. So, Welt had made replicas of Star of Eden using only the replicas. I don't think he does, because, like, again, they tell you outright in the weapon description that, like, anti-entropy has always had a version of the Star of Eden from the very beginning of its foundation. Then we have the version that you can get for Bronya, which says
in his character story logs at the end of his part 4 one, it says, "Note: if I ever get back home, consider making a cartoon out of this."
He fucking would. Yeah, even in, like, the description, the Star of Eden does change blue when Bronya gets a hold of it, as the Herrscher of Reason. So they do give her that. And the core is a different color now, so the core can absolutely change color. There's no reason to expect that there's a replica of it at all. It seems extremely reasonable to believe that Welt has the original Star of Eden. I don't know where this information came from that he only uses replicas, but I've not seen that anywhere. Not so far as I know, anyway. Also, now I'm just, like, doing dailies. This is fine. Also, there's an Ellie event right now, and I haven't done any of it. She's live streaming to me, chat. I have to watch the Ellie live stream and tell her she's pretty, and donate to her. Maybe she'll acknowledge me. Which is a thing you actually can do, by the way. Action Star anime confirmed when Welt returns to Earth. That'd be hilarious if true.
Yeah. That would be the perfect way to, like, have an actual HSR anime if after the game is done, the release an anime and it's in the context of this is the stories as told by Welt.
That would be so great. It's like, oh yeah, a product of, like, ET Studios, and it's just fucking that. Like, that'd be so funny for them to do that. Like, they have the opportunity, the greatest thing ever if they do this. I hope they will.
Yeah. And like it's clearly the entire anime has, like, an unreliable narrator.
That actually would be great. Like, any issues that they have would be because Welt's an unreliable narrator.
I would be so happy.
I love that idea. That's actually fantastic. Please do that, Hoya.
Yeah. My home was corroded by a force known as Honkai, but that hasn't stopped it from being a warm and beautiful world.
I mean, that sounds like a thing Welt would say.
Yeah, I'm just, like, looking at his voice lines now.
Wait, does he actually say Honkai in his voice lines?
Yeah, it's in his something to share line. He says, "My home was corroded by a force known as Honkai, but that hasn't stopped it from being a warm and beautiful world."
Huh. Honkai actually mentioned. I didn't realize they had actually, like, name dropped it.
Yeah. Yeah, and in his character stuff, the Star of Eden is mentioned too.
Wait, what do they say about that? Anything?
Oh, I said it earlier. I'll read it again.
That.
Yeah, that's actually in the game. That's like if you go to Welt in the information tab and click on story, that's one of his story things. Is it mentions the Star of Eden.
I love it when we do a story update stream and end up on the same line of dialogue for an hour. Yeah, isn't it great? Isn't this what you guys always wanted? To derail the entire plot of the game, to talk about other nonsense of a game we're not even playing?
About his previous profession. I was an animator for 8 years. My life was pretty routine. I guess it was a little dull compared with adventuring, but work is a very worthwhile thing. It brings dreams to life. I like how he doesn't mention like the fights and stuff. Like I was an animator.
Yeah, he talks about the times he spent after Kiana ascends to her finality and just runs ET Studios with Bronya making games and animation. Like that, it's like, yeah, I was an animator. I'm like, no, you were. Yes, you were technically, but come on, you got into a fight with alien invaders and Void Archives, and then got stranded in space. You don't want to talk about any of that shit. That you're like a consultant for like an anti-Honkai organization. Come on, well.
Yeah.
I honestly though, I feel like he does that deliberately though, because like, I think that the information about how Earth works, he's not really shared with that many people. Maybe Himiko, but I don't know for sure. Because Himiko is absolutely the reason why he's staying on the Express. I'm convinced of that. But, like, I don't know how many people he's actually told about his actual work on Earth. I wonder about that. Well, come on, man. Tell me your lore already. Talk about it. Which I know they won't until after at least a post-Honkai Odyssey 3 comes out, but like still, damn you! How dare.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys enjoying staring at Evernight staring back at you?
It's nice to see Ellie.
Prolonged moment of was a moment of prolonged eye contact. Just staring into her face. I did see like a theory when they revealed like Evernight's design. The people saying she's like an emanator of veracity because her sleeve has teeth on it, and she eats Amphorius in the trailer. And I'm like, are we sure about this, guys? Are we sure? It's very amusing of a concept, though.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I should maybe, potentially, continue the plot. I can't wait till we get a Welt upgrade and it's just him inside Arahato. My god, can you imagine? We don't get Welt. We get like Sam 2.0, but it's Welt and fucking Arahato. It's ninja mech.
By the way, for what it's worth, I also found in-game dialogue for HSR that mentions Verschers.
Oh? Do tell.
So, in the name of the world, which is Welt's signature light cone, the text on it is it's a conversation. The first line is Welt. It's a great name, right? Then, from now on, you are Welt. This Hersher core, and the mission to protect the world. I'll leave them to you, Welt.
Oh yeah, that's the conversation with his mentor, the Joyce. That's what that is.
Yeah.
That's an important part of his. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so that's the text on his light cone.
I mean, consider that his like splash art also has like Tesla and Void Archives and all the others. Like that makes sense that they would put that there. That does track. Before Sir Welt just absolutely fanboying over piloting mecha. Yeah, absolutely. I need that to happen. Bring in Ninja Mech Arahato and have Welt pilot it. I need this to happen. Come on, Hoyo. I know you guys are waiting for a moment to do it. Welt can live out his anime fantasies. I believe. I mean, he's already died multiple times. He's become a hero of Earth. Let him become an anime protag for once. He wants this. I know he does.
Yeah.
I believe it. Okay, Evernight, are you gonna kill Black Swan, or are you just, like, gonna be a menace? She says, I'll take that as a compliment. But I still don't understand why you've kidnapped me here. I don't know why you're even here, Black Swan. I genuinely have no idea why you're here. I don't know what you're doing. Like, I don't know
I've
what...
already played this part, so I won't say anything.
I assumed you wouldn't.
Yeah. I have completed this patch's story stuff.
Well, seeing is believing, so why don't we take a stroll together? This ruin buried deep underground is called the Kernel, in the language of erudition, but I gave it a friendlier name. The Heart of Amphorius, the great tomb of a nameless titan. Okay, so the 13th titan, which is probably Ellie. The nameless titan. We'll see with your own eyes just how important the remembrance has been in this world, and how we will stir up the waves of oblivion to douse Aeon's ambition. I mean, shitting on the goals of the Aeon sounds like fun. You've been hiding here all this time. That's right.
Oh, by the way. Oh god, I want to ask you if you've already been to a part. I can't remember if it would have happened yet.
I've seen just now Don Hung became a dragon. And then we wandered into the butthole that Kislana opened. And then...
Okay, so that was the part that I wanted to see. Did you... So, I thought it was interesting that he actually made, oh god, what's the name of, the Aeon?
What,
the Aeon of Destruction?
Nanook.
Nook, yeah, you made Nanook bleed.
Yeah, I was curious about that too. I was like, damn, like that's actually not just like a thing they did for visuals in the animation, but like that's like a real thing, and it's an actual plot point. Like, okay, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I saw, like, I didn't think about it when I saw that animation, and I actually had to rewatch that animation again after like seeing that part. But yeah, he made God bleed. That's pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, good shit, man.
Yeah.
Mel has lines talking about mechas in this patch. Oh god, that's so funny. I can't wait. It's actually not all that complicated. The road we just walked was the beginning of our 7th journey in Amphorius. The beginning? Do you still remember how 3 paths are said to intertwine in Amphorius? That 3 entities, each comparable to an emanator, left their marks in this world.
It'd be funny if the 3 paths were like remembrance, like, oh god, I can't remember what the 3 paths were now.
Remembrance, destruction, and erudition.
Yeah, it was like remembrance, erudition, and then Kevin.
And then Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin is the 3rd path.
It's like if you draw a squiggly boy on a piece of paper and he up and punched you in the mouth. Yeah, exactly. It's like artist versus art. All over again. There's Xandar, Iron Tomb, and... That's right. There have been no signs of the entity corresponding to the remembrance. The Garden of Recollection was curious about that too. So the Memo Snatchers spent an unimaginably long time chiseling out a tiny channel to peek into this world. But there was always a power in the memory zone that kept them out. And when March 7th's consciousness was seized, it was a ripple of the remembrance that protected her and sent her in here. Can I assume then that this hypothetical emanator of remembrance was consistently protecting this world from the Garden's eyes until the Express arrived? That's correct. You're a smart one. But why? Yeah, that is a good question. Why? Go see it for yourself, little bird. The memories contain everything. It's worth if you're a squiggly one who's paper and he up and punched our god in the mouth. Yeah, a little bit. That is kind of how that works. This gate is really impressive. March's memories. Of course, she tried to push the door open. Dingus. Didn't move at all, huh? I just got here. I'm already locked out. A journey of 1,000 miles stopped at the door. That's terrible. Is she stuck? Keep watching. The fun stuff is just ahead.
By the way, are you playing it in English or Japanese?
Japanese. We've stopped to English to listen to some of the like dialogue changes because they have all the new voice actors back. But like,
I'm doing Japanese right now, so I'm reading over it.
That's fair. I just asked because I thought the VA for March does a pretty impressive job, like alternating between like the tone that she gave for March and the tone that she gave for Evernight.
Well, I was saying earlier that like when it comes to Star Rail's like English dub, I actually feel like for the most part it's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Like their direction and vocal performances are not bad. I have issue with their pronunciations of things, but like
yes, not all of their pronunciations are good, but I feel like they got some really good talent in there.
It's not like because like Genshin's problem was a little bit of a different thing, right? Like Genshin's voice acting sucks, but not because like the voice actor's bad, because they have bad direction. Like their direction is terrible, and it's a known thing as to why it was terrible, and it might actually improve now that said person is gone. But like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like Star Wars always had like a pretty consistently good English voice cast.
In particular, I really like, even though it's hard to outdo like the Japanese voice for Kevin because it's gotten rather iconic. I really do like the English VA that's playing Kevin.
Yeah, I think they do a good job. I will say that like Cyrene and Kevin's voices are not necessarily how I imagine them in English, but they don't do a bad job at all.
It's the same, like, so yeah, I would say that while I think Cyrene's English voice is very good, and I think she's doing a very good job, it is very hard for me to imagine it with anything other than the Japanese Ellie voice.
Yeah, that's kind of the same for me too. The one thing I will say that I will give the English VA for Cyrene is that like the vibe that I get from her performance is like big sister. And I do think that actually works very well for Ellie, particularly in her relation to Kevin, because like even though there are some people who want to say that, like Kelly and Evan are like a couple or something, I always viewed them as like siblings. That Ellie has always been like sort of like a sister to Kevin in a lot of ways, and how she interacts and deals with him in Impact Third is very sisterly in a lot of ways. And I sort of like the idea that like in Star Rail she sort of is given that direction for the vocal performance. It's like, yeah, as if like you're a big sister to everyone. I kind of like that.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think Cyrene definitely gives off more sisterly vibes than romantic vibes, and I think that's true also with her interactions with the Trailblazer. She treats the Trailblazer as kind of like a younger sibling more than like acting like some kind of romantic interest.
See, this is like, it's at the core of like how a lot of people don't really understand Alicia as a character. I've seen a lot of threads on Twitter and stuff of people being like, Ellie's a narcissist and she was never meant to be a lesbian and blah, 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 because they're so against the idea of it that they just want to rationalize it out.
By the way, so you've mentioned Ellie as lesbian Jesus a lot of times that I've just kind of rolled with that. I actually don't know who you're referring to as the other half of that. Is it Raiden?
What, like, what do you mean other half of that?
Like, who is Ellie lesbian Jesus with?
Ellie's actual, like, love interest is Eden. So Eden is like the Beyonce,
okay.
like when you, and the reason why I say this is like they make it very clear that Eden's interactions with her are very, very different. Like, and this is sort of what I was getting before of like people want to like write off that Ellie's like, oh, Ellie's loving to everyone, she's polyamorous, or she was straight, or she's bi, or whatnot. No, Ellie is a lesbian and Eden is her wife, and that is absolutely the case. Because she uses, there's terminology she uses specifically for Eden and only for Eden. That it's like a more of a familiarity thing. It's how like a lot of Chinese writers will write lesbians, even though they can't overtly write that in their text because of laws and stuff in China. But like in English, they use it as like dear Eden, my dear Eden, and their back and forth is always very different from her more joking, flirtatious, mischievous way that she talks to everyone else. Right? Like there's always this implication that how she talks to Eden is very, very different from everyone else. Like that's just kind of how that is, I think, and it's people can deny that all they want to, but like I don't think they have like, I don't think they played the same game I did, because Ellie is one of the most overtly lesbian characters of any character Honkai or Hoyo has ever written, period. The only person who's more lesbian is probably Kiana. Like, she is very overt about it. It's not subtle. And that includes Cyrene in this game, too. But, like, as far as the actual person, it's Eden. But I think it was very clear that Hoyo always intended her to be a lesbian.
Yeah, in HSR, like, I don't think they've really signaled that Cyrene has, like, a romantic partner.
They don't.
Makes sense because there's not really, like, any room for that in Amphorius with what Cyrene has gone through.
They don't need, like, it doesn't really service the story here. And you could argue that even in the context of Impact 3rd, it didn't really service it that much, except for one very important part, which is that Eden was crucial to resurrecting Ellie at the end of the Elysian Realm arc. And that connection she has to Eden specifically is a very, very important reason as to why May doesn't fail in that arc. So, that's sort of the only reason why they really, like, drove that home there, was because her connection to Eden was crucially important to the plot.
Yeah.
It's like, you can only say Kiana's more because of how aggressively gay she is in the manga. Oh yeah, Kiana is aggressively horny in the manga. She's so aggressive. Even in the game, though, remember, in, like, the beginning of Impact 3rd, Kiana's cutting down the fucking minutes and seconds to the last time she saw May. Like, that's not normal behavior. That is some sapphic yearning if ever I've seen it.
Yeah, I kind of figured it was Kiana and May as the couple you were referring to when it came to Kiana.
Yeah, like, Ellie is, like, we call her lesbian Jesus because it's a really funny gag, and also the funnier gag is she's was it Yuri Jesus and Kevin's Yaoi Devil, which is really funny as, like, an idea.
Didn't Kevin have, like, someone
does.
that he was in love with?
Yes, Dr. May is his, like, canon actual lover, but the fans really, really latched on to him and Sue because they have a bromance. And so there was a meme going around for a while of, like,
one, right?
Sue is the guy who said eyes are always closed. He's like the Anaxaga character.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He's that one. So, like, he and Kevin grew up together. Like, they went to school together. They're best friends. They have a big bromance. And so a lot of the, like, fans were shipping them together, even though it's the canon answer is that Dr. May and Kevin are a thing. And that's always been a thing. It's an understood thing. And that's what the story actually says. But, like, it's funnier when, like, he becomes the evil Ursula finality type thing and Ellie becomes, like, the savior of all of humanity. So she's Yuri Jesus and he's the Yaoi Devil. It's just really funny.
Right.
But in actuality, no, Kevin was not meant to be, like, he's very straight, I guess, in that context. Maybe you can argue some bi-ish, but, like, he has a lover, kind of, but he can't touch her because he's cold and he'll freeze her to death and kill her. So she created the first...
And also, Hoyo does not like
they don't like
any characters to have, like, explicit romantic interest with any other character.
I mean, they do, but I think it's funnier to say that Hoyo doesn't like straight people. Because, like, straight people don't have good lives in Hoyo games.
So, like, what is like a canon couple in a Hoyo game between two main characters?
I mean, Kiana and May are pretty much explicit. There's official art of them in, like, wedding outfits. Like,
okay, that is very explicit.
They're very explicit that Kiana and May are lovers. That's a real thing. Like, that's
right.
They dance around it because of, like, you could maybe argue some censorship laws. They don't really say it directly, but, like, yeah, it's pretty explicit. Celia and Bronya straight up make out in the manga. So, like, Celia and Bronya are confirmed couples.
Well, okay, yeah, that's also very explicit. But, like, it feels like they'll dance around the idea of two people being in a potential relationship, but they don't outright have any sort of, like, people with explicit romance.
I would also argue that in the most recent Honkai stuff, Hellia and Coralie, they don't tell you directly, but it's very, 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 very heavily implied that at least Coralie is deeply in love with Hellia. And when you go look at Hellia's memories, her most important memories to her sense of self are those with Coralie. And it's like for both of their respective character arcs, their like relationship is the crucial part of what maintains their existence and how they are able to succeed.
Which one is the dog dragon?
Dog dragon is Coralie.
Okay.
So Helia and Coralie are, I think they're like even more overt about the two of them being in love with each other than they even were with Helia or with Kiana.
Can you tell me? I don't know if this gets too heavy into spoilers, but can you tell me why she is both a dog and a dragon?
Coralie is a dog because of Honkai corruption.
Okay.
She has that as like a natural part of her body. It's just what it is. She was ostracized by a lot of people her own age because of it until Einstein adopted her. And so Einstein recognized her as a prodigy and adopted her, and also like, yeah, it's fucked up how people treat you. It's whatever. The dragon thing is because of the recent plot stuff. Because you know that Coralie technically dies, kinda, and she comes in contact with the Scion of Permanence, as in the Path of Permanence, the fucking Aeon shit, and she inherits part of that power. So the dragon stuff is technically from a Scion of Permanence, and she wields that power.
Her and Don Hung would have things to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Coralie is deeply in love with Helia, and Helia goes full crash out mind break style when Coralie goes. Yeah, when Coralie dies, Helia straight up has like a crash out arc. Like, loses her fucking mind. And part of her arc is like establishing that there are multiverse versions of her that also had crash outs because of Coralie possibly dying. So like, the two of them are very overtly in love with each other. Fucking Coralie during her Trials of Permanence has like, her first trial is a goddamn dating sim to win over Helia's heart. Like, they are not subtle about it.
That's funny.
It's one of the funniest fucking things they've ever done, actually. It's so good. I love it. In fact, I want to find the picture, because I want to show this to chat, because it's so funny. They have it as a wallpaper. And I think they haven't updated this yet, so let me find it.
At some point I gotta get back into Impact.
Yeah,
3rd.
fucking look at this, and you tell me that this is not the gayest goddamn thing you've ever seen. This is the trial of permanence that Coralie goes through, and this is how she sees Helia. Like, what do you fucking mean? It's
okay. Yeah, that is pretty explicit.
It is one of the funniest fucking things they've ever done. I love this so much. But yeah, they're pretty overt, I would say. Like, it's not especially subtle.
Yeah. Okay.
Coralie also has unhinged lines of like, I get great comfort from hugging Helia's thighs and things like that. And I'm like, girl, what? There is nothing straight about that. What are you doing? It's like, I love you, but what? Also, you have like, because I didn't even mention this, you have like Senna and Layla. Layla's entire character arc is, I'm so deeply in love and idolize Senna and put her on a pedestal that the moment she's dead and or gone, I lose my entire fucking mind and go completely codependent crazy.
Who are those two?
Layla is the actual god of Mars. Senna is also a god of Mars, kinda.
Oh,
but Senna's also not from Mars initially. She's from a planet that was blessed by permanence. And I say blessed because it's really not. The whole story tells you that her planet sucked. The moment that the scale of permanence landed on their planet, everyone gained immortality, it devolved into, like, everlasting war and suffering. And she and the other sign of permanence, Nala Rob, left the planet because it sucked. So, that's the whole
Permanence
thing.
Doesn't seem that great.
Yeah, it's really funny whenever like Don Hung is like, hey, Geocles, you don't want this fucking shit of permanence, man. It often comes with bad things. I'm like, you don't fucking say.
Yeah, like the Lawflu seems to be all about how permanence sucks.
A bit. It's very funny. Yeah, we also have like this arc where like Layla's like hallucinating a ghost of Senna because again she's so fucking codependent she can't imagine life without Senna. Again, I would say that it's very difficult to say that there is any straight character in the main cast of any Honkai game, period. Like Impact 3rd, almost every fucking character is gay. Like almost all of them. With very, very few exceptions. You had like Sakura and Colin, where Colin on her like, execution day is like, I'm in love with the Hersher girl Sakura, and I don't care who knows it. Like straight up just says that before she dies. And I'm like, yeah, everyone's a lesbian because Hoyo loves lesbians. Go figure. Living forever fucking sucks. Yes, it does. Absolutely. Living forever is not a great time.
I mean, I'll give it a try and let you know how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be willing to try it. I'm sure I could live with it. Oh yeah, you also have Durandal and Rita are heavily implied to be a couple. They never really explicitly tell you anything, but they're like living together and they have a cat together. And it's obvious that the way that these two dote on each other that they're definitely a thing. We haven't seen much of Rita recently, but she has some lines of dialogue that definitely imply some stuff. Base Toya, yeah, truly. Of course, Seely and Bronir are a big couple. Who else we got in here? Thelema and Songchua are definitely a thing. They had a whole hilarious line of dialogue in the recent patch. Just straight up tells them, like, you two sound like you're a couple on the outs. Which is just really funny. Teddy was in love with Kiana's mom. And she didn't like Siegfried for it. But she kind of got over that. Though that's also arguably more of like a big sister kind of thing, because Cecilia was the only person that really treated Teddy like a person. But that's kind of its own thing.
And when I get back into Honkai 3 eventually, I'm gonna have to like get your help to remember things, because I'm trying to remember now which was the one that was actually Kiana. Like the real Kiana?
Durandal is the real Kiana.
Okay, she's like the really strong one, right?
Yeah, she's the most powerful Valkyrie in Schicksal.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
So, like, Durandal is the original Kiana, and how do I explain this? She and Siegfried were going to break into Schicksal to break out the clone, which is K423 Kiana, and during that mission, Durandal, like, I think she falls out of like a ship, or she gets blown up partially or something, and she loses part of her memory. Otto gets a hold of her and he uses the solium metal to help repair her and keep her from dying, which is partially why her hair is golden and not white. And she loses all memories of her childhood and everything she had up to the age of 9. So she doesn't have any memory of any of that anymore. Whereas K423 Kiana has no memories of her childhood and was raised by Siegfried, but they were on the run from Schicksal for a while, so she remembers being on the run, transferred from school to school to school, and having no real childhood, and Siegfried not really treating her like a daughter until he realized that he was never going to get Kiana back from Otto. And then he gave her a proper name and started referring to her and treating her like his actual daughter. Which is, kind of a fucked up thing for him to do initially, treating her not like a person, but he was also grieving, so there's that. Can I fucking get over the JoJo scene between Rita and Durandal? Oh my god, yes. That scene is one of the funniest fucking things they've ever done. Durandal's like, Rita, you've been looking forward to this, haven't you? You want to come fight me? And she's like, yes. I have to walk closer if I want to fight you. And I'm like, girl, what do you mean you're doing the JoJo thing? Stop it. Stop doing the JoJo lines. The Rita's done JoJo poses and stuff before, because she's so extra. And we love her. Goose. Yeah, Durandal's Goose. She is a goose. We like her. Let's see who else is just straight up a lesbian. Fuli kind of is, but her role is more of like mom / grandmother, because like Senti's like kind of canonically her daughter. Like Senti is like the Hersher born from her memories and body kind of, but Fuli has effectively adopted her, and she fills a narrative role as essentially Fuqua's daughter. So Fuqua's more of like mom than anything else. They do make jokes about Griseo and Vita. They say like little like the little Vitalings. Or the Vitamins, is I think the gag people are calling them. All of the little mini Vitas were made from like Griseo's powers and other stuff. So like Vita makes a gag about the two of them being parents together. So there's that. Oh, they come as close as you like. Exactly.
I remember Griseo being the one that fights with painting.
Yeah, she does.
being-
Well, no, actually, I mean, this Griseo, she fights with a fucking lightsaber because she's a Star Wars nerd. But she is a painter.
I want that one then. I have the one that.
You have her child version, the Sim Griseo, where she fights
that was
with paint.
the one that you gave me.
Also, fun Sag fact for you. That battlesuit she has is like Mr. Knight, which is does a lot of the fighting for her. Mr. Knight is Griseo's impression of her dead dad.
Cool.
So there you go. Also, more evidence that straight people have a horrible time because Griseo's parents both died horribly.
Yeah.
We also have, as far as lesbian families are concerned or whatever, you have Mobius and Klein. Mobius straight up built a robot duplicate of Klein whenever Klein died because she couldn't really grieve properly. So yeah, Mobius, hard lesbian, for sure. Let's see, who else we got? There's so many. Susanna Susanna's one of the gayest people I think I've ever seen in Ho-Yo. Because she meets, like, pretty women, and she has, like, shoujo manga brains, so she always envisions them as, like, the goofy, like, anime faces with, like, the flower stuff around them. Like, it's so funny and happens every fucking time with her. She idolizes, Sushong, so she views Sushong as, like, a handsome, dashing prince coming to save her. She idolizes Dudinol, does the same fucking thing. Susanna's got it bad. And it's very funny. Another straight couple to add to the list. Yeah, this is a lot of them. Add more to the list. I guess Luna's technically a straight character because she's the canon wife for Captain. Other Captain's gender is usually not specified. They tend to talk to them as if they're male, so Luna is technically a straight character, kind of. Siren's most important relationship with anybody is Bella. And also her, like, multiverse version is just obsessed with all of her seniors, which is Bronya and Teddy and the rest, so. Siren also not straight. Kidda's the same way, because Kidda's obsessed with Cecilia, so she's not. Oh, right, I forgot. Raven has a fucking hilarious dialogue. Raven, remember that's like the Natasha variant? When she learns about Alicia, she gets really upset that, like, May gets, like, all the attention from Ellie. She's, like, low-key jealous. And then she, like, when Ellie keeps just, like, wanting to touch May's horns, Raven's like, hey, I have, like, red claws. You can touch mine if you want. And she keeps trying to, like, get Ellie to fawn over her the same way that she does with May. And it's so funny. And she has a little bit of a complex about that, and it's so good.
Man, I do wish that that Natasha had a bigger role in Honkai Star Rail.
Yeah, I wish that they did more with Nat.
Yeah.
Just a bit. They don't do as much as I'd hoped with her.
She really hasn't done anything since, like, the first patch.
Not really, no. She's not really been around to do much of anything.
Yeah.
Also, I want to show you guys an out-of-context image from a Sushong event of Mobius. This was a real canon event, and this is just look at this one. Why? Why did they do this? Waiting for Obsidian and Star Rail? I need to, like, start doing voice acting so I can audition for roles in Impact or Star Rail or whatever, and I can become a voice actor for them. None of them have. That's why Molly loses her shit and Bellabog mentioned. Yeah, no, Molly's right, though, because, like, why is Sealy, like, not talked about anymore? Why did they not do anything with that?
Yeah, Seely's another one that they just kind of... Like, we basically have not seen Seely or Bronya for a very long time.
No. Also, here you go. Here is Susanna and her view of Sushong. There is not a straight thing about this image. This is Susanna's POV. There's nothing straight thing about this.
I kind of feel like it was a bit of a waste to have, like, throw in Raven, Zele, and Bronya and Belobog, because Belobog is not, at least, Belobog's not like super interesting. It's kind of the tutorial planet.
It is. I liked Billabog's story a lot, but I do think that, like, comparatively, we've had a lot better stuff since then.
Belobog's story. It's just that I don't really see anything, like, I don't really feel any particular need to expand on the story anymore now that the Stellaron's been dealt with.
Yeah, that's true. Also,
like,
here you
it
go.
just feels, in the grand scheme of the universe, Belobog feels too small to like make a big deal out of.
At risk of being banned, here's Kiana and May uncensored hand holding.
Oh god.
How you know? Susanna has become like spaghetti. Susanna as a character is really funny. I like her a lot. Also, Susheng has a type. She likes her orange-haired streamer girls. Because she's the same way in Star Rail, too. Because she's got Gwenaifen. And, like, Susheng, why do you have a type? Like, why is this your type? I need to understand why this is happening with you. But it's very amusing.
It would be cool, though, if, like, they found a way to bring Selly and Bronya.
They do have a really weird thing. Until they eventually mention it. So it's like, why does Seely have the power she does? Like, you ever wonder about that? Like, how can she, like, teleport around like that? How does she, like, phase in and out of existence like this? Like, in Impact 3, it makes sense, because she's, like, a partially quantized individual. And it's, like, the sea quanta affecting her existence. But, like, in Star Rail, why does she do that? How does she do that?
Idea.
And I feel like there's, like, untapped potential there of, like, discussing things. Susanna's like spaghetti, straight until wet. Bad.
I don't know why she keeps disappearing into a sea of butterflies.
Maybe I'll ask Molly one day. Maybe Molly knows. It's like, Molly, why did your character do that? Explain. What do you know?
Do you have that power to ask her?
I fucking wish. Molly seems like such a fun person. I would love to talk to her and hang out. I think it'd be one of the funnest people to talk to.
Yeah.
She has great energy. Like, I pop into her streams every so often, just put it on the background. Molly's so funny. Like, you would not think, just, like, watching, like, the story for Belobog, that, like, the VA is so feral. But, yeah, Molly is a straight-up gremlin.
I have seen her get super excited about aventurine stuff.
Yeah, she's good. You theorize that they're intentionally not keeping away from Belobog to a time past moment where the snow is receded and new areas are uncovered. They might do that, yeah. I feel like they're not done with Belobog. I do feel like they'll come back to it, but I don't know what they'll do with it right yet. It's going to be a while, though, I think. It's not going to be anytime soon.
Well, to be fair, like, there was when Sparkle and Sampo were talking, they did drop a hint that something is going to happen in Belobog.
Yeah.
Because Sparkle did ask Sampo if he has to go back to Belobog, and Sampo alluded to needing to go back there because something's about to happen.
Does the Prime Territory give us a slightly older Bronya and Seely litter? Yeah, boy, let's go. Also, I want to show you guys one of my favorite images.
I guess...
Griseo put Ellie in horny jail.
Come to think of it, I guess that... I guess it would make a lot of sense to have... Belobog in 4.x. Because 4.x is going to be about elation, and Sampo obviously is a masked fool, so you would think like he's going to be elation related.
Yeah, Sampo also has a lot more going on with him. I am still of the mind that fucking Sampo is Aha in disguise. That is the funniest idea to me, and I hope they do that. Because it would piss off so many people, and I need it to happen. And before the threat to Belobog is the Sky People. The Sky People is also a weird fucking thing they never explained. But I have my own theory about that. I have an idea. So, For those of you who are not familiar, because if you're only watching this for Star Wars content, you don't know anything about Impact Third stuff, well, I'm sorry, first of all, but like, secondly, the biggest threat of a post-punk odyssey is the Sky People. They're like an alien invader who we don't really know where they came from, but the only real enemy we know that they have is like the Sugars, which is like little puffball alien species who's like allegedly run into them multiple times, and it's a whole thing.
Can you show me this puffball alien species because it sounds adorable?
Oh yeah, sure. Let me Google this. They're really fun. Honkai Sugars. They're the ones that hang out with Kira a lot. They are these things. These are the Sugars. So the Sugars do not like the Sky People because the Sky People are a huge fucking problem. And while they do sort of
pretty cute.
Yeah. They do tell us that like the Sky People have at least in part some connection to Vita and Saw. And we know that they do because when we go do the 1.5 story stuff, we go to Phosphorus, which is the planet that Saw created. She has the Paradise Wardens that guard the thing, which are essentially the Sky People, or some version of them, but like they're different a bit. They're like sort of like a different version of them. And in flashbacks and stuff, we've seen that other constructs that Vita's created also look like the Sky People that we've seen fight. And they are in partial bits based off of Griseo's paintings that she pulled from people's memories. That the Sky People's designs, things we've seen in the post-punk odyssey, are constructs that seemingly were created by either Vita or Saw, and then they were like adapted from other existing things like the Paradise Wardens. However, the constructs that Vita creates are not this red and gray that they are in a post-punk odyssey. They're like a purple color. They're like purple and white. They have a very different color scheme, so they're not the same color that they are whenever we see them when Vita creates them. Which begs the question of, like, why do they look different? So, I have a theory about this, which is hinging on a character that we've not seen a whole lot done with, which is a scientist who used to work under Vita when she was still, like, a person on Mars, or not, on Venus, sorry, which is Dr. Mara. Mara hates Vita and Saw. She does not like them at all. And when Vita...
when you say Mara, by the way, my mind goes to Mara Struck.
Yeah, different Mara, not that. It's M-A-R-A-H. So, Mara hates Vita a lot. And then when the original Vita abandoned her name and became the voice of the Abyss, which is Saw, and then built her Star Jumper Gundam, she digitized a lot of the remaining people from Venus, and that included Mara. And in their little digital construct world that they just kind of left running for whatever reason, Mara has like a little cat form. And she can't really talk. And then Vita, the one we play as, and the main character for 1.5 or whatever, she sort of like teases and fucks with her a lot, but Mara still hates her a lot. So we know that like at some point in time, Mara threw a Stargate, and it's specifically called a Stargate, which is the same thing that allegedly traps Welt outside of the solar system. She manages to take her digital self through a Stargate and leave the solar system. Like through the Honkai tidal zone and out of it. And she leaves with a note that says basically, fuck you, Vita. I will come back and I will kill everyone. Like it's like a big fuck you.
Rude.
And so my thinking is that the Sky People that we see by post-punk odyssey that don't speak any language that humans can understand is because they're speaking Venusian. They're speaking in Venus language. And it's Mara. Mara is taking control of them. She controls what's left of that, or she's able to create these constructs for whatever reason. And it's Mara exacting her vengeance. That is what I suspect the Sky People are by post-punk odyssey. And the reason why no one knows anything about it is because maybe Vita's gone by now. Maybe she's like fucked off, or she's dead, or so we don't know what happens to her by the time post-punk odyssey happens. And so the only real like person they can talk to is people who had direct contact with the people who had, you know, relations to Vita, or the people who fought the Sky People before, i.e. the Sugars. So post-punk odyssey has a lot of that going on in the background that they very vaguely mention. But I suspect that Mara is the one that's behind it, and that's why they look different. Like, their color scheme is different. Or it's also possible that because Vita helped Saw get murdered and then usurped her power, that now when she creates these constructs that they look like that, and she's the one orchestrating it, in which case why would she attack Earth? Kind of a question, but we don't know what Vita's motives are currently, so who's to say what the fuck is going on with her?
You're thinking there'll be an expeditionary force from the Sky People trying to track down Himiko and Welt? It's possible. Welt also does end in the manga specifically hindering their ability to track Himiko. We don't know if it's StarRail Himiko or not, but it is a version of her. And he does go out of his way to hinder their progress of tracking people and the threat they would pose to Earth. So, if there's any faction of the Sky People left, yeah, they probably have a vendetta against Welt for sure. Assuming were able to leave the solar system. Which we don't know. They may not be from the solar system as far as we know. They could be from outside of it. And they've just co-opted stuff that already existed there. But, I don't know. I suspect it's Mara, though. That's a plot thread that needs to be addressed at some point in time. Inevitably. Maybe. Possibly.
Indubitably.
Anyways, you guys enjoying the StarRail stream where we go through 2 lines of dialogue and then go on a tangent for an hour?
Yeah, since I came to derail, like, I think you've read 3 sentences of StarRail.
Probably. That sounds about right. We've done nothing except a couple of sentences.
Yeah.
Warning, object does not have permission. What? Did I touch something I shouldn't have? Execute formatting protocol. That. Objects. That. What's going on? Formatting. Warning, illegal operations. That detected. Best StarRail stream. Yeah. I don't remember where we are. Can we start the patch over? Yeah, we'll have to restart. Let me just end the stream and we'll come back again tomorrow. We'll do the whole thing over again.
Excellent.
Hey, don't just activate like that. How do I stop this thing? Keikaku is plan. Okay. Operation authorized. Protocol name. Beep. Welcome back, Stella? Wait, they said this is when March first got here? And it's referencing us?
Yep.
Weird. Finally, it stopped. Wait, did she just mention Stella? She's barely spent any time in a forest and she's already famous. I blank 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 you blank. I don't know what you're saying. Let's not speak in riddles, alright? Why don't we start with an introduction? Only Artemis, or not Artemis, only March would want to have an introductory conversation with a fucking door. She's like,
that was very March.
It's typical. This is why, like, Don Hung's reaction last patch where he's like, you're not March. March is stupid. Like,
yeah.
That's how you know that we're back to real March, is because March is dumb.
It reminds me of, like, this part early on in Naruto where Sasuke says, okay, to make sure that no one impersonates us, I'm going to tell the 2 of you a password. So if we get separated and I see you and I don't know if it's the real you or not, I'm going to ask you the password. So they get separated. And then he, like, asks Naruto what the password is. So Naruto says the password, and then Sasuke attacks Naruto. And Sakura's like, what are you doing? And Sasuke's like, Naruto would have never remembered the password.
Yeah, absolutely. You missed the March GPS? I do too. That was really funny. Putting March's voice as a GPS is hilarious.
Yeah.
They need to do that again. Establishing communications. Communications. Oh, just being I finally can talk to someone real. I really, really need outside help right now. Oh no, they put her on the fucking robot calls. She did press 3 to talk to a consultant. Channel established. Proceeding to encapsulate. Wait, what? Encapsulate? Encapsulate me? Encapsulation complete. Initiating transmission. Transmission destination recurrence. So that's the cycle that they're in. What's going on? My body. Oh, she got digitized.
Quick March, just hit 0 over and over and over till you get an operator. Exactly. The memory stopped suddenly.
That's my strategy.
She was already lying in the abyss of fate the next time she woke up, and Oryx was calling her mother. Oh, I called it! Oh, I fucking called that!
Yep.
Oh, like 4 patches ago, I said that March was the mom. I fucking called it. Let's go.
You are correct, March. March is who the time whatever was referring to as March.
Let's fucking go, dude. Oh, that's so exciting and vindicating. I called that shit so long ago. Awesome. Mother? Maybe that's just how the Titan calls a remembrance Pathstriders, just like how Fuli is called Skyfather. So March 7th had already brushed against the inner workings of this world at the beginning of her journey. That warning in her memories must have been the Scepter's safety protocol. But why did they mention Stella? March 7th should have entered Amphorius long before Stella and Danhong did. An inexplicable contradiction, isn't it? Let's put that aside for now. The protocol didn't kill March 7th, instead it threw her deep into extrapolations. Over the next 97 days, she, note the two of us, trailblazed through Amphorius as mimetic entities as she evaded the administration's pursuit. It must have been a difficult and lonely journey for her. Yes, no one could see March. She didn't belong to Amphorius' memories. She could only watch this world from the sidelines like a transparent shadow. Then when did you appear? On the day she ran out of options. March tried so many things to help her companions, but the only outcome of her efforts was a few Amphorian folk tales. Oh yeah, the Rosy Celestial Maiden. Which is also what we knew was her. In the end, she had only one option left. Just as she wished, I erased everything using the power of Oblivion. Then I protected Stella and Danhong and made sure that they were spared from the Mimosnatcher's clutches when they broke through the seal. And you've been hiding in the shadows ever since, while manipulating time and colluding with Earth all the way till now. A journey of 1,000 miles. Yes.
You already mentioned this, but yeah, whenever she says Earth, she's not referring to actual Earth, she's referring to the Earth Titan.
Yeah, like Terravox and the rest.
Yeah.
They've not, like, no one talks about actual Earth, and there's a reason to. Like, there's clearly, I think Amphorius is definitely, like, intending to draw a bunch of parallels to it, for those of us who are aware of it. But as far as, like, when that's going to come to fruition actually in Star Rail, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
But I do think that Amphorius gives us a lot to think about in context of, like, why Earth is so separate from everything else. But, yeah, no, they're not talking about the actual planet, because, well, it's already said that they tried to enlist Herta's help to find it. They have no fucking idea where it is. Journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. The story of the remembrance has just begun. Why don't we step into it together? As someone qualified to walk with me, you can now take in all the secrets behind this door and witness how, in a blank space of time, another futile journey across 30 million lifetimes was forgotten by this world. Okay. I thought Evernight would have done something to stop us, but it's been smooth sailing the whole way through. I mean, she still technically wants to protect the two of you. Because I know there's a soul in Star Rail who knows about Earth and the soul bodies besides Weltford Archives, Sparkle, and Sampo at the moment. Yeah. I mean, again, like, he's mentioned it to, like, Himiko and Herta, so, like, he's enlisted their help, but nobody knows where the fuck it is. Because even Akivili hasn't found it. The Memo Keepers do, or Memo Snatchers or some other faction of the Remembrance knows, because they tried to steal Kiana's memories. Aha knows about it, because he allegedly maybe dispatched Sparkle over there. But, like, outside of, like, that, there's not that many people that seem to know anything about it. Unless Mara escaped and she's able to talk to people, in which case, who knows who she's talked to. Though, people keep telling me that Firefly is supposed to show up in Back Earth at some point in time. I don't know how that's going to work, if ever. I've not seen any discussion of that, though.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, people keep saying that she's supposed to be like a collab character, but they're gonna do like a proper collab and a patch or two, and I'm like, we've seen literally nothing of that. So, I don't know where people are getting that information from, or why they're so convinced of it, but until I see something more confirmed about it, I'm not gonna, like, really, like, follow that. Are you ready still? I'm gonna open the door. What's behind the door?
Yeah.
Absolute silence. I can't sense anything at all. Careful, it could be a trap. I know. Duck behind me if anything happens, gang. Sure, buddy. 3, 2, 1. Warning. Object does not have access permission. So this is like the actual depths of the scepter, huh? I also have no idea how they'd possibly make that make sense. Yeah, I don't honestly know how they would make Firefly make sense. Legitimately. I don't know how that would work at all. Let's see. But did I touch something I shouldn't have? It's got nothing to do with you. That's the Scepter Safety Protocol. It means we're in the right place. So this again. Get ready. Incoming. Oh, that's Ellie's voice. That's what that is. That's Ellie. I recognize that voice anywhere. I know that. That's Ellie. Why are you the computer voice, Ellie? I'll be waiting for you. Of course you will be. You mentioned your name? What it said sounds so familiar. Yeah, because it's Ellie. I'm getting a feeling of deja vu. Like the first time I opened As I've Written. See, I tell you guys, they know this. We know what's going on. Thankfully, Evernight didn't take that book. Let's try using it. Take out As I've Written. Operation authorized. Protocol name. Dial tone. I like that the little book that we had is actually like relevant to the plot too. That's kind of fun.
Yeah, it is nice that they have tied that in.
The seal's gone. Didn't think this book would have had a use here. Me either. I'm glad that like stuff that we didn't think was actually important is showing up and being relevant. That's actually kind of neat. Hey, there's Ellie. What are you doing here, Ellie? What are you doing? Always. I always miss you, Ellie. I didn't miss you. I never think about these things. Lies. Of course I missed you. Where have you been all this time? I'm just messing with you. This is the first time I have met you. Executing protocol that format object. Formatting progress 0.015%. And it looks like it'll be the last. Damn, Digital Ellie's being deleted again? Surely there's no way she'll come back from that and be a crucially important character by the end of the arc. I don't know what you mean. Something's wrong. She's not talking to us. She's not the mem, you know. Could she be a Cyrene from the past? Since we don't have all day, let's get started, shall we? As always, I'll read this book to you. That way, it won't just be Cyrene's memories alone. Where should I start this time? Let me see. There, we'll start with the meeting between the Helcolithus Sage, Midamos, and the King's Aegis, Anaxa. Well, Herrscher Corruption done got her. Damn. See that? She just said, My Day the Sage and Anaxa? All the Cyrenes from the past should have died long ago. This is obviously not the history we know. It might be one of the possibilities on 30 million cycles, but Cyrene should have died at the start of every recurrence, so why is she here? And who was she talking to? And that book she mentioned. Is it As I've Written? Very likely. That door reacted to the book as well. Let's try copying what she did. Alright. Accessing recurrence. Alright. Access failed. Error code Y13. That's it. As I've written, is definitely connected with this great tomb. Did it say recurrence? Do all these runes represent titans? Of course they do. Probably referring to the eternal recurrences. It also proves that the previous hypothesis that this place is outside of Emphorius' cycles. Hence why it's an oversight for Lygus then. There are 12 chapters in As I've written, corresponding to the 12 demigods. Maybe the nameless recollections match these runes. Let's try linking them first. Okay. Collect Titan runes projected by the tuned device in the space to proceed. Okay, I'll figure it out. Press the button to download a rune. Alright, Hubris downloaded. Okay, so Ceredra. Oh, look at all the little Ellies! Oh, they're adorable. Absorbing the memories in this book in this manner. Okay. Hey, little Ellie, what are you doing? This world never learned how Ceredra rewrote the law, but I believe it was Emphorius' decisive move against destiny. Okay. Let's see, what do the other Ellies do? 30 million departures, 30 million shatterings, at the beginning of 30 million flame chase journeys, fate betrayed Trivios, but she was never betrayed by humanity. Yeah, go ahead and download this one, please. Yep, thanks for that. Let's see. Perform a miracle. I'll do miracle stuff in a minute when I'm done looking around. Cannot be using current state. Fine, I'll do it. I didn't want to. This room is so desolate. What exactly is it? Yeah, this place looks fucked up. Damn. If this place is outside of Emphorius' cycles, why does it look so, like, fucked? And also, why are, like, all of the, like, runes and other things here? Trailblazer spends a lot of time in simulations. Yeah, it seems like it, doesn't it? Let's see. I'm gonna take my watch off. Yeah, they get absorbed into the simulated universe, and now we got a whole plot in this thing for whatever reason. Well, that didn't work like I wanted. What if I did... Doesn't feel quite right either. Well, I made that.
I mean, that's, you know.
Yeah, it's
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's one of the things of all time.
Yeah, truly that was an option.
I feel like this... Alright, use hint. Already in correct position, so that's where it should be then. And that needs to go here. Okay. Which means this definitely has to go here. That. Maybe that's where that goes? Oh, there it is. I got it. I was close already. There's another puzzle. I see it. Do I need to do all these puzzles? No. No, I do not. But I will anyway. Because I will not be doing a whole lot of Star Rail outside of stream anyway.
Oh God.
I've recently started backtracking and doing like old puzzles and stuff just to pick up some currency.
I mean, that's fair, honestly.
Yeah. Not that they give a lot of currency, but I guess there's also an aspect of me that's just being a bit completionist about it.
Yeah, I mean, I've completed all the chests and stuff, but I was saying earlier, like, I need to go back and find all of the, like, the little bugs and stuff, which is gonna be a huge pain in the ass. But
yeah.
One of these days, I'm gonna go do that. I have full clear every map. Helyo, please give me more game. That's something about Zenless right now. Like, I've done, like, everything in Zenless except for, like, the current, like, Orphe event. And I've got, like, nothing to do in it.
I still have so much left to do in Zenless.
There's still, like, some commissions I don't have because you only get them from Hollow Zero stuff. But, like, I don't want to do Hollow Zero stuff.
There.
Let's see. What am I supposed to do with that? And then this thing, I think I need to go back and forth on this platform. And then I need it to end on an orange one. I do dig the puzzle music though. Yeah, I kind of like the puzzle music too. Okay, that's already not right. This. Alright, now, I need to be able to get across somehow. But how? That's a really weird one. I don't understand this one. Okay, if I go here and here, and then it drops because I'm on top of the thing. Alright, if it's dropped down, it goes over one, and be on top of the blue button. Again, which is still the blue button. Over. Okay. Oh, hell yeah, now we got it. Let's fucking go. I figured it out.
Rats.
Big brain time.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get these puzzles immediately, and other times I sit there and struggle with it for a while, and I'm like, I feel really dumb sometimes. Not always, but sometimes I feel really dumb.
Like when you still haven't figured out that Evernight and Elysia are the same person.
Yeah, you know, I don't know why I would never have thought that. I wonder.
Yeah, it's the connection is right there.
Yeah, it's such an obvious one. How could I with all my knowledge of lore and Honkai stuff, I should have definitely seen this coming.
Yeah.
I should have absolutely known. How could I have been so blind?
I often ask myself the same thing.
That's why I had to get glasses.
About you, not about myself.
Sure.
Yeah.
Alright, now what does this do? You must be very familiar with the story of time by now, so why don't we leave some pages for the heroes instead? Yeah, let's see. I'll download that in a second. I want to go grab some stuff.
I wonder why there's this digital space that's outside of the influence of the cycles. Like, it says this in the course, like, this isn't the same thing as, like, the exit myth, so. SMH? What do you mean SMH? What do you mean? It's because Penning was right about my Marginelli, is that what you mean? I say, not at all sarcastically.
Filia 093 Download 完了 Scorpio 36を Download
Branch
完了
1.
分岐
Okay.
ナンバー1アーカイブに保存中
I actually really like that the
対
book is so
象
important
回
here.
帰ナンバー335
Like, I never would have expected that that was going to become relevant, but I do like that.
進捗率 13.131%.
Well, let's go down and see what else we got going on here. There's a notch in the terminal that's just the right size for this book. Yep, give me this.
分岐ナンバー1アーカイブに保存完了
You know, Ellie would be sort of like the guardian of the book that has like the stories of all the cycles and heroes. This is very on brand for her. Can you believe you didn't know March was Ellie? Yeah, I know. With how much I love Alicia, you think I would have picked up on this? I would have clocked it instantly.
暗号キーカプセル化実行中
Encapsulating encryption key. I see. This book is a data terminal that has been modified by the Remembrance. It might have looked like Cyrene was reading a story, but she was actually carrying out a data transfer. Who's on the receiving end? It's probably the entity deep within this tomb. The details aren't clear yet. No wonder these facilities are reacting to it. This book is a key. Cyrene could never have known about the truth regarding the scepter, so where did she get this key? From Ares Elysiae? The oracle cards and Cyrene's memories do resemble the book, but their external appearances are not exactly the same. Yeah, that's a good question. Do you remember, during her brief existence, Cyrene once encountered a certain Aeon? Yeah, so I can only place my hopes on that childhood dream and the god behind Orynyx that appeared in that dream. Oh yeah, she did say that, didn't she? It's no secret that Orynyx and Fuli are related, that Aeon also appeared when you encountered Mem. We still don't know what role they play in Inforius, but if Cyrene accidentally stepped onto the path of remembrance, and her sacrifice wasn't just for resetting the cycle, there was another purpose.
暗号キーのカプセル化完了
Let's see. Let's keep going for now. My hypothesis holds, and the scene we just saw will replay many more times. Okay. How do you, like, stumble onto the path of an Aeon, though? Evernight, spies are everywhere. Now, let's see. Cypher, can you hit that? Yeah, Cypher, let's go, girl. Also, I don't think I've ever seen her, like, actual attack when running around the world and hitting things. I don't think I've ever actually seen that. It's hard to believe. Is this still Inforius? I mean... I guess. So many countless storage arrays. They would even rival the cyber prison of... whatever that is. They love just dropping terms on me that they like. Oh yeah, this thing we all know about that we've definitely talked about before. Yeah, sure, man.
That's a very Star Trek thing to do.
You know what? I would agree with that from a little bit I've seen of Star Trek. Look, what a magnificent sight. Even this classical world contains a futuristic palace like this. But Ares Elysiae end up looking like this after a few thousand years?
プロトコル実行対象をフォーマットしますフォーマット進捗率0
It's always so on time, never late at all. It's okay, I get it. It's just trying to remind me how precious time is. I want to share a story with you this time. I saw a little nymph on my way here. It was on a fallen wheat stalk, and it glowed under the sunlight. It was incredible. I forgot all my pains at that moment and just stared at it in a trance. I wonder, did every Cyrene in the past feel that the nymph was beautiful? Would they also have recorded that scene into the eternal saga? So, could you give me more time, please? I want to leave behind more memories for the future. Nope, Ellie got deleted again. As expected, the answer is remembrance. An Aeon appearing in her dreams, 3 paths intertwining in Emphorius, and the garden trying to infiltrate this world at all costs. I have reason to suspect that Fuli's gaze once swept over this world before the center completely fell to the destruction, and that Cyrene basked in that divine gaze. So Cyrene was the Emanator then? Maybe. They knew what was going on, yet they still allowed the destruction to thrive. Humanity cannot judge eons based on our own common knowledge. The Remembrance has always been an observer of the universe ever since their birth. The garden knew nothing about her. That's to be expected. The various factions are only followers of their eons, and Fuli was never known to be friendly with humanity. There's still something I don't understand. According to Black Swan, the garden is internally fractured, and there is a party that craves the memory of an eon's fall. They would do anything to achieve that goal. Yet I feel as though those Memo Snatchers didn't try to stop us at all. Instead, it feels like they were trying to cover something up. Oh yeah, I have a sign now. Don't make me tap the sign. Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the time, a gaze is simply a natural phenomenon, though some pastors regard it as a supreme honor. An Emanator, however, must possess power granted by an Aeon's blessing. I know what you're thinking. That theoretical Emanator of Remembrance remains a mystery, but now I'm leaning towards the idea that what the garden's mirror reflected, the kind of miracle that Fuli left behind. Okay, so that's what they're talking about. So Cyrene's 30 million sacrifices. Yes, we were thinking the same thing. Legend says that Fuli sits in meditation in the Anasrava, Pure Land, spreading the seeds of remembrance across the universe. And when the cosmos ends, all the different realms will be reborn in their garden. In this sealed-off world if this sealed-off world is also within their gaze, then it's not too big of a stretch to surmise that they need a mechanism to save these incredible amounts of memories and store them somewhere out of the Erudition's sight. This mechanism that was previously the Time Titan and their demigod, but after Emphorius entered an endless loop, the Divine Authority stood empty. As I've written, became the Remembrance's medium. It's that ceremonial blade. Okay. Now I can say with certainty, time is the page on which that Aeon records Emphorius. If it fades from existence and all that it records is lost among the stars, that Aeon will surely direct their gaze here. And it will be a glance that spans time and space, transforming each incarnation of me into the power you shall wield to reset time, imbuing my soul into this ceremonial blade and creating an endless flame-chase journey. The ceremonial blade killed Cyrene at the start of every recurrence, and at the end of every journey, Cyrene's soul took the extrapolated memories stored within the blade and buried them in this great tomb. That's how the memories of Emphorius transcend the time loop, transcend the loop and were continuously stored, while the scepter had to revert its progress over and over again because of its loss in logic. Fuli's blessing will not disappear as long as this process keeps going. I knew their gaze never left. As long as I record every page of the story and tell it to you, Emphorius won't be forgotten. Cyrene encountered the Aeon's gaze and regarded them as the hope to continue her world. That's why she offered them memories over and over, even if she had to turn herself into nothingness every time. As to why she insisted on keeping her human form and offering the memories through reading a story, it might have been the only way for her to maintain her sense of humanity and leave her mark in this world. even though everything was just her wishful thinking. It's not wishful thinking. We will witness these memories. Based on the runes of the floor, the encryption key from earlier should be used here. There are 3 keys in total. We're 1/3 of the way through. I see. Being gazed upon does not make you an emanator. Yeah, that's pretty much what Don Hung just said. That, like, a gaze does not necessarily make you an emanator. Because if that were the case, then, like, still it'd be the emanator of, like, 3 different eons by now. Sure, upload the key. You never say anything, but I know you're listening. Every story I've told is like a little key that opened a door in your heart, no? The path has appeared. Go. Sure. Dude, this place is fucking massive. Like, what kind of data center does this have to be? Like, Jesus. Oh, we can change direction, too. But where does that take us? Path is blocked, unable to use at the moment. Okay. Alright. What's the thing? I really have no idea what the boss is going to look like. Screenshot of that line. I now have a sign that I can tap when everyone sees someone as eager to gaze upon. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good thing to have, honestly, because, like, the discussion about lore and, like, Emanator stuff is, like, such a clusterfuck of nonsense from what I've seen. Then the sky sent down rainbows and showed the world a gentle smile. Oh, bye again, Ellie. Looks like it's time to say goodbye again. Before I was even aware of it, this book has already recorded too many emotions. Every page has become so heavy. I've started to feel uneasy whenever I take it into my hands. Where did the very first ripples want these memories to be sent to? How many times has it been? It faithfully fulfills its duty, activating, formatting, never changing, like the fate of the flame chase in every cycle. If I can only write the same ending every time I lift my pen, then is this weighty saga just an overly naive dream? Ellie's self-doubt? That sounds about right. Ellie might be a vain person, but she also is very sensitive. And also does have, like, a lot of anxiety and other issues, so this is pretty on brand for her. Process error analyzing. Oh? Really? Are you encouraging me? Thank you. I'm sorry for making you see this embarrassing side of me. Everyone's still working so hard. If I'm the only one who's crying, that wouldn't be romantic at all, would it? Classic Ellie line. Thank you for listening to me all this time. So, shall we continue? Interesting that the scepter responded to her in that way. The endless cycle took its toll on her. Even Cyrene could not resist despair when faced with eternal stasis. Like Kasana, she started to wonder whether everything was futile. But they wouldn't give up, and neither will we. There was a process error in this memory. So you noticed it too. Who exactly was she talking to? I thought it was an Aeon at first, but the way she talked, it didn't sound like praying to a god at all. Maybe she's talking to her imagination, a hero within. But that wouldn't explain the process error. No matter who the listener is, Cyrene's storytelling is just a data stream for the scepter. Maybe she thought as long as she kept tossing drift bottles into the distance, someone was bound to pick up one someday. Alright, well, we'll take out the book and do some more stuff.
回帰ナンバー3354037
Hmm. Once again, Castress offered her final embrace to death, and from then on she started another lonesome watch. How wonderful would it be for someone to give her a real hug? Hey, nice callback!
Yep.
Now, maybe the people who complain that Castress' wife baited will shut the fuck up inevitably. Girl needed a hug, okay? She was touch-starved as fuck. She needed it. She's had a hard time.
She does live a tough life.
You know what? And if Ellie says that she needs a hug, then we have to listen to her. It's just a given.
She lives a tough life even in the context of people that have been like on repeat for 300 million cycles or so.
I mean, 300 million cycles and she's died 300 million times too. She just doesn't remember every death.
Yeah.
Let's see.
She doesn't remember every death, but Kevin remembers every one of her deaths.
Yes, he does. Alright, there we go. That one was easy. No problem. Alright, let's get this. Oh, there was a bug here somewhere. Where was it? How the fuck would you have seen that normally? That thing was so well hidden. How the hell would you have seen that? I just happened to, like, notice the prompt. What the fuck? Alright, let's go ahead and download Castress' thing. Yep, Castress downloaded. Onwards! Thwap. Thwap. Oh, let me grab that. I'm really wondering, like, what the boss of this is gonna look like. Like, I have no idea what to expect as to, like, what our final fight for this is gonna be. Other than, like, Evernight summoning some creature or something. But she shouldn't attack us, necessarily. No matter how her identity changes, she will always end up being a pillar that stands tall for the holy city for 1,000 years. The hand of Zagreus. Seems like we'll need it here. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that you rolled on the car.
That what?
You pulled the car.
Car?
Yeah. You got the car.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Cypher.
Why is she a car? Other than just the fact that she's like Uber Eats, but a cat?
That's mostly why. She's the car in the car. She's the one that like transports us places.
I suppose she's like your cat Uber, cat girl Uber. I mean, yeah. Cypher is great. I think as far as the Flame Chasers are concerned, she's definitely like, I think she is my favorite actually. I do really like her a lot. I think like Cass is probably next after her, and then Aglaya after that. As far as the, I think, but Anax is also really funny too. I can't not hate Anaxa. He's so fucking funny.
I haven't really thought about who my favorites are. I mean, Finon would be my top choice.
I mean, I feel like it's just kind of a given with like Finon and Cyrene and the rest. Like obviously Ellie's the obvious favorite, but like.
Yeah, like if you exclude Finon and Cyrene because, you know, they were the obvious picks. And then I guess also technically RMC and Dunhung also count as Chrysos heirs, but we can exclude them too because, like, you know, they existed beforehand. Who would my favorite be?
I'm trying to think where I would rank Anaxa, because like I really like him. Like he's so fucking funny every time I talk to him, and I'm like, I like you a lot. So I'm trying to think where I'd put him.
I think I'd probably put Cass as my top one.
I mean, I love Casterus, so that tracks.
Yeah. Beyond that, yeah, I guess Cypher would be number 2 for me after Cass.
I think my least favorite ones are probably Tribby and Hyacinth.
See, I was thinking that I might put Hyacinth as my 3rd, but I think it's less story-wise and more that I like her in the events.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I can see that.
Because she's a fun character in, like, a lot of the silly events.
Yeah, you know, I feel that that's fair. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, like in the broader story, I'm like, like she's not. I don't hate her, but like she's not like my favorite.
Yeah, in the broader story, she's kind of just a bit of a nothing burger character.
A little bit,
like,
yeah.
If he hadn't insisted on making every single Chrysos era 5-star, she would have been a good one to have as the 4-star.
I agree.
My Day, My Day might actually be my lowest ranked one.
Like, Minamos is really funny in his interactions with Finan. Like, I love their back and forth a lot.
I think part of the reason, I like My Day as like a foil to Finan. I think part of the reason why I rank him as low as I do is because after the first couple patches, he kind of vanished, and like he's had a couple cameos since, but like nothing of note story-wise.
They also don't seem to do like much with him other than just being like Kevin's boyfriend. Like that's sort of like the only thing they really do with him. And while that's fun, and I like that a lot, I don't.
He went to sit on a throne, and by God, he's not getting off that throne.
Nope, not one bit.
Yeah, no. You know what? He picked a job and he's stuck with it, and I guess I have to respect that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's kind of funny how like in every patch there's like one moment it's like, oh, I still exist, by the way.
It's like still here, still doing my thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would put like. I think I'd put him down there with Hyacinth for me too. Like I don't hate them, but like they're just kind of like
Tribby would probably be like the middle of the pack for me. It's a little weird because like there's Tribby, Trini, and
Trinen, and Tribios, or whatever. All the Tribbies.
Yeah, I don't think... No, Tribios is what they were before they split.
Oh yeah, Tribby, Trian, and Trinen. That's what it is.
Yeah. I guess I like... Of the trio, I liked the one that died the most.
The one that died the most?
Yeah, she was my favorite of the 3, so it's unfortunate that she died.
The child that kept dying, that's the one that I liked. Pending 2025.
Yeah, that's my favorite. I liked the one that died. But
pending lives when children die, confirmed. That's a wild statement. Yeah.
To be fair, I liked her before she died.
Yeah, I mean, that tends to be the case. That tends to happen for people.
Yeah. The See You Tomorrow still gets me a little bit. Especially because, like, I rewatched the intro trailer. Like, the trailer from 8 months ago. That served as the intro to Amphoris. 2 lines that stuck out to me is the See You Tomorrow line is in that intro trailer.
Right.
And also there's a line, I can't remember exactly what it was, but Kevin said that something along the lines of even gods will bleed, which I guess was meant to be foreshadowing of the fact that he straight up cut a god.
I mean, yeah, as you do.
As you do.
Yeah, I just feel like I don't know, like, Tribby doesn't really do anything for me, like, at all. Like, I guess if you like the meta, she's a really useful character, but, like, I don't get anything out of her character.
She is useful in the meta, although now that Evernight is there, somewhat less so.
Right.
Because there's a strong argument to be made to use Evernight in place of Tribby in your cast team.
She's good on your Herta team, yeah.
She is good on Herta team too. Like, it's not as if Tribby has lost her job entirely. But yeah. I mean, she's still like a very nice versatile support, so.
Yeah.
And she has been for a while. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, it's kind of funny that Cypher was the one that the community decided to call the car instead of Tribby, because Tribby's like biggest job is like teleporting you from place to place.
Yeah, she's like the gatekeeper. That's
Yeah,
like
and
all she does.
She does that like a dozen times, and Cypher does it once, and Cypher gets the car label.
Yeah. Man, speaking of Cypher, if I wanted to see characters interact, the two that I want to see interact at all out of like Hoyo stuff is Partafellis and Cypher. I need the two cat girl thieves to talk to each other, because that shit would be so fucking funny. Also,
like
get Songshui in there for good measure too. I think that'd be fun.
Isn't there a cat girl thief in Zenless Zone 02, or she might not be a thief?
I mean, Nekomata kinda is. She's with the cutting hairs.
She's not the one I was thinking of. I was thinking of the other one, the one whose name starts with a P.
Pulchra?
Hang on. Yeah.
Pulchra's more of like a mercenary than anything.
Yeah, she's not really a thief.
Meanwhile, like, Pardo and Cypher are both like flame chasers, and also they have somewhat similar personalities. I think they'd get along great. And also because, like, I think it'd be funny, put Songshui in as well, because she's like a terrible liar and as con artist. Put her in with them too. I think it'd be funny.
I do remember Cypher specifically saying at some point that something to the effect of like it's dumb for cat girls to say nya, and then I'm pretty sure Nekomata says that all the time.
Well, I mean, I think I can speak for the Zenless community when I say that any chance to dunk on Nekomata is a chance well taken. Because no one fucking likes her.
Yeah. That's completely valid.
I didn't actually hate Nekomata all that much, but like, she is not at all one of my favorite characters from Zenless in any way whatsoever.
Truth be said, I'm fairly indifferent to her.
I think that's kind of where I'm at too.
Yeah.
We were denied access. Memories about strife are always so defiant and resistant. A fight is unavoidable. Come. Well, if you say so.
Remind me though. Do you have like, who would be like your favorites in Zenless Zone 0 character-wise?
Well, I'm letting this do its auto battle thing. Let's think about that one. I really like Anby a lot. Like, Anby's like story is really fucking good. It's like one of my favorites. There's a lot going on with her character I think is really interesting. But outside of her, Yishun's fun, but I wouldn't say she's like really my favorite, like, story-wise. She's really fun to play. She's like my main right now, but I wouldn't say story-wise she's my favorite.
Yeah, I am very much enjoying playing each one. Story-wise, I think she's good. It's not like an amazing character, but I certainly like her as a character.
I like some of the other like implications of her, like how like that one boss we have is like a sort of like recreation of her dead sister.
There was a fun part with the Opal Squad where it was something along the lines of like, we don't want to have to use the oh god, Magus says something along the lines of, we don't want to have to use force against you, and Yishuan says, do you really think that would work against me?
Like, no, we could try it anyway.
Yeah.
I like how like ever since like the season 2 stuff started, Ishwin's only showed up to like Aura Farm and fuck off. That's really been her entire job, and I'm like, girl, I'm here for it. But
she's absolutely the Goku of this arc.
She's very funny.
Yeah.
Seed was fun. I wouldn't say she's my favorite though. Like Seed's a really funny character. I like just interacting with her a lot because she's kind of unhinged, and I'm like, yeah, you're funny. I like you.
Yeah, she is fun. I agree with that.
I know a lot of the community really likes Nicole. I'm not as big of a Nicole fan, I think.
No, I don't particularly care for Nicole. Like I don't dislike her. I just don't particularly care
Like
for her.
a lot of people really like Nicole. I'm not one of those people. I like Anby better.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of who else would be in that list. Yuzaha's funny. I like her a lot, but I don't know if I'd say she's my favorite. Alice is funny too, but also wouldn't say she's my favorite. I'm kind of like Astra's fine. I'm sort of like indifferent to Evelyn.
I do like Alice, but like I would, yeah, I don't know that I would call her a favorite either. I like Vivian. Vivian is a good character to me.
Yeah, some of people didn't like Vivian because she's like, you know, a yandere a little bit, but Vivian's hilarious.
Yeah.
I love talking to Vivian. Like she's a lot of fun to interact with, quite a bit. Hugo is also great. Like I like his story a lot. Like as far as like character stories are concerned, Hugo's is like top fucking notch. Like his is really good.
I agree with that. Hugo's story was very, very well done.
And also him and Lycon are like exes, and I'm here for it.
Honestly, I was really happy that Hugo's story also fleshed out Lycon a lot.
Mm-hmm. I think that was a good choice.
It's nice to see Lycon get like a big thing. That was fun.
I like Grace a lot. Like Grace is really fun. I'm sort of indifferent to like Kaleda, but like Grace is a really fun character to talk to. Like anytime I have to chat with her, she's very entertaining. I don't know if she's my favorite though, because like, especially gameplay wise, she's not really the strongest for me.
I don't think I've ever really used Grace in combat.
Yeah, like I have her, but I don't think I really ever use her. Fufu is really funny. I do think that she's like, and I've gone on this tangent a lot. Fufu is one of like the most like, the community is really weird to her in a lot of ways.
In a way.
So there's a lot of people who are saying that like, and this I think is somewhat valid. They're saying like, oh, the R18 artwork of Fufu that people makes them uncomfortable. And I'm like, okay, that's fair. And their argument for that is because Fufu is childlike in her appearance. And again, that's fair. But they take it a step further, which I think is a bit of a weird one, in that they say that Hoyo infantilizes her character. And they also facilitate, like, looting a child, essentially. And
What does infantilize mean?
Basically means that they treat her like she is a child. Even if she is an adult, they treat her like she isn't one. And that every character interacts with her in this way. And I would argue that that's not really how Fufu is written, like at all. Like, you can't blame Hoyo for what the community does. Like, if the community's being weird, you can't blame them for that. That's not their fault. Even if Zenless has, like, Gunner qualities, if you were, like, that's not really what Hoyo is doing with the character. And when it comes to how people interact with Fufu as a person, you have people who don't know her, like, oh, why is there a child on this set right now? And she's like, I'm not a child, I'm just small. And she tells you about that she's not a child. And the only people who, like, actually maybe infantilize her are people who don't know her. The ones who actually interact with her, like the proxies or the other people of Yunkoi Summit, they don't talk to her that way at all. Yishun picks on her a little bit, but, like, they're like, oh, she's our reliable senior, trust Fufu with this.
Yeah,
like,
the MC does treat Jufufu as like a respected member of the team.
Well, it's not even just MC. Like Panda does too. Yishun does.
Yeah.
Like everyone treats her with respect.
Yeah.
Like no one infantilizes her in any way except for people who do not know who she is. And that's in the context of the universe. And then she corrects them like, I'm not a child. I'm just small.
And that's it. And I'm like, why does the community keep lecturing into weird ways? Like, they blame Hoyo for all this, like, weird shit. I mean, if the community's being a fucking weirdo, then, like, let them be weirdos. But, like, Hoyo does not facilitate that at all. They don't write her this way. You don't understand how this character is written. And it's not even like this is a hard thing to figure out. They just don't do that. You're just making shit up. And I don't understand why the people do this. Because Fufu's character is really fun. I like her. Do I condone, like, the weird community behavior towards her? Not really. But just because they made her, like, bigger-headed and childlike doesn't mean they're infantilizing her. It's a marketing thing. And it always has been, because, like, that's sort of, like, the dichotomy of her character. She's a reliable martial artist and member of Honkai Summit, but because she looks kind of kid-like, people don't necessarily respect her if they're not in, like, the actual, like, team. And that's a part of her character arc to some extent. And I'm like, they did this for marketing. That's the whole reason they did it. And it's also part of a bit. And it's not even a unique bit, because they did it in fucking Impact 3 with Teddy. Teddy's like a 12-year-old. And they did it because they thought it'd be funny to have an anti-Honkai organization that covers half the fucking planet to be run by a 12-year-old. They thought it was hilarious. And that's why they did it. It's for a joke. It's not that serious.
I feel like they make jokes at QQ's expense in terms of her height as well in Honkai Star Rail.
Yeah, like,
I remember there being an event where she wins like some ticket for being under 5 feet tall, and then she's kidnapped by like other short people, and they're trying to like indoctrinate her into a cult, and you have to save her from that.
I do remember that.
That was like that was part of a Penacony event, I believe.
I do remember that now. But yeah, like, this isn't even the first time Hoyo's done this bit, which is why it's like, I saw Fufu for what it was, of like, yeah, they're just doing a bit. Like, that's the whole point of it. And if you watch her character trailer, like, it's obvious it's a fucking joke. But, like, some people are like, no, she's our literal child, I don't care what the lore says. And I'm like, well, the lore says she's not a child. And people just pretend that she is. And they made her look like that because it's good for marketing. And it's a joke. That is entirely the reason. First problem is having any debate, any question with the fandom. I mean, yeah, that is kind of the thing. And the problem with talking about it is, like, if you try to, like, defend anything about it, people are like, oh, well, you're a pedophile who defends, like, looting children. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why is that the conclusion you draw from this? You are not normal. Go outside, please. But I do like her. But back to the point, because I got off on a tangent there. Fufu is great as a character. I wouldn't say she's my favorite either. I don't think that any of Honkai Summit is my favorite now that I'm thinking about it. I like all of them a lot. Like, they're really fun. They're a really good faction. Like, a really solid faction. But I don't think any of them are my favorite. It might actually be Anby, I think. I think Anby's story is just that good. I think Anby is my favorite.
I think Anby's a good choice. Anby's a fun character. And yeah, I like her story.
I think Yanagi's got some cool story stuff, but I don't think they've really, like, delved into it too much. Like, the fact that she has, like, Oni blood in her, and it's maybe possibly, like, causing her to go blind and killing her, and that's sort of why she's, like, adopted Sogaku. Like, that's interesting shit. Like, I feel like they should talk more about that. And maybe they do, like, when you do her, like, character story, or what, like, her, like, affection story or something. Maybe they talk more about that. I don't know, but... A character I do think is, like, semi-overhyped is Miyabi, though. I like Miyabi a lot. She's very funny. But, like, for how popular she is on the fandom, I don't fully get it. Because, like, she's a badass. She's really cool. And she's voiced by one of my favorite voice actors in English at all time. Which is Christina V. But, like, I also am just like, yeah, she's cool. That's kind of it. I'm not, like, super attached to her character, really. Like, that's just kind of... It's whatever. You instantly lose your credibility when you say, I don't care about the lore when discussing a character's lore. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too, Grail. I'm with you on that one. Like, people try to blame companies for all kinds of, like, weird shit. And I'm like, y'all blame their companies for, like, fandom behaviors. Like, just blame the fandom for the fandom behaviors. If you don't like it also, don't engage with it. That's a great thing to realize, is if you don't like something, you don't have to engage with that content. And if you keep getting served that content, it's because you keep engaging with it. So, you know, it says a lot more about the people that do that than anything else, in my opinion. But yeah, Ambi is good. I like Ambi. Soldier 11, Trigger, Orphe's fine. I might like her more as we get to know her more, though. I like her design a lot, though. Like, I really love the design.
I thought the Orphe Magus story was really, really good. I liked.
You mean like the stuff with Isolde? Because, like, yeah, that shit was fucking peak.
Yeah.
That is actually like one of the best.
There's story stuff in the latest patch. Yeah.
Yeah, that shit is honestly like one of the best arcs they've done. Like, it's so fucking good. And what I find funny about it is it's basically just the it's the what is it, the soldier, not soldier, it's the Trigger story that we did where like she's like has that like counter sniper arc or whatever. Yeah. They just did that again, but it was like even better than that one, and that one's already pretty solid. So I'm like, dude, yeah, hell yeah. More like anyone I see running around saying Segable kids everywhere is probably the problem. Yeah, exactly. Like, also, as like a point of fact for the internet, and this is just a general rule of thumb, the more you like vocally hate about something, the more it's going to give it like a platform, right? Like, the best way to kill a thing that you don't like is to not engage with it at all, because the internet is, you know, like a what else? What I'm thinking for? It's a market where you deal in clicks and likes and views as currency, and if you don't give it clicks and likes and views, it doesn't go anywhere. But the more you engage with it, the more you keep boosting it and let other people see it, you also attract those sketchy-ass people who would actually take those things from it, and B, you give it a platform, which means you were absolutely doing the opposite of what it was you were trying to accomplish. It's a Streisand effect at work here. Could all the memories we've encountered on the way be Evernight's trap? She still hasn't shown herself. That's very suspicious. I can't think of a good reason for her to do that. I can only surmise that she's either still waiting or someone's holding her back. Let's keep observing. Every ripple of these memories could potentially reveal to us Evernight's true goal. Yeah, I don't know what Evernight's up to. Man, I'm trying to go through like in my head like mentally of like all the characters in Zenless, and I'm like trying to think of who I like a lot. Like, Bernice is fun, but I wouldn't put her as a favorite. She's an ADHD-ass kid, though, and she's hilarious. I don't think I like Lucy, though. Like, out of, like, the Sons of Kaladin, which is also, like, a great faction, Lucy kind of, like, rubs me the wrong way a bit.
Like, I like Lighter.
Lighter is a dingus. Like, he comes off to me as like, yeah, okay, he has like this like whole backstory of like, oh yes, I was at like a fighting pit thing or whatever. But like, also whenever we talk to him, it seems like he's trying to be cool. Like, he comes off as like a dork who's like trying really hard to be cool by like being like a wallflower in the corner or something. And I'm like, I see what you're doing, Lighter, and you're such a dork for this. It does make him a bit more endearing in my mind.
Yeah, I think part of what endears me to Lighter too is also that his English VA is the same VA that voices Mash.
Mash?
Mashley.
Say again?
Mashley?
I don't know what that is.
The anime about this fantasy world where magic is vital, but he gets by on muscles alone.
Huh. I don't think
it's a fun comedy.
I don't play as easy, but Lighter gives Luca energy. Lighter and Luca do have something in common, but like, Lighter actually has like angst that's justified, whereas like Luca's just like, I gotta prove myself and be the best fighter, whereas Lighter's like, I literally fought to the death in a gladiatorial arena with people, and now I just stand here to protect the Sons of Kaladin. But also, I'm kind of trying to be really hard to be cool by hanging out in the corner of my leather jacket and cowboy boots, because I have a cowboy persona to maintain. Which, to me, is just very funny.
I feel like maybe... I don't know if this is fair to say. I feel like maybe Lighter's backstory's maybe been explored a bit more than Luca's, even though I feel like Luca's has gotten more screen time in Honkai Star Rail than Ryder has in ZCC.
What of Lucas' backstory do we really know? He's a member of Wildfire who fights in the arena.
Yeah,
and
I mean, that's
he has
kind
like
of the
something to
thing,
prove about beating Svarog, and that's kind of it. Like, there's not really a whole lot else going on with him.
Yeah. Yeah, because he got like a fair amount of screen time also in like that tournament arc, but that didn't really explore his backstory.
Not really. The only thing they really talked about was just the fact that he like fought Svarog once and like lost, and he wanted to fight Svarog again.
Yeah.
And the only thing we really have about him is that like there was like a kid who idolized him, and so he has like some goofy like shonen lines or whatever that he says because they're the things that this kid thought was cool, and he's starting to honor their memory because they died.
Yeah.
So like we have that, so we know he's like a bit of a sweetheart, but like other than that, like there's not much else we really have for Lucas' character. I feel like there's just not much. It's not that he's like entirely missing character development. It's just I don't know. There could be more to him. I wouldn't say he's as bad as like how Genshin handles some stuff, where like characters just show up for like their one arc and then they like never do anything ever again.
I wouldn't say that about him because he was like brought back into the story for like another thing. So he had like his character quest line, but then he also got brought back for an event. He's certainly not a major character, but they have like utilized him at.
Well, that's what I mean though, is like they could have done the Genshin treatment where like he shows up for like one story and then just never shows up again. This is not relevant. They could have absolutely done that, and I don't think they've really done that with him entirely, though he doesn't feel like he has a lot to really do yet. But also, he's from Belobog, and Belobog hasn't really had a whole lot to do at all in a while.
Like if Shorty goes back to Belobog, then I assume he will factor into that.
I feel like it'd be weird if he didn't, actually.
Yeah.
Alright, Ellie, what do you got going on? Cyrene, there really is no end to her perseverance.
I should probably get some sleep, by the way.
Oh yeah, I probably should too. It being 3 o'clock in the morning, we've been streaming for 7 hours!
Yeah.
And like 3 of that's been tangents.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for popping in, Pending, and derailing the stream.
Yeah.
It's good. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. Anytime.
I'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Once again, the saga comes to an end. Everything is deathly silent, just like this very moment. It's another cycle of new beginnings, and another familiar reunion. You're like 65%? Yeah, I may put a pin in this here shortly. We can maybe finish this area, and then like maybe come back to it next week, because we've been going for a while, and I do need to go to sleep. So maybe we can come back like on Wednesday, and maybe do some of the event stuff too? That could be kind of good. It's another cycle of new beginnings, another familiar reunion. Now that I look back, there was a period when I got really sentimental. I was so anxious, trying to find as many different memories as possible, hoping to bring some change to this unchanging destiny and find a way out of this maze. But I won't do that anymore now. Okay. I would say stop here then, because it kind of wants to just keep going. That's fair. No need to feel sorry for me, good friend. If there are no new blank spaces, how can a saga continue? I'm actually really lucky, you know. During the long years I've spent waiting for the deliverer, I've always had you here as an audience. Look at these memories I brought to you. They once existed, once sparkled under the sun. And now I can see through your eyes, they are still shining bright. Isn't that already enough? Now I can rest in peace in the past. As for what tomorrow will come, I'll have to ask the next Cyrene to continue our watch. Her transformation is painful to watch. Cyrene was always there during the 30 million recurrences. She recorded the Flame Chase journey in her own way on the reverse side of this world, depositing all the memories in this place. Still, I'm increasingly certain that her audience and companion isn't some figurative entity. The deepest ruin in Euphorius, the great tomb where all pasts of all worlds are buried. Who exactly is its master? Good question. This is the last roaming area of the patch, and it's all just dialogue from there. Ah, okay. Anaxa once again completed the proof of this life. His answer was so complete. All he was missing was the last variable from beyond the sky. I'll go ahead and just download this. I mean, how far are we from like the end of this area? We're not like that far away, right? This should be like maybe the last section of the runes to download or whatever. Or maybe there's like one more third of this section. World bearing. This divine authority is so heavy that I do not know how I could even tell its story. Look at the map. Okay. Let's see. Anything back here? I guess more things we can't even operate right now. Oh yeah, let's look at the map. Let's see what we got. Yeah? I mean, we're fairly close to the end of this, I think. For this section. Then we had that one we did. So there's this whole big-ass section up here, too. We haven't even done any of that yet. So yeah, I guess we can finish this little like section over here, and then when we get back to this middle part again, we can just call it for the night. That's probably fine. But we'll come back on Wednesday with it, probably. I have a lot of questions about the lore right now, but we've gone over a lot of really interesting stuff, so.
ロマンは人々のために長い階段。紋章は扇風機に刻まれている。まずは自傷儀で扇風機を止めよう。
Yeah, there it is.
カロス618ダウンロード完了。
Yep, thank you for that one.
アポリア432ダウンロード完了。分岐ナンバー3アーカイブに保存中。対象回帰ナンバー
Alright, give me this chest, please. Thank you.
337進捗率 13.131%。
And then we'll go grab that one. A lot of talking, yeah. Probably still be like 2 hours. Well, that's fine. We can do like the rest of the story then, and then whatever the boss actually is. And then we can maybe start event stuff next week. That seems like a pretty easy time of it. I mean, we'll likely get derailed anyway, so. Range 3 activated. Capsulating encryption key. Time to go back and activate the system inside the middle of the Great Tomb. Also, the Dromos. Yeah, the Dromos event should be interesting. I don't know what to make of that event, but we might be able to make that into like a fairly longer stream. We have a lot of like little things to finish up next week anyway, because like we have the Shantae Risky DLC to finish because I got all the way to the final boss fight and couldn't hack it. So we need to do that, but also we've got, you know, other new DLCs to start and this to finish, a bunch of other things to do. So
A lot of streams this week have been very, very long, too. This is much, much longer than usual. Okay, let's see. Alright, then this will go... Okay, I'm not exactly sure what I want to do here. I don't like that. I'm not sure what to do with this. See, if we go over here and hit this, and then it does that, that's going to hit the button that it can drop us down below. So we need to be over there within 2. And then we can do that. It needs to end on the blue. There it is. Or rather, I need to be... Well, no, because it needs to end on that. It does. I guess it doesn't need to end on it necessarily. Okay, there we go. That was weird. I had to think about that one for a minute. Thank you. Anything else down here I should be looking for? Wait, how did I even get to this? I don't remember if this is how I got down here or not. Okay, no, we did something different. Alright, take me back to the center area, and then we can call it for the night. I still hate the whispering. It doesn't matter what patch we're in, the weird whispering stuff of these is deeply unsettling, and I do not like it. I pray that you can dispel all the mysteries and lead us into the deepest bowels of this world. Yep. Let's do that. Someone once told the very first me that everything was false. That the only life in Emphorius was a great catastrophe nurtured using the world as a factor. But how could a dream feel so real? That's why I didn't agree with him. My good friend, I'll read this book to you for the 33,550,335th time. That way, it won't just be Cyrene's memories alone. Error analyzing. It doesn't even make me feel cold anymore. It's like a ceremonial conclusion, ending every cycle's narration with a full stop. Then, there will be a new me returning here with new memories. Before I knew it, this place we built together was no longer a dream that Cyrene alone indulged in. It's now a saga composed by you, me, and all the Flame Chasers. It's our weak but endless prayer for tomorrow. There will come a day when someone turns over this nearly eternal page and awakens all the dust-covered memories so that they can be recalled by the world in a more beautiful form. Well, that's a problem. If you read and you'll listen... Also, fucking controller keeps connecting and disconnecting. Fucking with my audio. If I'll read and you listen, like how flowers always bloom then wither, I shall welcome my own decay, becoming nourishment for the next flower's bud.
And you shall continue to wait here, protecting these gardens of memories. That way, when the deliverer arrives, the first thing they'll see is an endless sea of flowers. And our stories will be lying silently among those flowers, like every ripple of remembrance. And they shall become the epic known as I've written. The texture of memories is preserved in countless pillars. She gave everything to record all the forgotten recurrences across 30 million cycles. This great tomb is the seat of remembrance. Yeah, I mean, it is that. Let's march into the new world with all the past. Alright. Let's not make things so gloomy. The very first ripple cheered up her friend like this before she set off. It's a sentence full of blessings, so I want to say it to you as well. Come on, cheer up a bit, okay? I bid farewell to this beautiful world so that we can reunite in your memories in the way I want. You will see the footprints I left behind in the ripples of past reverie. I have never had any other fate beyond this memory. So please remember me with love, like that eternal footnote in all the fated sagas. Now, open this book. I'll be waiting for you in the past. Oh, did they just say protocol name Elysia? I fucking heard that. I heard that. I heard you say protocol name Elysia. I heard that shit. I know. I know what you did. I heard that. Good. Very good. Oh, it's very intense music for just riding an elevator. All the dead Ellies. If her departure was part of the cycle, then perhaps in every reincarnation, Castros would take care of this pristine soul. But she chose to break free from the cycle. The soul will not journey to where the west wind ends, but will descend into the great tomb to carry on hope. As she does, I love the little emotes they give us. You're riding an elevator with Ellie. I mean, yeah, this is true. It's the most amazing experience you could ever ask for. I guess there is, like, a teleporter up here, so we can get to the teleporter, I guess. I don't know how to feel about all the dead Ellies all around. That's mildly disconcerting. The listener lies behind this door. Each sacrifice in every cycle represents a heavy resolve. She gave everything to record all the forgotten occurrences across 30 million cycles. And I don't really want to trigger this event thing yet. There it is. Alright, well, I guess right here is where we're going to hang it out. And come back into it in a few days. You guys will forgive the wait, I assume. So, alright, this was a very, very long stream with a lot of random rambling tangents. So, I hope you guys enjoyed that. I've had a lot of fun with this. This has been a pretty good story so far. I've been very, very intrigued. We've got a lot of cool animations and things. But we still have a lot more stuff to do. We'll probably pick up again next week with the rest of this story and then do the event stuff, or at least one of them anyways. Tomorrow we are doing Grounded so far as I know, unless something has changed. There's been a lot of new things I've done. We'll do the rest of the story for that. And yeah, I don't know what next week's schedule is going to be, but we will definitely have the Risky Boots DLC finale, and we'll start the Friends of the Inn DLC in Half Genie Hero, probably. We'll do more of this. We might do the Orphe and Magus event in ZZZ. I think it's all fully available now, so I can kind of do it whenever. So we might do that. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out, but look forward to it. In the meantime, though, I'll see you guys in the next one.